more shot when the camera's up. But this one you gon' have to duck. Tell me about your lifestyle, really. We've been on the road to the tank go empty. I'ma keep going to the Lord, come give me. If you wanted me to stop, then you can't come with me. Thinking you the best, silly. We about to put it in your chest, really. And I don't think you really want problems. Think you know the outcome when you come around, dog. You thinking you getting me? Is you kidding me? Ripping everything that I'm seeing in the vicinity.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise! Can he come around the corner in time? And you bet he will! 1 more second! There is something about this stadium, Capsidal, and that's going to be 5 in a row. Oh, no, 6! And Drazah!
About to win the game.
That's what we wanted! You have got to be kidding me!
We have 2 teams remaining.
What a devastating performance. This is the most sublime Vanguard we've seen yet. Toronto Ultra, your kickoff classic champion.
Let's get into the Call of Duty League. Let's go.
Hello, good morning, and welcome back to the CDL opening weekend, where this is day 3. And if you happen to miss out on yesterday, it was nothing but full of best of 5s, round 11s, and a specific redemption tour when it came to the Los Angeles Guerrillas. But me, I'm Belly, I'm running the desk, and right next to me we have aLLeY and also Nameless. aLLeY, this is it. It's Sunday, we're gonna close out the weekend. You gotta be feeling good about this.
I'm so excited. The matches have been so exciting thus far. I mean, 3 game 5s yesterday and a game 4 to close out the day. I'm expecting nothing less than today to be exciting.
Right, Nameless, we're about to pull up the schedule, and you already know what's about to go down. Today is going to be another banger day for Call of Duty.
Yeah, man, we get to see some crazy matches. There's obviously been some insane upsets. I don't think anybody expected the London Royal Ravens to be at the top of the list right now, but we get to see OpTic Texas once again after the loss yesterday come and try to get their first win, and Minnesota Røkkr for the first time. So, you know, some crazy things happening once again in the COD League. Vanguard has been amazing so far.
You're right, man. Let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule to see what exactly is about to go down today. We're going to kick things off with the Florida Mutineers and see if they can have a hot start against the Paris Legion. After that, I can't wait for it. The LA Thieves will take on the Atlanta FaZe. That's going to be a heavyweight game now. If you think that's good, it's nothing to the game field marquee matchup of the day between OpTic Texas and the Minnesota Røkkr. And speaking of which, let's go ahead and talk about it. aLLeY, yesterday we saw a beautiful reverse sweep against OpTic Texas. The day wasn't good for them, but for us fans, it was great. And most importantly, Scump is back, baby.
He is back. It's funny that you said beautiful reverse sweep, because I think for the OpTic fans, that was anything but that. But you're right. Scump really did step it up from what we saw at the Kickoff Classic. And my biggest thing for OpTic right now is they keep making little mistakes. They need to start working on rotating and hardpoint. They played a lot more together as a team, but they depended so much on breaking through in the front. And I want to hope to see Dashy and iLLeY continue to be a duo in S&D today.
Well, Nameless, you know what I hope, man? I hope OpTic Texas really show out today, because the potential, we know it's there.
Yeah, absolutely. And aLLeY calls a little mistake she's being nice. I call it major mistakes. Throughout that Berlin, every single time there were 7 hills in a row that they did not have the spawns initially. They lose 30, 35 seconds, then they're fighting for that scrap, and then they're on the back foot. There has to be an in-game leader there to say, guys, it's time to reset, calm down, let's get control of this hill and set up. We didn't see any setup, so we're not even seeing the full potential of this OpTic Texas roster. And then going into that game 5 search and destroy, it goes all the way to round 11, and that is where they're also making glaring mistakes towards that A bomb site. These guys have to be better. Their team is way too talented to be losing series like that.
Oh yeah, and aLLeY, you know, I'm a greedy man, and I like to get what I want, but what I didn't get was Minnesota Røkkr showing out at the Kickoff Classic. I want to see more from them today.
I completely agree, and this will be our first time seeing them in our official opening weekend. And this is a team built around chemistry, like LA, like Toronto. But the problem is we haven't seen any great feats out of them like we have seen in the other 2 teams. And they got 3-0'd at the Kickoff Classic, so hopefully they fix those hard points and respawns that we know they struggled with last year as well. There was a little bit of hope in what we saw in the series, but again, it was a hot 3-0, so they need to come out hot.
Yes, and if somebody needs to come out hot to help out this team, Nameless, I'm thinking he's going to be the player to watch. You you already know who I'm talking about.
MajorManiak, it's got to be. He was the one shining light for them at the Kickoff Classic. Granted, it's a small sample size. They did get smoked. They outslayed by 22 kills on the first map, and they still lost, which is unacceptable. But for MajorManiak, he's the glue of this team. He's the guy who will step up and be the in-game leader at times, and he's an AR player who can go off, man. So I'm looking at him in Search and Destroys especially because that's where he came from, and that's where we'll really see him flourish and make the big plays for the team. That should be the game mode that gets them through these series, is Search and Destroy. So I expect him to play well there.
Right, and another matchup I'm excited to watch is going to be one of the hypest teams in all of the CDL. It's going to be the LA Thieves. They're going to be facing off against the Atlanta FaZe. And speaking about the Atlanta FaZe, aLLeY yesterday, they almost gave us a heart attack, man. They struggled.
They were pushed to the limit, man, but I think that is a testament to what Paris was able to do. I think they were able to come out and catch them off guard, especially early in the series when it came to that hard point. My biggest gripe, man, was they were sending aLLeY alone on rotation, man. Either he's got to work on playing his life or his positioning, or send somebody with him, dude, because he was struggling, and it just felt like they got caught off guard. They felt a little bit more comfortable in the Search and Destroy. I mean, aBeZy got sent up mid, and he got 3 players in the back for absolutely free. So hopefully they find some consistency and come out today.
They're going to need it because they're going against a team who, nameless, I personally feel like their speed and aggression is going to match up so well against ATL.
I love this roster. The LA Thieves, it works great in this game. People were writing off Octane, but I mean, that map for Tuscan we saw versus OpTic Texas at the kickoff, the man was on point with the automaton. It plays into his play style great. They have a bunch of AR players, but they're also versatile. I mean, you see Drazah, this guy, I think he's the best player on this team. I think this is going to be his year where he becomes a superstar. He was lighting it up for them. The chemistry is there, and then adding a player like Envoy with players like this to be the in-game leader in Search and Destroy, to take those routes and respawn, they're just going to have so much chemistry going forward. And with Envoy even having a bad kickoff classic, they still had a great placing. If he starts to step it up individually, these guys will be unreal.
Now, this whole weekend for the CDL opening weekend has been special, right? Because at the end of the day, we're all fans, and we're not just fans. When it comes to Call of Duty and the scene in general, we're family. And one of our own, he's going through a bit of a hard time. Octane put out a tweet recently about a significant loss in his life, and I just want to say to Octane, not just from me, not just from the desk, but from the scene as a whole, we're here for you, we love you, and we're here to support you. Now, for those of you out there, show him some love out there, because Octane has been a big member of our scene for such a long time, and we all back up our own, right? So Octane, we want to thank you for playing today. We want to thank you for showing up and doing what you love most, and I can't wait to see what you do out there. But ladies and gentlemen, coming up next, after the break, we will talk about the first matchup of the day between the Florida Mutineers and the Paris Legion. That's going to be such a banger. We'll see you guys on the other side. I love you, and I can't wait for this thing to start. See you soon. Welcome back, and let's talk about it. You see the boys on the screen, and let's go ahead and break it all down. The Florida Mutineers will face off against Paris Legion, and when it comes to Paris, aLLeY, I love what we saw yesterday, and I hope that they just keep killing it.
It felt like a totally different team than what we expected. I mean, John and Temp, the dominant slaying out of them, especially in this Gavutu, against a team like Atlanta FaZe was absolutely mind-blowing. Not to mention, when it came to search and destroy, they really rode on the back of Dashy's first bloods. If he got a first blood, man, the round was basically guaranteed in the hands of Paris Legion. They did end up losing to Atlanta FaZe, but man, Nameless, did they keep it close.
Yeah, they kept it pretty close. And, you know, I like what you said about Dashy. He does have to be the guy to go out there and get those first bloods. There were a couple situations where he got it and they weren't able to capitalize on the round. But this is the guy that I was looking at all throughout the series yesterday. John was piecing, dude, especially in that hard point. He was pulling up. He got 2 kills with his streak, but it was on his team. But right after that, he bounced back on rotation with a huge 2-piece to secure them that win. And then moving into the control as well, the guy was running an SMG on Gavutu, just popping off. And that's what you need out of John. You need the guy who can go out there, do the dirty work, but also pick up the kills on rotation, the route man, if you will. So I liked what I saw out of John. He needs to bring it into today.
I hope John keeps popping off today, man. But Nameless, when it comes to the game field keys to victory, what does this squad have to do to pull out a big W?
Yeah, the game field keys to victory for Paris Legion. They're going to have to take advantage of a weak Florida. And when it comes to hard point setups, Florida is 12th in hold percentage, Paris 12th in break percentage. So sort of a battle of titans here when it comes to crappiness and hard point, but they're going to have to come together and do that. And then swing game 3 in your favor. Paris second in control round win percentage. Florida is 11th. And then they need to focus on getting into post-plant situations. Me and aLLeY just touched on that. 25% bomb plant percentage. They have to get that bomb down in order to win the round.
Right, and speaking about the Paris roster, let's take a look at them. These guys showed up in a big way yesterday, almost getting a big W. And speaking of which, John, Decimate, we got Fellow, and also my guy, Temp. These guys can bring it at any given moment, but Temp going crazy behind John as well is something that I definitely want to see. Those two just seemed unstoppable, and hopefully they can try to get something big today that they couldn't get yesterday. But Nameless, let's talk about Florida as well. Florida Mutineers. Yeah. There's a lot I want to see from this team. You know what? I like them. They show a lot of potential, and I think that they could cause some havoc in this match.
Yeah, if I were to make updated power rankings, they'd be sitting in 12th place right now, without question. Looking at this roster, I just think they make a lot of mistakes. I knew that there would be, you know, it was questionable for them to have this many AR players. When we saw Skies in that first bow cage at the first event at kickoff, we thought he was going to be solid in that, but yesterday's performance, he had a .53 overall in the series, so still it's up in the air whether he can be an SMG star. I don't know, man. I have a lot of questions. I need to see more out of this Florida team.
And aLLeY, when it comes to game field keys to victory, Nameless said it, you heard it in his voice and his tone. When it comes to trying to win this game, what do the Florida Mutineers have to do? Well,
man, they got to figure out defensive issues to be an elite S&D team. They're winning 38% of defensive rounds, which is 8th out of our 12 teams versus 73% offense, which they're first in, actually. And that's a pretty impressive stat for their performance yesterday. And they need to win more opening engagements in S&D, winning 29% of first blood engagements, which is 11th overall. An 86% win rate when they do find the first blood. So if they get that first blood, they're almost guaranteed to win the round. So maybe play a little bit more aggressive, push Vivid up into a little ratty spot and catch a player off guard. And Vivid, like I said, he has to step it up. 0.83 KD in last. And you know what? I feel like Skies also has to step it up as well. I believe he was following fairly close behind, and maybe they just had a bad day yesterday. You know, we can't chalk them up after one series, but they really have to step it up today.
Yeah, when it came to the game field keys victory, I mean, the stats said it. If they're able to get that opening kill, this team, they take advantage of every situation that they're absolutely in. But it's time for some fun, and it's time to put my analyst on the hot seat. When it comes to predictions, Nameless, my man, starting with you, it's going to be Paris or Florida?
I'm going Paris all the way. I'm going Paris 3-2. I think they're going to take it in a game 5. They fix their S&D mistakes from yesterday when they played against FaZe to come in today hot, strong, confident, and ready to go.
aLLeY, you rock with the team that's hailing from Europe, or are you going with the boys from Florida?
I love Paris. I really do, and I hope they prove me wrong, but I'm going to go with Florida this time. They just haven't proved to me just yet that they deserve to be in the 12th spot, Nameless. So I'm going to go Florida.
All right, I'm going to have to give it to Paris because with Florida, we're going to have to see more if they're going to want my type of confidence in predicting them to win. But you know what? Lando and Steady, I can't wait to hear your beautiful voices on the mic. Fellas, how you doing today? And feel free to take it away.
I appreciate that, Val. We're doing great, my man. We're doing fantastic. Jay, what, man? It feels like every time we cast, we got a game 5. So that's really what my prediction comes down to. It's going to a game 5. That's it.
I think between both of these teams, this is going to be an absolute battle. On the side of Paris, obviously, they pushed Atlanta FaZe all the way to a Game 5 by winning 2 respawns. Versus Atlanta, you usually don't see that happen. And on the opposite side versus Florida, when they went up against London, they just got absolutely smoked. Like, it wasn't even close. So I'm not looking at one player. I'm looking at the entire team to step up today and make a statement.
Right now, when it comes to the upcoming maps and modes, I want to hear your thoughts about who kind of won this battle right here. The first map will be on Bacage Hardpoint. Why now, right? We're going to get a lot of fast and heavy action. After that, Tuscan Search and Destroy, Gavutu and Control, Tuscan Hardpoint, and Bacage Search and Destroy if need be. You know, Standy, I want to hear your thoughts right now. Who do you think has the upper hand here with the maps that we see?
I think Paris definitely won the vetoes here, and they were also Team A. So they automatically were just putting Gavutu Control right at that Game 3. That's been their bread and butter. They were able to beat LA Thieves. They were able to beat Atlanta FaZe there. So they should have that control on lock. But you see right off the rip, when they came out, Paris Legion, they were like, we're not going to play Berlin. We're not going to try to hit the rotations because we're still a fairly new team. They like to only play Tuscan and Gavutu. But if you're Florida, you're going to take Gavutu out. You're going to try to play that boat cage right off the rip. So that one's going to be new. And then Tuscan Search and Destroy is basically going to tell me how this exact series is going to go. Because on one side, Florida, they like that map. On the opposite side, for Paris, they have yet to play it. So this is going to be a great series between both of these teams. If Florida doesn't show up, at least early into this map number 1, I feel like Paris is going to be able to walk away with this one.
Lando, I'm going to be happy to ask you this question because you always find a way to say something nice about these teams, right? No matter what. Paris had a big game yesterday where they looked really good, right? But Florida, a lot of people might be writing them off if their name isn't aLLeY, of course, right? She's showing some love to them. Do you think Florida has what it takes? And if so, what's going to be the biggest factor? It could be a play style or just a player that really needs to step up.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that, Vel. I like to, be more positive when it comes down to the CDL broadcast.
I trash them all, man. Go ahead.
I'll be honest. Paris was absolutely piecing up the Atlanta FaZe yesterday. Yep. But on the other side of things, for the Florida Mutineers, I think there's a chance. I really do. It's not an easy sell by any means. But to me, the one player that I'm looking out for has got to be Vivid. I think if he steps up, he's got the lowest KD right now in the entirety of the CDL. I don't expect that trend to continue. I think if he improves, we see a more collective effort from the roster. Okay. I think they're in a better spot, but it's not an easy sell, Veli, considering they got outslayed by 60 kills yesterday.
All right, fellas, the game is starting. Hopefully we get a map 5 again. Land it with Steady, have some fun, give it your curse, and go ahead and take it away.
I appreciate that, Vel, and oh boy, Jay, like you said, man, it just feels like we got Game 5s in our blood, but more specifically, we got Bocage again. This is like the 9th time we've gotten this.
Every single time we start a series, it's always going to be on Bocage, so the energy is just going to be flowing. I'm already starting to sweat as soon as we jump into this map.
I tell you what, man. Hey, you've had a good reason for sweating, especially yesterday. We were on for like 6 or 7 hours. It was wild, but hey, we're back. We're in it. We're ready to go. The cage is lit, and we're about to find out who can grab the advantage to start off in this series, as it is all-out chaos inside of Bottom Grandma's.
And so far, this has been great work from Florida. They are continuously holding these spawns for P2, and they were able to at least get 12 seconds off of this P1 hardpoint. It's all about just making sure you don't die off this rotation. John is going to be that impactful player on the side of Paris Legion trying to flip these spawns, as they're finding every single kill in towards bottom barn. That's going to eventually spawn all of Florida out towards back tank, and this is the worst case scenario for Florida to start. Yeah,
and I mean, shout out to our stats team. They've been talking about Bocage specifically. I feel like all of us as a broadcast team, the observers, the talent, the production team, we're all trying to figure out exactly how to summarize that like Bocage, but they have said P2 seems to be the money hill right now. So as you call it, my friend, John makes the play, sets the team up for spawns, but it is the Mutineers playing pretty well toward the front side. Decimate looking to cause some problems here toward those tanks. Vivid walking away with a few of those seconds. Again, a player that we absolutely have to look out for, and right now he sits on a 3 spree.
And this is good work out of him. I didn't really have a good series yesterday. Like Nemo said, 0.6. You need this guy to step up and be a superstar if you want this team to succeed. But so far, 20 seconds left on this P2 hardpoint. They're continuously just spawning all of Paris Legion back stables. And this is where it can get out of hand because so much pressure towards the middle of the map. They are keeping those rotations in their back pocket. As you see, number 7, which is Dave Patty, already there.
Yeah, this is wild. I mean, how often do we see a play like that? The team has spawns for P2 in Florida. Never really allowed for them to even break out of their base. Vivid, in the midst of a 6 spree, finds one on the temp. And now he's got the glide bomb to work with. double streaks for the man who we said has got to step up for the Mutineers, and he has done exactly that. 60-12, the Mutineers only continue to roll, and now it's Sky's turn. Fellow's missing some shots. He finally gets taken down, but how about these Mutineers?
And this has been a great start because we watched them play this yesterday versus London. It wasn't even close. I mean, in the previous day versus London. But then now, you look at Skies, look at Vivid. Those guys are really stepping up. They were at 0.5s and 0.6s. So far, they're double positive into this game, really leading the pack for this Florida squad.
That's great to see. Again, we talked about a number of different players to look out for. And what, man, I know Nameless mentioned it on the desk because Temp now sits on 4 in a row. We're talking about, Sky specifically. His performance at the Kickoff Classic on this very map, Jay, 45-31, does not have a great performance. Really, nobody did versus the Ravens. But oftentimes it seems that the Mutineers go with the way that Skies plays.
100%, you have to. He's like your MVP flex player. He can do it all. So when he's frying, you're going to be flying. And right now with him sitting at 13-8, up 20 points are going to be Florida. They do have the spawns for this P4 hard point. You see all of Paris trying to attack through the middle of the map. They're eventually able to get that spawn towards lower trenches side. So now the pinch is going to be able to come from the back and through the middle of the map.
It's great to see, too. Little plays like that. They're just in the middle of you going off. I mean, it was Legion at the same time, right? Trying to flip those spawns here at Barn. You see John, you see Fellow, not just in, valuing the engagements, but playing for that spawn control. Just goes to show what this veteran team really looks to do on a map like this. It's going to be hard to handle, but they are always going to try and have those spawns in their favor as they look to try and even the score down by 20 seconds. But considering how these final 10 go, we'll see exactly how the score looks to try and change on up as the Mutineers look to grab the scrap, and it's going to be a battle now toward P5.
And they win a couple rotation gunfights. It's still going to be Paris Legion coming out on top. So now they're going to be set up for this P5. Just don't want to allow Vivid to try to make a play. He finds 3 in the feed. Now it's all about putting the pressure on because the back spawn is still going to be there. Makes it 4 eventually before he gets taken down, but they have the crossfire set up. Mutineers are still getting a good chunk of time, even without having the spawns.
Yeah, and also without Dave Patty having a great game to start off our first set of rotations, right? 8-14, but we talk about Vivid, we talk about Skies, 2 guys who got outslayed and then some versus the Ravens are turning up right now as Skies nearly turns on to 3, but I think if you're a Mutineers fan, despite not getting that kill, Jay, you got to think the Mutineers are firing a lot better than they did yesterday. Here comes Vivid with the streak as they look to at least try and hold off the Legion from accruing some of this remaining time. Final 10 seconds. But as it comes to a close, it is Florida out of the gates hot.
Yeah, you can just tell Florida, they came ready to play today. They said, hey, we're not having a slow start once again, because then that eventually leads to a chain effect. We potentially get 3-0'd. It's all about starting off on the right foot for this Florida roster, and up 35 points off the first rotation of hard points, exactly how you want to do so. As Decimate trying to do everything he can through this little shack. Not able to pick up that kill, but still, time going back and forth, trades going back and forth, always around this P1 hardpoint.
Yeah, they definitely are. And when you're looking at Legion, given how they looked at the first set of rotations, we want to see a few players start to step it up. But the one guy who had an amazing series yesterday is the man that we've got on the screen. Temp put up some unbelievable numbers in that Game 5 versus the Atlanta FaZe. Now sits on 6 in a row himself. But Jay, he had like a 1.3 KD yesterday versus Atlanta.
Yeah, he had a 1.3, and I'm pretty sure he was still at like 80% non-traded kills, so no one can get a trade on Donnie Temp. He was out there just doing whatever he wanted, just being super confident in all of his gunfights. Unfortunately, didn't walk away with the dub, but that's one hell of a way to make a statement for this young man.
Yeah, great stuff. Like you said, coming in from young Kyrie, and you know what? The team colors kind of match the old Cavs, right? You got the wine colors in there, Legion. I see.
I guess.
I don't know. I'm stretching a little bit, but hey, it is what it is. John, he's getting expendable right now. I mean, 12-19 does. Mutineers, last time they did it the hard way, right? They don't have the preferred spawns, but they're able to push them on out. Right as I say that, though, fellow, spawns right toward the backside of 10, making things problematic as Legion getting some much-needed time. And really, once this hill comes to a close, we could have ourselves a tie game coming into P3.
Yeah, and that was unfortunate from Florida right there. They were too aggressive towards top plat, which eventually allowed a couple Paris Legion players to spawn out towards back Sables, which basically gives them a free break. They're able to get those remaining 25 seconds to get right back into this game, potentially tie it up. And now you have players off the rotation. Temp and a huge one-on-one versus Skies. Decimate is going to save his life, and now the spawns do flip for Paris Legion. They should be able to take the lead here.
Yeah, that's a great moment right there for Paris. The coordination, the teamwork is on point, and Dave decides to rush on in, pulling out the pistol, grabs it right from his utility belt, and makes it look quite nicely. Decimate now put in a position of which he's going to have to go big. He gets punched in the back once more by DavePatty, not having the greatest of games, but making some influential kills happen toward the bottom side of Grandma's. And right now, it is a contest fest. It is a battle and then some. Make it 4, nearly 5. FMJ not on the weapon, but it doesn't matter. DavePatty can do it all. He's got the MP40 rocking quite nicely, and say goodbye to Temp. Everybody's going on sprees.
And with 20 seconds left, this is great for DavePatty because he wasn't having such a great start. The potential to pick up that glide bomb, unfortunately, Decimate is going to be able to take him down. That has been great work from Florida. They flipped the spawns on themselves, but were still able to hold a good 20 to 35 seconds on this P3 hardpoint. Now you just got to think about the rotation because Paris is going to be here early, but when Vivid is shooting like this, it's going to be pretty hard to slow the man down.
Yeah, as we said, the guy that you have to call on right now, the lowest KD in the CDL, and I give it, I'll tell you this, after this, gosh, that's not gonna be the case. Okay, Reese. Now 5 in a row. He's feeling himself. He just went in and called out the streak. Not a problem. Gonna cause some issues for Legion off spawn. And how about the plays from Vivid? The Mutineers inching ever closer to that 200-point mark, and that would mean big things on a map like Bocage, as now he'll extend the spree to 7. My word, as Miles loves to say, Mutineers feeding off the hype, off the momentum that a player like Vivid will provide you with. Dave, he gets picked apart as well, but Florida looking like a totally different team, whether it's the reactions, whether it's just the kills that are going down. It appears that a map like Bocage, as odd as it sounds, may fit their play style quite nicely.
Yeah, these guys woke up today and shot 1,000 bots right off the rip. They said there's no way in hell we're starting off slow. Vivid 34 and 24, Skies 30 and 25. These are two guys that really didn't have the best series 2 days ago, but really stepping up for this Florida roster to try to get this first one on this map, number 1. But off the rotation, see Paris Legion, they're going to be set up nice and early for this P5. Vivid is going to be able to use that strike run to take down Felony. This could be the pressure for Florida to try to break in.
And this could be the player as well that we need to see make the play. Decimate just gets caught down from the gate now. The call will come in toward Temp. Vivid, of course it's Vivid, right, to take them on down. Paris still with the preferred spawns, but it can get quite mixy toward the backside of Grandma's, and John's going to learn exactly why that's the case. Vivid, he is flying. Decimate's there to cut him down regardless of it. Dave, really the only bit of cover that you got on this particular hill. He'll use it to his best ability before getting taken down by the nade. And it's John thinking about the future, thinking about spawns already. Keep in mind, top side of your map, player number 2, going to do everything he can as the Mutineers accrue the final few seconds to scrap. And they've got themselves a 50-point advantage now as we enter our third set of rotations.
And John does find 2 on the left side, which should allow his teammates to eventually push up towards that A plat. But you have to play for time here if you're Paris Legion. You cannot allow this to just go uncontested or just free time to both teams, because that clock is starting to come into play. Only 1 minute left in this game. You see trades going back and forth. John gonna be able to find one. But 40 seconds left still. We just have to put ourselves in a position to get this time. You cannot let this game come down to the clock.
Oh, and you can tell, John, he was just thinking about so many things, hearing some call-outs, checks the wrong corner, and from there, the Mutineers, as we said, not that interested in wanting to get in the hill. They'll be happy if this one goes to time, and that just makes it much more difficult on the Legion because they've got more than just one enemy to face off against. It's not just Florida, but it's also going to be those seconds. Only 35 left on the clock as it will continue to go on and off. Paris Legion continue to get picked apart inside the middle of the map. Temp trying to make some plays, gonna hold it through that contest spot. And as it will come to a close, it's Mutineers prepared and ready off of this next rotation. They parked the bus, as we like to call it, here toward this backside of barn. And they're ready for these first few engagements as Decimate gets traded.
Yeah, Paris Legion, they have one good attempt at trying to break this. You need to flip these spawns, and that's exactly what's gonna happen. So now you just have to eliminate DavePatty off this position. As you see, a couple Florida players are still being able to pick up kills all around this barn area. 235 to 180.
Oh!
As DavePatty finds another 2. 10 seconds away from closing out this game number 1.
It looks good. It looks good to do so. Vivid looking for his 45th kill of the game. Can he break his good old buddy Sky's record? Scotch was able to do that in the kickoff classic. Will we say hi to 46? We very well could. Legion stopped the clock at 23 and some change. Vivid unfortunately gets dropped, but it's the streak that at least makes Legion feel that much more uncomfortable. 10 more seconds, the skies goes away. Now it's time for Awakening. Nearly gets challenged, a team nade comes through. That's not the way to get kills, Vivid. Can't do it that way. Legion off of spawn are gonna have the preferred side as somehow, some way, they have managed to get spawns for next. As Temp tosses out the dead nade, Skies able to make quick work of him. Now it's up to John to try to make the play on the flank, but Skies takes him down as well. Vivid in the meantime finds his 46th kill, and 3 seconds are only left for the Mutineers, and they will grab the win. A mixy game on the cage, but the Mutineers come out on top. And that man in the bottom left of your screen is a primary reason for it. Vivid goes for 46 kills.
And that's gotta feel great if you're Florida, to come out hot like that off the gates, especially for Vivid. Having a 0.6 yesterday, dropping 46 the day after in your very first map to go up 1-0 versus Paris Legion, who've been looking great. This has been a great answer from Florida early into this series. Tremendous step up. What they were able to do so well in this hardpoint was just basically Paris Legion, they had a majority of the spawns. The thing that it came down to the most was that Florida, they were able to time their breaks every single time beautifully. Vivid was popping 2 pieces off the rotation, and Skies was also right there following up, getting the trades at the right time. They were just not worried about the rotation. They said, hey, we're shooting like this, we can break from the front, we're gonna be able to get a majority of this time, and they eventually walked away with map number 1.
Yeah, and I know we talked about this a lot, right? The Mutineers, whenever they faced off against the Ravens, a lot of long-range maps, Gavutus, etc., things like that, Desert Siege, or maps of that caliber, right? And I don't know what it is. It's like we expected this team coming into the game to struggle on the Bokages and dominate on the Gavutus, but it seems to be the exact opposite. Jay, from your perspective, what makes the Mutineers such a lethal team on this map when, like I said, given the roles, it doesn't look like it should be that way?
I think it's because you allow your SMG players to just be the superstars. When you're playing smaller maps, this is where they can really take over. They know the spawns, they know the timings, they know exactly when they need to be pushing out the right cuts. And compared to a Gavutu map where you can get bit in the behind if you're not rotating, and that's what happened to them versus the Ravens. Ravens just completely outslaying them the entire time. It even caught OpTic off guard yesterday when they were playing the Ravens, because they just have such a tremendous slaying power. So if Florida were not able to match that, as well as not rotating at hard points, eventually leads to a bad recipe.
Love to hear it, my friend. Like I said, really feels like Bocage is just a flex of your gun skill, and we know the Mutineers have got quite a bit of that, as we said. But we've already seen Skies drop 45 kills on Bocage. Vivid tops him by 1, goes for 46 in our first map of what is going to be an electric series, especially if it's anything like the good old cage to start. But now we've got to focus our attention toward this Tuscan Search and Destroy. And I don't know, Jay, it's an interesting one, right? We talked about Paris, how great they looked versus Atlanta. And a lot of people would say, oh, it's got to be through the Search and Destroys, right? Not at all the case. It was actually Respawn.
Yeah, it didn't really make sense to me because this team, when you look at this roster, they have great Search and Destroy players. Like Felony, I was a former teammate of his. He's always been a great Search and Destroy player. His nickname used to be Mr. Bin Map. He should just run around the middle of the map, get a 2-piece whenever he wanted. And Decimate as well. This is a guy who, we saw him last year. He subbed in for NYSL and was able to take over in a Search and Destroy to win him that series. Like, these guys have the players that they want for their team. When it comes to this game mode, it just comes down to the chemistry and the playmaking, because yesterday we saw a lot of individual plays that eventually causes them. When you start with a man disadvantage, you have to make sure you recuperate and execute the game plan.
Yeah, and that's a great call. So it's not just been, rather on the Paris Legion side, struggles in Search and Destroy, but also the same thing could be said for the Mutineers, at least in their last match. We know what they can do on Berlin Search and Destroy. There's no doubt about that, right? But in regards to the way that they played the London Royal Ravens on that Desert Siege, I mean, what did you think was really the biggest difference maker as we take a look at the numbers?
When they played against the Ravens on Desert Siege, Ravens, they just completely were opening up with every single first blood and then just winning a majority of those trades, using their man advantage to their advantage to close out a bunch of these rounds. And for Florida, they just started off so slow into the S&D. If you have such great S&G presence, you want to be aggressive early into these rounds so you do not allow the other team to set the tone. As you see it here, they have 73 offensive percentage round wins, but when they're on defense, they're only winning 38%. That is horrific. When you're on the defensive side, you have to allow them to plant the bomb, make it blow up for 45 seconds, and that's the way you're going to lose it. But they're consistently losing those, so they're finding their wins on offense. You just have to find your wins on defenses. Once you get that first blood, you need to be able to capitalize it with a W.
It's a great call, right? I mean, Mutineers playing untypical search and destroy, despite having what at this moment is a positive record. But given the way that Tuscan plays, I don't know, right? Very offensive heavy. We're talking about plants, how well they can be once they plant them. I don't know. It just seems like maybe this map could be a match made in heaven for this Mutineers team, who, granted, isn't great at defense. Well, in Tuscan, it's sometimes difficult to be good on defense. So who knows? It could be great. It could be bad. All I know is I'm excited to see Vivid, a.k.a. Reese Drost, dominate some more. Again, 46 kills in the map 1? Goodness sake.
Yeah, the guy's an absolute monster. And now you have to continue that momentum going into this map number 2. So if I'm Florida, it's all about taking mid-map control. You want to make sure, at least on your offensive attacks, you start off with that initial push. Even on the defense, like right here, this is a beautiful round right here. Look at this play. They're just hitting right through this A-bomb, and this should catch Paris completely off guard.
It appears that John, not at all interested in those fights. He just saw 3 Mutineer players just run through field. He's like, yeah, I'll go ahead and try this one out a little bit different. Early engagements, no surprise there, are going to come through Vivid, as John does have out the big boy. So, like I said, he definitely saw those players coming through from field with that car, as he'll look to reference on back. And the Legion maybe changing up the strategies here. They'll go ahead and rotate the bomb now over at B, and Awakening could be the worst player to be here, but in fact, it's John pulling out the pistol.
Get some unfortunate timing right there for Awakening. So now it's going to be a 3v4. See that Florida, they're trying to set up on this pinch. One player working a deep flank, one player in Vivid working his way through top fire. As Skies is able to find one, make it a 3v3.
Guy's able to drop the first, so like you said, even now at a 3 versus 3. We'll see exactly how Vivid looks to attack this. Get some great shots there on DeFellow. And now John, feeling the pressure, has to go for this player inside of P5. And great shots coming through from John. He pulls out the automaton and might have to do all the work himself. Final player is going to be on to Temp. 15 seconds left. Can he hold off this defuse? Put some good shots into the first, and now he'll make Dave have to go for the challenge, and it will be Temp once more. A 1v2, had the time, and he'll use it well.
And that's just a great round from Paris Legion right there. They tried to, at least, they slow and steady work that round right there. They were saying, hey, everybody spread map. Let's see what they're going to come out with. They saw 4 people push straight through that A bomb. They immediately hit the rotation straight to B, caught Awakening off guard, and immediately worked that bomb plant. That was great work from Paris Legion to take the round to them and open up with that first win.
And it felt a little odd, too, right, from the Mutineer side, because they had full mid-map control, maybe just a late call-out, something like that to read, but was more of an on push toward that B side, especially in round number 1. But again, we'll continue to talk about the Mutineers in those defensive rounds, as that will continue to be the conversation. Struggling here off the rip, but now they'll give it their best go in the attacking side, as Dave gives Fellow a nice new cut, put it lightly. Not sure if he can return that, as John once more being an issue inside of P5, as he'll level it now at 3-3.
And Tempe is at least able to spot Dave Patty. Towards lower fountain side. John's going to commit towards the gunfight. Now it's going to make it a 3v2. That one player in number 8, an Awakening, he's the safety net. He's the guy that can spot the bomb from the middle of the map.
Guys, a great early pick, but Temp's there for the trade. Now it'll all be on to Big Wake. 15 seconds. A similar situation to what we saw Temp be in last round, but Temp watching over for his teammate, and it's a identical round to what we saw in the first one. Temp makes the clutch in round 1, but this time it's Big Wake. 1v2, plays the time, and we've got ourselves a 1-1 score.
And that was a great round from Florida. Right off the rip, I'm pretty sure they showed a lot of middle presence, so they slowed down the players from the Paris Legion. And then eventually, Paris Legion, they're thinking, hey, this guy has to go for the instant plant. They waste 2 nades. That's their first line of defense. Once you don't get a kill there, it's basically impossible to tell when that guy's going to be planting that bomb. They open up with the first blood, and then they play the man advantage. Awakening puts himself in a great spot to clutch up the round.
John's got the big boy out. We'll see what he can do with it. Meanwhile, the utility tossed throughout the good old Italian streets of Tuscan. Skies as well, looking for the angle, watching for what could be the late flank, but that bomb is going to go down unscathed. Now a player falls, and oh, Vivid, right as he looks to challenge, he gets picked apart. Double headshots off the rip here for the Legion. As Dave, aware of the pressure that could come, is at least able to even the score, and Awakening will also TJHaly now left in a position to clutch, and he's got the sniper now too, and he'll make Simp work for it. Now into a 1 versus 1. Fellow versus TJHaly. Longtime teammates and challengers, but Fellow is able to take it. A 1v1, and now Legion go up 2-1.
Yeah, right there, that was all on Legion, just slow and steady working towards that A bomb. They did not just overextend towards the middle of the map. They were slowly and steady, just trying to get that bomb down. And then once Temp found that opening kill, they eventually got the second. And it almost got scary there because it turns to a 2v2. But like you said, Fellow, he knows TJHaly, his former teammates, you know his tendencies, checks the bomb in the perfect time to win the round.
Yeah, you don't like to say, father like son. I guarantee if he took off the glasses, there could be some relation there. You think between he and Fellow? Maybe?
Potentially.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe it's the neck. I have no idea. Not exactly sure. And how about the nade off the start from Temp? Again, we talked about First Bloods. Mutineers having some struggles with those, but this time it's Temp who's able to secure it. Dave laying down some shots with the automaton, but with that map dropping, or rather with the bomb dropping, rather in the middle of the map, could make things quite precarious as Temp looks to check out radio and Skies will look to distance himself back inside a field.
So now this play is all going to come down to Vivid, but he's going to lose that gunfight to Temp. He was in such a great position to try to be the playmaker, forces it to a 4v2, and Skies is going to turn the corner. Hello, everyone's there. And just like that, Paris Legion are able to win the round. Such a huge one-on-one between Temp and Vivid. Like, if he doesn't win that, turns into a 3v3, you give Vivid the chance to be the playmaker. But when Skies turns that corner, he sees 3, it's going to be immediately traded. And then Paris Legion just holding on the defense. That's good work out of Paris. We did not see this yesterday. It was all of a lot of individual plays, but so far they're playing the search and destroy like a team.
Yeah, they absolutely are. And as we said, we expect this Legion team to be great at a mode like this, however long it takes. One of the oldest teams on average in the league, and with the players that they have, the talent that they have, search and destroy, it runs through their veins. But up 3-1 right now. Estimate surprisingly yet to get a kill despite the advantage that they possess. And Dave is going to keep that sniper. Is actually sitting inside of the middle of the map.
Yeah, this is a different type of confidence. Just rush right up the middle of the map with the sniper in your hand. They're going to be at least able to give some information that these players are approaching that A bomb. The Skies still, he doesn't want to overpeak, doesn't want to get sniped. Paris Legion is trying to find the right moment to work this bomb plant.
Oh, and Skies again. First blood there on the Fellow, and John gotta be somewhat frustrated about it because that's the angle that he's supposed to hold. Oh. Skies will make him pay for both of them. The 2-for-1 deal, but Skies not interested in getting taken down as he'll look to reference back. It's Vivid quickly on the flank. How about this setup from the Legion? Decimate gets dropped. A round that started off a little bit weird considering we saw a sniper in the middle of the map, but Skies makes the biggest of differences here. Finding, what, was that 3 in the round?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he found 3. He opens up with the first 2 and then closes out right there. That was just beautiful work from Skies. Like, we knew that the pressure was going to come in towards that A bomb. Paris Legion, they were taking their time on planning that bomb. Once Skies opens up with that first blood, on the side of Paris Legion, you're trying to play for that trade. But once he finds the second, now in the 4v2, Florida, they do the exact same thing. They have 3 players run around the entire opposite side of the map, and they just play the trades. Beautiful round for Florida.
The problem for Legion fans, the Skies is still going to be here. Dave, meanwhile, with the sniper, able to drop Temp for the first blood. The Mutineers will at least be able to accrue that. And it looks like they will get the plant down. That nade's going to come in right as Awakening punches in the final digit. But he's able to escape with his life. Nice shots from Fellow. As the final bullet connects with Dave once more. A continuous 1v1 that we'll have to look out for. John gets picked apart inside of mid. We say goodnight to Fellow, and it's all on to Desi. All on to Decimate. Now's the time to fire that weapon. A 1-4 start. Now make it 1-5. Mutineers, another one secured.
And that's 2 back-to-back. Florida just taking their time once again. After they open up with the first blood, that's when eventually they decided to work that A-bomb plant. And so far, it's been working in their favor. As TJHaly, he opens up with that first kill. They have the man advantage. They're just playing the trades to close out these rounds. Now we're tied up at 3 apiece. Florida going back on the defense. If I'm Paris Legion, the very first round, that B push definitely caught them off guard.
Yeah.
But if you're going to go slow and steady towards A, you got to get them to utilize their nades.
Looks like they'll still go for the A attack, at least off the start. We have, like you said, seen them rotate effectively. Elo is able to drop Vivid kick off this round 7. Is Legion all together? Keep in mind, player 2 could cause problems, and it will be John. Up close and in your face. A great kill as Dave, once more, continuing to be problematic with the car. Shuts down Temp, and now it's all going to be on to the 2v3 retake.
And John in a great position to watch this late flank as DavePatty is going to peek the door. John's going to be able to find that easy kill now. An Awakening in a 1v3 situation. Basically an impossible task to get done as they have the crossfire sets up. Finds the first kill onto John, but it's going to be immediately traded. That's a great round from Paris Legion. They open up at that first blood with a nade, and then they work the bomb plant. At that point, it's just you put yourself in a decision-making mode if you're Florida. Hey, do we decide to just straight on push through, try to stop that bomb plant, or play for the retake? They decided to play for the retake. One player drops, turns it into a 4v2. It's going to be a difficult task to get done because the way Paris was set up right there, they had every single cut watched.
Yeah, and a lot of that, like you said, was because of some great plays from John as well. I mean, we could talk about this guy a lot, but what he was able to do yesterday versus Atlanta was nothing short of spectacular. He and Temp putting up some great performances. We hope to only see that continue throughout the remainder here of Major 1 and also throughout the season. Vivid thought it could maybe ruin him that timing, but he's at least able to trade for the start. Known as one of the faster players in Search and Destroy and showing us exactly why that's the case, but John maybe trying to take the title from him. Continues to be a menace inside of the church as Skies and Dave. Mutineers again. A man down as Dave looks to apply some shots toward the field as we say goodbye to Skies. And now it's up to the Røkkr in a 1v2 clutch versus some of the more veteran players in the game. A big round here for Florida, and we'll see what Dave has got.
So now if you're Paris Legion, you just want to play the buddy system. You do not want to allow these one-on-one gunfights. So even if it comes down to it, you will give up this A-bomb plant. As bomb is still going to be down, 25 seconds left, Dave is going to be able to pick it up. One player's just watching flank, one player's watching the A-cross. That's eventually going to give the information to the teammates. Now the double chow is going to come in from mid, and just like that, Paris Legion, this is textbook. This is beautiful search and destroy. Buddy system up when you have the man advantage. You should, majority of the time, close out that round as they once again were able to open up with another first blood, which eventually leads to them closing out the round up 5-3, 1 away from tying the series up.
And it's fun, Jay, right? I mean, it feels like this Paris Legion team is just like a classic COD roster. I mean, just the way that they play certain angles. We talk about how, they were playing on Bocage, always favoring the spawns, not trying to necessarily go for the up in your face type of gunfights. They can do that, but playing for spawns and search and destroys, playing the numbers, just the classic way that you love to see COD be played. Now, a lot of the vets are shaking their head like, yes, that's the play to make. Good stuff coming in from Legion is now they have got a chance to take a search and destroy, which would be their first here in Vanguard. John getting all kinds of comfortable inside a church. He escapes with his life. Don't know how in the world that works out, but Fellow is at least able to find his 5th kill in a row. It will be a 2-for-1 trade, working out in the favor of the Mutineers as it all be on to Dashy. A 1v3 for the game.
He does have bomb. So if you can look at least one of these players. Takes down DavePatty. Too bad the trade is potentially going to be here, but Awakening, he's trying to get out of play. He's going to give up his life for free, and it turns it into a 1v1. 35 seconds left. Decimate has a freebie bomb plan if he takes it.
But will he? Guys checking to the middle side. Could see a field engagement happen, but only 20 seconds left. He's got to make a choice, and Skies, of course it's Skies inside of the field where he has found 80% of his kills so far throughout this search and destroy. Saves the round, saves the game for Mutineers. The near 1v clutch from Decimate, not meant to be.
Yeah, Florida right there on the defense has said, hey, we've been giving up this A-bomb way too many times. They decide to just be super aggressive on the right side, take control of that side of the map, and then eventually opened up with that first split. It almost got kind of scary, though.
It did.
If you're Awakening in that situation, you shoot, you got to commit to the gunfight, especially if your teammate is all the way across the map. It's either you win or you lose it, but once you shoot and give it position, you can't give up your life for free like that.
All right. Here we go, into the round 10. Utility tossed either which way. A lot of players positioned inside a church. DavePatty seems to be a rare miss snipe. At least distance the Legion off for now, but they are aware that a That bomb is going to be going down soon. Somehow, some way, Awakening escapes with 26 HP. Dave once more, 0 for 2 in snipes to kick off this round. And that will allow for Paris to get all kinds of map control.
You see Paris starting to attack to the middle of the alley, but Skies is watching DavePatty's back. So to get the first blood, DavePatty unfortunately is going to miss that shot. Desi finds the third. Trade's going back and forth through the middle of the map. 20 seconds left in the 3v2 are going to be Paris.
Still 15 seconds to work with. Awakening, bad timing, and there's Decimate's chance. Can he do it? Again, another situation to clutch. Despite the missed snipes, Dave is still alive. And with 5 seconds, Decimate is not going to have time for a defuse. Kills are nice. Dave says, yeah, I'll go for free. We'll be happy to try to take that offense here in round 11. And boy, oh boy, I have no idea how we got to overtime, but we're here, Jay.
So right there, it just comes down to a situation where Paris Legion, you have your nades in top church. It all depends on when you want to throw it. It just got really bad timing. Once Awakening gets away from that bomb plant, I would like to see him go towards their spawn instead of wrapping back, because you probably could have threw your life away when he was done planting that bomb, but he gets away with his life. And then eventually, just great team setup coming in from Florida to watch DavePatty's flank as he was sitting top fire. Now we're going into a round 11, Florida on the offense.
Let's see what they've got cooked up. Only player really out of the fight right now is going to be Vivid. Another first blood as Dave takes the head off of Temp. And somewhat frustratingly, Donnie Temp will have to sit and watch his teammates look to clutch the 3 versus 4.
Paris able to get through the middle of the map.
And John.
Vivid.
Oh.
He's going to walk right on by. They're eventually going to start to work this bomb plant. But do they know the positioning of John? John's going to be able to come behind one of these players for free. Potentially get that kill, even up the numbers, make it a 3v3 now.
How about the plays from John? Meanwhile, Decimate gets taken down there from Vivid. Man disadvantage for the Legion. Oh my goodness. Johnny takes down Vivid. A 2 versus 2, 25 seconds left. That does not get more intense than this, for God's sake. As the Mutineers will make the rotation toward B, and they should be successful in getting this bomb down. But Fellow, he's going to be oh so close. Fellow's oh so close. He takes down Awakening. It's a 1v1 again. John versus Skies. John aware of the position, and he knows that he's going to have to challenge quite soon. They run past each other again, but John may have the best of timing. Skies trying to escape. Run, Skies. Run, for God's sake. You can win the round, but John will secure it. John clutches out the 1v1 and will give Paris the OT victory. Their first search and destroy win here in Vanguard. And my word, it came down to the littlest of details. A sigh of relief from Temp as the Legion tie up the series at 1.
Yeah, that was not clean. But when you have an MVP caliber player on your roster, 5-5 round 11, you're going to put all the trust into him. He was able to work his way through the deep flank, get past Vivid, and now in a 4v3 disadvantage, you saw Florida. They had full bomb at A. They had all of A control. But once John finds that kill onto DavePatty in the back, now you have to be cautious. Like, hey, we can get shot from the middle. We can get shot from their spawn. We can now get shot from our spawn. There's a whole lot of things that they had to watch. But John, being the playmaker, winning such huge gunfights, round after round. In that final round, he picks up 3 kills to solidify the game. Tie the series up at 1 apiece. Oh, man. But what a start to the day. I'm telling you, we're probably getting another game 5, man. This is insane.
I was going to say, I was like, if the Mutineers take this, I get a little bit worried, but oh my word.
Oh my God.
Unbelievable. Let's go and take a look at our game field tactical play. I mean, Jay, walk me through this, a 1v1. John's able to take it. Timing, this was absurd.
He spots him. He spots him right here when he auto-mantles. He has to unfortunately drop down. So now if you're Skies, you know that he knows who you are. It's all about playing your life. But in this situation, Skies is probably thinking he knows my position. He already put down a couple shots. He's probably gonna go instantly for the defuse. But John, the MVP caliber world champion that he is, he knows the situation. He plays for the kill, eventually gets the defuse to tie the series up 1 apiece, man. Unbelievable.
You saw the player cam, just a little smirk there from John's face. He has no idea how many times he nearly got killed in that round 11.
Yeah.
Some unbelievable timing. But Paris somehow, some way will close out that round 11 here on Tuscan, and now we've got ourselves a 1-1 series. I mean, I tell you what, man, just incredible plays from John. I mean, you got to give this guy some props. He was absolutely dominant versus Atlanta FaZe, and the Tiny Tears. I'm good for it, Mr. Adam AP. I got you here. But still, man, you gotta be excited about this Legion team. But again, it gets a little bit dicey. And they said not the perfect search and destroy for this team, but if John's making plays like that, you gotta be excited as a Paris fan.
100%, and then especially now that you're going into a Gavutsu control next map, that has been their bread and butter. They were able to take down the Thieves at kickoff. They were able to beat Atlanta FaZe in it yesterday. You just have to get that same performance out of Temp and John, because Temp, like I said, 80% non-traded kills. Yeah. He was basically a god on the map. Wild. You need to try to shut him down if you're Florida.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of things to look at if you are the Florida Mutineers. Gavutsu control, it's been a great one previously for Paris. Can they rely on it again? As that will be our game 3 as we take a look through the highlights. We're going to throw it to a quick little commercial break. When we come back, it's time for Gavutsu.
of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Welcome back, folks, to CDL opening weekend. It is day number 3 in our first match of the day. What a match it has been. A wild series so far, going down between the Florida Mutineers, the Paris Legion, as both teams are looking for their very first win of the official season. Myself and Study here to guide you guys along for the rest of this bad boy. And Jay, I got one question for you. Are you sweating? Are you sweating right now?
I did some different things today. Like I said, I was going to open my window, so that's currently open. And then I rubbed a lot of baby powder all over myself. So we should be straight today. We should be in a good position.
I just got some interesting visuals right there. All right. But heading into this game 3 control, I'm glad that you're doing well, by the way. Because we very well, by the way, folks, strap in. It just feels like it's going to go 5. I don't know. It's something with us. It's just something great. But it just feels like this is going 5. But the big problem, I guess you could say, for the Mutineers, Jay, is that they've not been looking all that great at Kavoot, or rather at control. They are 0-3. On the other side for Paris, they have yet to lose here on Kavoot control.
Yeah, so they're going to be super competent if you're Paris Legion. But if you're Florida, you just got to completely just wipe away the loss that you took versus London, because they got outslayed tremendously. The only player over 1.0 KD was Awakening, but just based off that first hard point, Skies and Vivid are here to play. So here we go. Paris Legion are going to be in the offensive attack. They're starting to have a 2-2 split. 2 players go towards A, 2 players go towards Ring. And this can come back to bite them if they eliminate all these players at the ship side and get pushed up towards Cliff.
Yeah, the farthest pushed up player right now for the Legion is going to be Decimate. So he'll be in the midst of a brawl at B. He'll actually be, well, somewhat successful in that before Nade unfortunately sends him across the other side of the map. But his distraction will at least provide a little bit of clearance now for the Legion, as John, sitting inside of Oil, is successful in taking down Vivid. So with that, the Legion will have to try to capture this A point. They're able to sniff out Skies, who was going for a flank. John continuing to be a problem here in the bottom side of the cages, just in this position alone. This is how great he was yesterday. Wonderful stuff from John, as he's now on 3 in a row, single-handedly allowing for 1/2 of the map to not be accessible from this Florida side. We are nearly halfway there at that A point, and now John sits on 4 in a row.
He's on fire. He was literally on fire earlier when he was stepping over a barrel, but he's not missing shots right now. First tick of progression is going to be done. Second tick is on its way. But with John putting so much pressure in towards this green area, if you're Florida, you're just putting yourself in a situation where, like, hey, we got to hold Ring. We're probably going to have to give this up and hold for 1:30.
Oh, and player number 8, Awakening. How is he not? How does nobody know that John's here? How does nobody know that John is still here? He's not left. Thank you, Awakening. Oh, my goodness. John was hanging out inside of the cages, and now with the recent spawn that we get for Paris, that puts them in an awkward spot. What could be what turns the tide of this round, that Legion spawn, they're going to have to get somebody on to B, as they are up in terms of lives. They have got to get to this point. Farthest pushed up player is going to be John, as he gets met with a nice double there from Vivid. Player number 3 will get there at just the nick of time. Cannot allow for a contest, cannot allow for this point to go vacant. Temp, the only man up, as John will look to join alongside of him. They contest for the perfect amount of time. It got a little dicey there toward the end, despite the spree that we see from John. The Mutineers clutch up here on D.
Yes, the entire time that John was pushed up in green, you saw Florida. They just could not break out of that setup. But once they took care of John, they were able to clean the entire map, get a clean 4 dead, and then get pushed up with about 30 seconds left. If you're Paris Legion, you have to make sure that you're securing that A point, especially if John is just controlling green the way that he was. Once they lost that, with about 30 seconds left, you just have to shut down one push for Florida. They did that. They win the round. Now they're going into the offensive attack.
That ain't gonna be somewhat frustrated if you're John, right? You're looking like, guys, I am literally.
He also teammated too during that 4 piece. It was unfortunate.
It's true. It is true. Okay, I'll give him that. But at the very least, you're a little bit frustrated. You're like, guys, I'm pretty much doing all of the work here in green. We got to do something. But got to toss that aside. That's how I would communicate if I was in a game, which is the reason why. I mean, one of the many reasons why I never competed. Anyway, Mutineers off to a solid start in terms of positioning. They've yet to finally get on that A objective point, as Awakening decided to dip his toes into that. John making quick work of him. Of course, it's John. State Patty gets silenced as well. Legion able to clear the Mutineers off a boat for the time. That's a good sign considering how that opening attack went for them.
Yeah, and this is great work from Paris because even though they lost that first offensive attack, they still were able to win the round in kills, I'm pretty sure, by 3. So now on defense, it all depends on how much you can put them in this setup, as Vivid is able to sneak his way through the B. And if I'm Vivid, you're just stopping this clock right now. You're going to force a couple players from Paris Legion to play off the rotation, which should allow your teammates to eventually get on that A point. Whew.
Shots from Vivid, unfortunately, not able to take down Timp in that engagement. But as we said, the one player who ends up going toward B always frees up his teammates over toward that boat side. Making the sacrifice is Vivid, and it looks to be working out quite nicely. One problem could be the one man on your screen. 27 seconds, and John, hot on the flank. Silences DavePatty for the first, and the Mutineers pushed up inside of green. John, really the only player with an arm's distance of trying to challenge this. He'll get picked off, and again, the Legion playing off of each other, trying to utilize that teamwork, the map positioning the best way that they can. That 1v1 very well could do it. John may give it the one more college try. Not going to be the case. I'll go ahead and still cause some problems inside a boat, but it's the Mutineers who add another minute of time on toward the clock. 1:10. They've got a little bit of progress at B to work with.
Yeah, so right now it's all about taking control of this ship side, or taking control of green. As you see DavePatty working his way through the middle of the map, almost hits great shots onto John, but this eventually allows Vivid to be the playmaker, to sneak his way through the back. Decimate's gonna read it. His position is gonna get called out as Paris do find 2 in the feed. He gets traded now with 45 seconds left. Paris Legion, they just have to hold for one good push, and this round should be theirs.
Yeah, it looks solid right now for Paris. As you called it, John, having a great start. Through 1.5 rounds, sits at 14-8 as Awakening gets picked apart toward the top side of the boat. He was looking for that positioning in top 3. Not able to grant it. The Skies, all he can do is really just find some hit markers. And Dave, a great flank, but he's not really going to have anybody there for the pinch, but he can just do it himself. Okay, Dave, not a problem at all. A 1 versus 3 in terms of all these 1v1s, and he's taken everybody down. Stopping the clock at 21 seconds, but the question remains, can the Mutineers join alongside their rookie? Can they get to this guy? He gets taken down by a nade. With 18 seconds left, we're tied in lives. Can the Mutineers make anything of Dave's heroics? And it looks as if that's not going to be the case. Skies may give it one more push, and he should be good to at least slide into this if he's interested. And they will be. The whole roster's here. The whole gang is partying up here at the beach. Vivid coming around the corner. He gets dropped, and there we have it. Paris got a little bit close toward the end. It started to inch its way out. Mutineers felt like they could eventually capture that point at the beach side, but never got the timing, never got the teamwork.
Paris Legion, they're just so aware on this map. Like, when we saw Vivid make his way through the back, they know once that first player that's coming off spawn, once he spawns, you're going to be able to give all the information that your team needs to do. So once that player in Felony just came off spawn, they turn and they pick up Vivid. They were just continuously filling the gaps. And also John, 17-10, he was being such a nuisance, always getting behind the players on the side of Florida. Need to have that same exact aggression going into this offensive round, and definitely complete the same point.
Yeah, we'll see what the Legion can do. When we talk about Kuavo, it's all about who can get that attack. Can it be Legion? Let's at least see how the comm sound is. Look to grab the first attack here on this control. Let's step aside and go to a listen now with the Legion.
One shot, Dave, one shot. There's red, first guy. I hear you. All right, I'm trying to get mid. He's P5, one shot. You can try him. Yo, ring stickers on me. Dead. Oh no. First dead. All right, I'll go. Top shot, please. Top green, wait, you went to the hole. You went to the right. Look at pinch beach. I'm pushing up. Hey, top boat. Vivid. I saw him top boat. He's in the middle. You see him, Tyler? You see him? I know. He's Vivid our side, top boat. One shot, low cliff. Can anyone help? I'm looking at him. I'm dead. Top boat. One's there deep mid. Waking backstairs. Oh, one's there deep mid. I haven't. Waking is backstairs. I'm looking your right. Hold the hole. I'm looking your top boat. Mid tank. I got the guy tank. That was mid door. Another one jumped out. I'm coming cliff to help you. One was mid door. Mid tank. Mid door dead. We're good. Toe down. It was Caesar. I'm gonna stop clock. Yeah, he's stopping clock, B. Me kills. Can't stop clock yet. One top boat in the hole. Yo, we got time.
Some solid comms there out of the Paris boys. They've only got 10 seconds left. The comms are great, but really, it's going to come down to the objective side of things. Your comms can be solid, but unless you're doing something in regards to the objective, it's never going to work out nicely for you. 7.8 still on the clock. Fellow doing everything he can to try and stay alive. The automaton up close. So we'll say goodnight to him. Decimate also will drop as well with the final few seconds on the clock. Nobody is going to be in position to halt the time, and the Mutineers back and forth we go. Defensive wins left and right, and the Mutineers off of that will go up 2-1.
They're just continuously sending bodies at this ship side. They're not trying to give up this 8-point every single time. And so far, Paris Legion have yet to capture either segment completely. So far, Florida are putting a lot of pressure on the map. Dave, Patty, Vivid, Awakening, all just stepping up with their aggression in their roles, making sure that they're just continuously getting those guys off that 8-point. And I'm pretty sure they were able to win that round by 3 kills. If I'm correct and my math is right, Paris Legion is still leading by 1 in the kill department. So if it does go to that round number 5, as long as Florida are able to outslay on this offense, they should be able to get the defensive side.
Yeah, that's a great call, partner. Like I said, you just want to see a solid round out of the Mutineers. It doesn't have to be a win, but yeah, all right. Not the way that we thought it would go. Okay, Awakening gets dropped. That'll be 3 down in the feed, and Dave getting ultra comfortable for the moment, but Decimate there to cut him on down. So the Mutineers already stuck in a very precarious situation. It is 7-1 already here in this round number 4. Decimate, as long as he hangs back here behind the tank, I mean, the Mutineers, this is just what we talk about, Jay. If you don't win a few of these opening engagements, a teammate, and already things can get scary. Decimate up close, takes down 2, now sits on 4 in a row. And the Mutineers becoming a victim of Gavutu. If we're talking about lives for that round number 5, Paris look to have solidified it already. How about Temp now? Decimate and Temp both on a 5-3. Could there be streaks? Skies at least is able to silence Temp, but Decimate, that will be the question. Really the only thing, the talking point for this round is if Legion can get some streaks. They will not. The Mutineers, for the first time, will see the objective over at A, and we'll see what they can do as the clock stops at 2.
They just have to try to get it. It's already decided that Paris Legion are going to have the defensive side if they do go to that round number 5. But Paris Legion able to get 3 dead. I mean, Florida able to get 3 dead. Get on this 8-point. First segment is going to be complete. And if you're Paris up by 7 lives, you're not really worried about stopping it at this point. You're playing for the setup. And they had the same exact thing happen when they were going up against Atlanta. They put them in that same exact trap. And now you're allowing all your players on your team to get pushed up through that beach side, which is only going to allow Florida to continuously spawn at Cliff.
The right call made from Legion. He said, don't want to throw lives at this. And a great 2-piece from John just further cements the live advantage that the Legion have got, up 21-12. On an map like Gavutu, a lot of opportunities where you can take advantage of the setup. Not only is John in the position that he is, but he's also got his good old buddy Temp, who happens to be in the backside of the flank trying to maneuver, change up a few of these spawns. Some great work coming in from the team as Dave will finally be successful in clearing out P1, but you can just see from the Mutineers end, a lot of work, a lot of things that have to get accomplished. They do get a few down, so we'll see what they can do off of it. 18 seconds on the clock. They will pause it there. And now it's all on to the Legion retake. We'll see what they've got as Skies now enters toward 5 in a row for him. Streaks, we continue to talk about it, could be in his future as well. Has to get on the objective. And will survive for the moment. Awakening, a major 1v1 for him versus John. John's able to take it, but Skies at least is able to earn a streak for his efforts. Paris jump on, they look for the contest, and they will be successful in claiming that up 11-4. The Mutineers will have to back up, and we've got ourselves at round 5.
Round 5, Paris Legion are going to be on the defensive side. Right there, once Paris puts you in that trap right off the rip, they go up by 10 lives, and you have about 45 seconds to work with to try to push that towards their 8-point. They're up by 7 lives, 21-14. They say, hey, we already secured our defense for that round number 5. We can just give up that 8-point. Let's just properly set up around this B so we do not lose this. And that was just beautifully executed by Paris. They did the same thing versus Atlanta yesterday. They dominated in the slaying department, which is going to allow them to have this defensive side on this round number 5, which you usually see a lot of success on.
I want to ask you, Jay, like I said, we've seen all about defense so far. Mutineers now being on the attack. How do you want to see them change up what has been a very, very defensive-heavy game between these two?
It all depends on the start off. Like, you have to win a couple of these engagements off the rip, because if you go 3 dead, you're basically in the trap already. But Dave Patty opened up with that first blood. Now you're going to have multiple players already at this ship area. And this is so far just, it's all about the start off. And so far, they're answering the call right here, at least open up with a couple kills.
It is a 2-for-2 trade, but As John stays here, a huge 1v1 there, gets the headshot versus Skies. Is John about to do this for two? Is he about to go for the double? Vivid has to escape, and he'll manage to do so. John, terrifying inside of the boat. Might as well call him the captain. Great work so far from John, as he'll now set up for Fellow. He gets dropped. And finally, the Mutineers, a sigh of relief, a sweat off the brow situation, as now they have got some time that they can soak up that objective. One tick through now a day.
You have a couple players who are working towards some streaks. You have Skies, who has that strafing run in his back pocket. Vivid's also winning 2 huge engagements at this B point. So now DayPatty, they're setting up to capture both of these. The second segment is about to come in at this A point. Trades going back and forth, but still, they have presence on both of these sites. If you're Paris Legion, you have to completely chalk A. You have to put all your focus on B. That's exactly what they're going to do, as Vivid's going to be the last player here once it gets taken down. Even though they're going to lose A, it's time to put that setup on, push out towards ring, and continuously spawn them back cliff.
Oh, John hops right in. He says, why not? Let's try for it. He gets taken down, but you got to respect the effort at the very least. John, a little bit of a heat check, as he's near and ever closer to 30 kills. The highest total right now in the lobby is Temp. Trying to distract the Mutineers, gets caught out in the back of the base. So minute 30, up 4 lives. The Mutineers, one of the better attacking positions that we've seen, but right as we give them props, they go 3 down.
Yeah, now DayPatty's the last player up. He's going to drop, and just look at the spawns coming in from Florida. Fellow is going to already be in this position. Could cause some problems. It's now for Florida. It's all about finding that opening kill. They find 1, they find 2. Great plays coming in from Skies to hit the rotation on the way back from that ship side to open up this push.
That's going to be frustrating if you're Dave, right? You see those 2 down, you're starting to push up toward beachside, and that's right where Decimate wants you to go. Skies runs right through an explosion, didn't look at it, but he at least calls out the strafing run. That streak will be big, and how about these kills? They're continuing to add on up. The streak could work out perfectly. It's at least causing somewhat of a distraction, and now Skies takes down 1 on the Temp. A few of the players begin to fall. John and Temp have gone big, but Skies staying alive in the back of the base, doing everything he can to look out for his rookie, who's going for the objective. Dave wins a fight versus Fellow, and now here comes the time. Stopped at 36, but could it be John to make all of the difference as he takes down 2, 8 versus 12? The Legion have got to be conservative, but they've also got to be careful. Skies is still picking players apart. Tim gets taken down by his own efforts. And with Decimate now for the challenge, only 1 more tick. Skies is staying up, as that'll be 7 in a row for Caesar, and he will put them to bed. Skies, a life to remember, a moment to remember, a highlight final moment. And he will be the difference maker on what gives the Mutineers their first control victory. And it's here on Gavutu versus the team that had yet to drop it.
That's insane work from Florida, more specifically Skies. He was able to work his way through the backside, finds 1, finds 2, and then eventually finds a 3rd. They get a clean 4 dead, which eventually allows Vivid to get on that point. But then John finds 2 top rank. It's a 2v4 on this point. Skies and Vivid just went tremendous to close out that game right there. Unfortunately, Temp kills himself with his own barrel, so he's not going to be in the gunfight, but Skies just made the play to close out the game. Florida now up 2-1. Unbelievable work out of him.
I mean, just tremendous effort from Skies. Finishes off 29 and 18. I'm sure we'll be looking at that one again. I mean, overall in the lobby, right? Who leads it? It's John, 34 and 28. This continues to be his map, but even a performance like that was not enough for the Legion to extend their Gavutu control record to 3-0. A Game 5 win here for the Mutineers. As we said, it had been 4 defensive rounds straight. Jay, I asked you rather, what was going to have to be the difference maker? You talked about the opening break. It looked good, but specifically, it gets dicey toward the stretch. What did you see here? What impressed you the most from Skies?
It's just his maneuvering to get his way to the back of the spawn. Like, he knows that even though 2 of his teammates drop right here, once he finds his first kill, it's all about slaying. He finds a second, and then you see number 7 slowly approaching that point, which was eventually DayPatty. Now, John finds his 2-piece. There's only 2 players left on this point. But they somehow, someway finesse their way. When Temp kills himself with a barrel, Skies finds another kill. Now in the 2v2, you make these players slow down. But the biggest kill had to be taking down John. on this top ring as he was still slaying, but just this is unbelievable work from Skies. On the point, the guy makes the play to win the game. Finds himself on a 7 spree, doesn't even need the kill streaks to close out the game. He just went absolutely bonkers to close that out. Now Mutineers up 2-1. Unbelievable.
Oh my goodness.
Man. Unbelievable.
You took the words right out of my mouth, partner. I mean, what? We literally saw a highlight. It was like a 4-minute highlight. I mean, Skies was live the entirety of the round. He got a great tour of Gavutu from the boat to the back of the basin jungle, then toward the beach. Unbelievable plays as he and Dave somehow, some way outlast the Legion and now promote themselves into the advantage, into the lead. My goodness, up 2-1. These maps have all been close. I mean, the Bocage 50-point game. We go into the search and destroy. Round 11, Skies gets redemption from the 1v1 loss that he suffers versus John. He goes big and gets the game 5 here for, rather the round 5 for the Mutineers as they go up 2-1. Jay, I mean, what, man? What? Give us the definition. What has been this series so far? I don't even know what to say anymore.
It's been back and forth between both of these teams, but Florida, they just came to play today. That first map, Vivids and Skies, they were running the show. And then Paris Legion, they were able to respond and get their search and destroy. Very first one of the entire year, even though it was a 6-5, wasn't clean, they still got the job done. But then going into that control, Vivid, I'm pretty sure he was sitting at double negative. But Skies, he makes the plays to win the game. They got outplayed tremendously on that last map, and that's what Paris are known for. Going into a Gavutu, you want them to always be on the defensive side. They usually do not lose rounds like that. But the fact that Skies was the playmaker to go right to the back of their spawn, time the kills perfectly, and then even clutch up a 2v4 while his team is responding all the way across the map, you got to tip it to the Skies, having himself one hell of a series.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you take a look at these numbers, 80 and 60 post that control that we just witnessed, a 1.33 KD as we're through 3 maps, and also 69% in that non-traded kill percentage. Just an unbelievable performance from the face of the franchise, the man who has invested in his game and then some. Skies, his 3rd year with the Mutineers. There's a reason why they rely on him so much. And again, Jay, there was a lot of talk, right, coming into the season. Skies being in that flex role, how is he really going to play? How is this team going to mix with all of these change-ups? And at the very least, man, Skies has been unbelievable. Puts up some great numbers on Bocage, solid in the search and destroy, but ultimately has his shining moment in the control, and very well could be the difference maker in this upcoming Tuscan.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this Tuscan between both of these teams. We saw Paris play it yesterday versus Atlanta. Wasn't really close. They lost by 100 points, but a majority of that came down to certain gunfights and rotations. If you're Paris, you have to make sure that you're beating Florida there and winning these gunfights, because we saw Vivid, he had a slow game on that last map, Gavutu, but map 1, he had 46. I'm looking at him to have the strong answer here as well.
Oh, and we'll see the nice pre-nades off the rip for the Mutineers.
Oh,
grants them the control. And on the non-favorable side, except P1 on Tuscan, not a common one by any means, as it'll go 3 unanswered off the start for the Mutineers. Like we said, Legion with preferred spawns, you can get to P1 first. Doesn't appear to be that way. Looking at how the Mutineers have started off this game, 20 unanswered points, but finally, it's time for John to make somewhat of a dent. Awakening challenging to try to make things somewhat dicey inside of that middle alley. But great teamwork through our first through our first hard point, our first few moments of P1. The Mutineers have been perfect. The Legion begin to break on in, but Mutineers, they'll back on up and prepare for Kuavo.
Yeah, you're not too worried about that if you're Florida. The fact that you spawn on the bad side and were able to get a good 25 seconds off this P1, now it's all about just holding these kills off the rotation. Vivid finds 2, Skies finds the 3rd. But look, number 2, he's actually going to be able to spawn in the back, so I don't know if the Florida players are going to be ready for this, as John is in a great position to cause some problems.
Oh, they are not ready for this whatsoever. Vivid ran right past them, not a care in the world. John hanging out on the tank, reveals his position, and Dave is definitely aware of it. He'll look to bait out some shots and maybe set up player number 8 to go big. Awakening turns on to Decimate, and now it's John's turn to pick up from where his teammate left off. The Legion firing heavy in toward the middle as John continues to make his way around the back, but Awakening and Dave Patty taking out the Legion. John doing everything he can to try and set up a pinch, but he's got nobody to work alongside with. The Mutineers eventually take him down, and they will continue to accrue some time. The final 10 seconds will belong to the Legion, but once more, Jay, it is the Mutineers off the rotation and with the spawns for next.
Yeah, even with John spawning in the back right there, Florida, they did such a great job of just applying pressure towards the front, winning a majority of those gunfights to not allow Paris to get any time off of that P2, and they were in the rotations to the money hill in P3. So now if you're Paris Legion, this is where the game can get away for you. You gotta try to break this hard point, because if you allow Florida to go up by 80 to 90 points off the rip, not even through the first rotation of hard points, it can start to get out of hand.
Yeah, think of this hill basically like the twin brother of Berlin P3, right? I mean, it literally works the exact same way. Some sticky spawns. It's not going to be easy to break this bad boy. His Decimate will learn that the hard way. Sky's picking up from where he left off. Now sits at 8 and 5. The Legion look to try and rally, but with 20 seconds left, they're thinking, hey, we might have to go for the rotation. The problem for them is TJHaly is thinking the exact same thing.
Right now, Florida just a step ahead. They're winning these rotation gunfights. TJHaly is aware of everything on the map. They're trying to, as they were able to get a full 60 on that P3, that's got to be frustrating for Paris Legion. You just have to put yourself in a better position. When you're always playing from the back foot, not rotating, it's going to cost you. And so far, they do have the rotation towards this P4, so they need a great hold here to try to get back into this one. But TJHaly through the back, trying to cause some havoc.
Some great work, unfortunately, doesn't check his right. Awakening is at least able to trade it on out, but you can see the Legion very aggressive. Both players hop outside of the hill. They're looking to try to find that. And how about Awakening taking down 2? That was 3 in a row. In the exact same bit of positioning. The Mutineers now with control inside of church. Everything's getting dicey. Decimate gets picked apart in the back. But overall, in terms of that score, the Mutineers only continue to see success as they'll reach 120. Legion have yet to even see that 40-point mark. Some great plays being made from the Mutineers, but with 10 seconds left, it will be the rotation at P5. They have been there first nearly every single time. But we'll see what the Legion can do, as they'll have to really gear up for this next hard point at Command Center. Let's step aside and go through a listing now with Paris.
Run away from me. Nice, good shit, Joe.
Y'all push it, there's
I need a I need
one got it here, yeah.
No, fuck my bad. Okay. I still
Just keep flying.
One me.
No, bottom up.
I hear you.
I have mid pinch. I got Joe.
Bottom up. JT, watch out. Fight him. The right corner on the stairs. Bottom stairs. Right corner. Yeah, right there.
He's pinching. Pick it up.
Right here.
Go back up our side.
I send this side.
I gotta know.
I'm closing the door. Close the door. Yo, they're door now. They're door weak. I'm waiting.
Both one shot. One's in the door, one's on the stairs.
Two bottom stairs.
I'm gonna pressure this game.
Mid tap. He's going. I'm swinging you. Yeah, I got me. I got this son. I kept swinging you.
That's the only guy in there.
Nice.
One shot.
Stun him.
You went their side.
I'm going for you. I'm not streak.
Yeah, okay.
I'm watching over your mid right now.
I'm gonna play flyer side then for a streak.
I'm gonna check no, extend up.
I am.
Oh, it's going well. It's going well. Alright, here, you have a mid.
Hold on.
I can trick. Mid, Donnie dead. We don't have to. I have already mid. Mid, alley, John. Go, find the side. I have all your mid. I need him their side as well. I'm looking at mid.
To their side. I'm throwing it in for you.
No, mid, flood at me. Mid, Donnie, late. You went mid truck to you. Nice, hold mid.
B2.
I'm needing him.
B2. There's 2B2. You still have to match.
Absolutely nice. Good shit, guys. Can you heal? Hold my mid.
Yeah, I got it. Up. You go there so you can hold the cross. Joe.
Actually,
I can pick up Dave.
I'm one shot.
Let's go. Yo,
Cross. One shot, John.
You could go well on me.
Apologies called for the Legion, and it just seems they weren't actually saying a single word, because it doesn't appear that they're doing much in regards to the score category. The Mutineers are running away with this game. Jay, obviously we got to listen in to their communication. They just seem like they are in a flow, up 200 to 69. 200 to 69. This is a phenomenal start from Florida. This looks to be over already.
Yeah, those comms sounded like they were ready for war. Florida are not messing around today. They said, hey, that loss versus London is not us. 200 to 69. This has been an absolute slappage onto the Paris Legion. Every time Paris are rotating, doesn't matter. They only get 10 seconds on every hard point before Florida are able to break in. 206 to 69. Florida have the spawns for now, but with 30 seconds left, if you're Paris, you have to try to get this. But that money hill for P3, that has to be in your bag if you want to get back into this game.
Yeah, we'll see what Legion can try and come up with. They got a little bit scary there. This fellow had something to say about That challenge from Vivid. Meanwhile, John not having the greatest of games. A major slowdown there from that Kuavo. They'll have the final 13 seconds. And off of spawn, it was Fellow winning a huge fight in that 1v1 versus Awakening. And he'll also take down the second. So they get some time at column, and now they're prepared for fire. A much different story than the first set of rotations. It felt like they were losing every single hill, but now they're prepared and they're set up for one of the biggest in this game here in Vanguard. Gonna have to be a full 60, my friend.
This is good work. At least good pressure coming in from Florida right up the middle of the map. You're gonna have a couple players that are just gonna work their way through P5. Awakening gonna use his streak. Unfortunately, it's gonna stick to the wall, so I don't know if it's gonna overextend to the backside. But they find 3 kills. They're able to flip the spawns, and with 30 seconds left, they're just getting closer to that game finisher.
Yeah, the fighter pilot looked at the score and he was like, I don't really need to do anything. You guys seem to have it pretty well under control. John dropped in from fire as the Legion will get some moments, at least to have some time inside of the hill as they'll walk away with a big 2 versus 2. And those final 10 seconds, while they may be scrappy, will belong to them. Nope, not at all. Sky's not going to give them even that much to work with as the rotation is in now here at Church, and it's going to take a prayer from Paris to make anything of this advantage, and they're all lining up. They're all lining up for Big Wake, as that'll be 4 in a row. Paris Legion feeling the pressure of a player of Big Wake's caliber, 25 points away from a victory here for the Mutineers. They can smell blood in the water. Legion, can they do anything? Can they really provide us with any sort of spree, as John doing the best he can to allow for Paris to get some seconds?
25 seconds remaining on this hill. They can still win it here if they can get on this time. The Paris Legion finding a couple of kills. That's going to be 3 in the feed. Last player here is going to be Skies. Once they take him down, they are going to be able to flip these spawns as well. So you do not want to allow Florida to break in for this junk time, because when you're this close to the finish line, you're playing for every single second. Because you know Paris Legion, they have to win. They have to focus on winning the rotation gunfights. So just getting closer and closer to that mark for Paris Legion on the rotation towards P5.
Well, it's going to be perfect hardpoint. It's going to have to be from this point on. I know we say that every time, but it could not come at a more accurate time. Legion, everybody set up inside a command center. Attempt, trying to be prepared for a hit toward the back. And we know how this one likes to play out. Cook the nades, toss them in, and Decimate is going to get met with the nice nade there from Vivid. 2 more seconds. Legion have got to break on in. Is it going to come down to a clutch from Vivid? Despite the numbers, he will prevail, and the Mutineers will be successful. They turn around their performance after a huge loss versus the Ravens, and they get the job done here versus the Paris Legion. Their first win of the CDL 2022 season. A big dub for Florida as Paris once again sent home packing.
And that's a tremendous win for Florida, especially coming off of the loss that they took versus London. To come out and make a statement like this, to win 3 respawns versus a team like Paris, who were looking great in their respawns and not too good in their search and destroys. They came out and they made a statement today. Vivid and Skies really stepped up to a whole new level. Skies goes tremendous to win them that control. Vivid leads the pack with 46 kills on map number 1. And in this last map, like I said, it was a complete smoke show. Paris, they were trying to get back into the game towards the later half of it. But Florida, they were just in full control from start to finish. Every time Paris rotated, they were instant broke in the first 10 seconds. And Florida, they were so great on their holds. First rotation, they held down that P3 for the entire 60. That's what you need if your Florida Mutineers continue to go forward and get some success.
Yeah, man, as we'll take a look through the highlights, I mean, it's really all going to be about the Mutineers. I mean, they will look back at this tape and really make themselves quite happy. A solid performance, like you said, based off the rotations. But talk to me, man, just in general, level with me a little bit. Mutineers coming into this series, a lot of people were down on them, right? They were saying, hey, Legion, they look top versus Atlanta. Not much confidence in the Mutineers to come away with this game. Seeing the performances that we did from Sky, seeing the performances that we saw from Awakening, from Dave, from Vivid, his turnaround and the opening hard point, how much hope does that give you in this Florida team moving forward?
It gives me a lot of hope, but it's basically like the exact same Florida roster that we saw last year. It's either they're flying or they're dying. So if they lose that first map, it's usually the momentum setter for them. But when they come out and slay, that usually is the key to success for them to go out throughout the rest of this series. Right here, like I said, good bounce back. To come out and win that first hard point, 250 to 200, then have such a close search and destroy. It could have honestly went either way. Came down to a 1v1 in the final seconds, but to have the ice in your veins from Skies to clutch it up in that control, because that was the deciding factor. That was Paris's bread and butter, but unfortunately they lose that, and then eventually the momentum swings in favor of Florida.
Yeah, it absolutely does. Some big games for the Mutineers. We'll go and bring back in the desk who, you know, there were some folks on the desk who were thinking Paris was going to walk away with this, but Skies says no. What'd you make of that one, Veli?
Yeah, I thought it was a great game after all, and off the back of Big Wake, 32 kills to close out the series. That was actually beautiful, but thank you guys so much for the beautiful commentary. aLLeY, you were also telling me in the back room that this loss that Florida had to kick off the opening weekend, we shouldn't really judge them too hard, especially from what we just saw.
Yeah, no, I think this attests to how good London Royal Ravens actually is. I don't think this is about how bad Florida was compared to what we saw from Kickoff Classic. I think this is a testament to London is the real deal, and like Zero said, they're trying to be a top 4 team by the end of the year. So for me right now, I think it's London Royal Ravens kind of T6, Florida a bit T8, Paris is still in my T12. I'm sorry, they've had some shining lights of hope, but again, they lost to Florida, which Nameless tried to say was his number 12 now.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, right? They just seem to be so inconsistent. They're hot and cold. Today, they looked a lot better. I mean, we saw a big turnaround from Dave on that first map, Awakening map 4. That's what we're used to seeing out of him, and it was so nice to see Skies with the AR and the control popping off, because that's his bread and butter with that weapon, is when he's going on those streaks. And the teamwork and the communication was there. That was something I was looking at for Florida. Last year, the communication would fall off at times. Well, when Skies was up and behind him, the gunfights were being prolonged in green, and that boat allowing him to work it and get those kills and go on that streak. That doesn't happen without great comms and teammates playing their life. So clearly things were working well for Florida today. I just hope they can keep it up going forward and stay consistent.
And one thing that I'm really excited about right now is because the Game Fuel post-victory spotlight interview, we actually have Vivid on the line. And Vivid, man, that was such a big win. Look, you're looking good, you're leaning back, you're relaxing. First things first, how you doing? And second off, it seems like you guys really rode the momentum off of that control win, especially with Skies going crazy. Be honest with me. What were the vibes like? What was the conversation like behind the scenes going into that last map?
Yeah, the vibes are high. We knew that map 3 definitely took a lot out of them. They could have won that, so we knew we stole momentum there and just rode it into map 4. We knew that we needed to close it out there, and not let them get any momentum back.
Awesome. And now I gotta ask, what is the dynamic between you and Big Wake like? Do you think you found your pace as a sub duo yet, or are you still working on it?
I mean, we're always gonna be working on it because you can always get better. But I think since I've joined the team, that me and him have kind of meshed well. He kind of is more lurking, and I'm obviously a pretty fast player. So I just think we're always on the same page for most of the scenarios we get into.
All right, Reese, first off, congrats on the win. You're playing well. You look fantastic out there. But I got to ask you, what do you attribute the difference in gameplay today? Why did you guys look so much better than versus London?
The London match, we came out kind of flat. It didn't really feel like a match intensity, and we noticed that right away. And we came in today saying bring more, we need to bring more energy, lock in more before the match, and we definitely had more energy. The comms were better. Everything was a different team.
Yeah, Vivid, you know what, man? That was a big win for you guys. So I'm going to leave the floor to you to talk to the fans out there. Let us know what to expect in the future when it comes to the Florida Mutineers.
In the future, definitely not expecting the same performance out of us on London. More of this series. We're looking to keep showing out for you guys and keep improving.
Vivid, if you can get more than 80 interactions on Bocage again, I'll personally give you $1,000. That was one of the most insane performances I've seen. Congrats, man. I want to see you drop more than 80 interactions the next time you guys play that. That was wild, man. Congrats.
Yeah, I'm going to have to hold you to that.
All right, go ahead.
Vivid, if it happens, let me hold 20, man. Thank you so much. Hope you have a beautiful day. Finish out your weekend strong, and we'll catch you next time, all right? You take it easy.
Take it easy. Have a good one.
No problem. aLLeY, once again, you have killed it when it comes to these predictions. I don't know how you write all the damn time. It's kind of annoying, but I love to see it. So to pretty much put a bow on top of this whole match, I mean, how are you feeling about this and also heading into the Atlanta FaZe versus 100 Thieves game?
I'm excited. That match was a bit closer than I feel like I personally expected. Going up to a game 4 with Paris and John starting so slow. In that first hard point, I believe Plehold, he was 18 and 31 at some point. He did pick it up. I'll give him that. He picked it up in the search and destroy with those nasty snipes on Tuscan. But LA Thieves versus FaZe.
Let's go.
This is probably going to be the nuttiest match of the weekend.
Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, that's about it for the first series of the day, and we are just getting started. If you like a little heavyweight battle and a battle of the Titans, you got it coming up next. We have the Atlanta FaZe facing off against the LA Thieves. I can't wait to watch Kenny and the boys face off against Simp and that all-star squad. We'll see you guys on the other side of this break for some more CDL opening weekend action. See you soon.
Let's go.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny Gaming. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
Hello and welcome back to the CDL opening weekend, and this is day 3. I'm your host Velly, breaking things down. My favorite analyst is going to be aLLeY and also Nameless. Now, aLLeY, I feel like the people at home are going to love this matchup.
Absolutely. I feel like this matchup will truly solidify, the level of competition we have in the CDL this year.
Yeah, big time. But ladies and gentlemen, it's about time to go ahead and get things started. But before we do, Nameless, man, are you happy for this?
I'm happy, man. And we also have 2 of my favorite Brits, Bryce and Tun, and neither one of them can beat me in hand-to-hand combat.
What the hell are y'all doing here, man?
Dude, come on. Unreal. How are you going to introduce us and just lie straight away?
It's true.
Any of us in hand-to-hand combat. It's entirely the reason they brought more British people in to just bring your ego back down the side.
Yo, Bryce and Ted, it's great to see you guys back on the screen, man. It's been some years, you know what I'm saying? Get your butts over to America, but first things first, I love you guys. How are you doing, and how excited are you about this matchup between Atlanta FaZe and the LA Thieves?
You know what?
Well,
Truth being
go
told,
on, you go first.
God, I'll go first on this one. It's a weird one. It's a weird one because for the first time in quite a long time about Atlanta, I'm not sure where they sit in my power rankings or anything else. Like, it feels weird just going even slightly against Atlanta in basically anything for the last 2 years. But in this one, like, my gut is telling me that Thieves may be the better team.
Oh, Tun, how you feeling, man?
Look, honestly, I don't know if FaZe is just sleeping a little bit, but I'm also a little bit worried for the rest of the competition. I don't know if this is just giving them the motivation to get back up to that level, but so far they've looked nothing like what they have done last year. So yeah, I'm waiting for them to awake, and when they do, I think it's going to be a problem. But right now, they're looking a little slow.
Well, curious because both you guys have been watching Quad from home, right? And now we finally got you on the big screen, baby. Bryce, lay it on me. How excited are you for the 2022 CDL season?
Oh, super excited, to be honest with you. Obviously, I played Call of Duty esports, and coming into another season is always the highlight of the year. And realistically, the competition looks tighter than it's actually ever been. I know, obviously, Nameless power rankings are never quite right, but I don't think they've ever been this wrong. And basically, that does mean that we get to watch at home and don't know who's going to win, which always makes good viewing.
All right, Tun, I'm gonna need you to step up on this one. Give me a hot take for the season. Do you think a team is gonna rise up in the standings big time? Do you think a team is gonna fall? What are your expectations when it comes to this year?
If I was going to go hot take, we have to go Queen and Country and say that London are going to be in and amongst it for winning an event potentially. They looked so good in some of their games, and I think, especially for me and Bryce come from Challengers last year, we've seen it and we've kind of been shouting at everybody to pay attention to Challengers in Europe at this moment in time. You get 3 players in there from the last year, of course. Afro, Gizmo, and Nasty come up with Trey. They look like a good outfit. If they can get things rolling together, we've seen yesterday that they have the potential to beat some of these really, really good teams. So yeah, interested to see how London are going to do. And it's nice to have a team you're able to root for that are actually doing well, because it hasn't happened for a while, to be honest with you. We don't get a shout out very often.
The thing is, you won't just be rooting for them. Starting next week, you guys will be commentating with us for the CDL. Congratulations. It's good to be back together, baby. Welcome to the fam. And other than that, thank you. We'll see you guys next time, all right?
Thank you, bud.
See you next week, boys. And girls, and Ali.
Thanks for the insight. Nameless, I'm going to see you and Bryce have that hand-to-hand combat.
Oh, man, he's a big guy. I was kind of trolling.
I was going to say, I got $100 on him. That's a big dude. But ladies and gentlemen, on the other side of the break, we will see the match finally come down and happen. You guys know what I'm talking about. Atlanta FaZe and the LA Thieves is going to be a banger. We'll see you all on the other side. You take it easy and see you soon.
Been a little too nice to y'all. Now I gotta up price for y'all. Snake eyes on dice for y'all. Shoulders on ice for y'all. A6 all the hay. I won't get a ball today. Got lost in the ball and eggs. I'm flipping the balls. I'm flipping the.
Octane.
Let's get this show on the road. Cellium fights two right off the rib. Makes it 3. Taken down 1 by 1. Last man standing. Oh! It's real early. Busy waiting to pounce. There's the next. Give him the last point for him. Waiting for his demise. There it is. Look at the minimap FaZe are in. It's the guts. It's the glory. It's the championship for FaZe.
Simp and the boys from Atlanta FaZe are looking to really turn things around this season. They got a big dub yesterday after a close game, but aLLeY, when it comes to the game fuel keys of victory, they're really going to have to step it up big this time to beat the LA Thieves.
Well, you know what? In the last 2 maps we saw from them yesterday, it was a little bit more like the Atlanta FaZe we were expecting to see. You know, it really was Simp and aLLeY taking over, and aLLeY is one of those players that once he's on a roll, it's really hard to stop. And this roster, they are all capable of going on 2 sprees, 3 sprees, 4 sprees.
Yeah.
So I think as long as they come in today with the fire from the last 2 maps yesterday, they should be fine.
Yeah, and we also saw Cellium have a couple big games in the Search and Destroy. Cellium went off, and then Arcitys in the game too, Search and Destroy. Like, these are guys who are capable of taking over at any moment. You can never count them out. I know some people are saying FaZe doesn't look as good as they have. Well, they could turn that switch at any moment. So for the Mountain Dew game fuel keys to victory for Atlanta FaZe. Also, they did dial in their hardpoint breakoffs. Paris outscored Atlanta 50-0 on Tuscan and 42-0 on Gavutu first hills yesterday. That's not okay. FaZe should be coming out the gates frying with the sub pressure that they have. You saw some people talking about the Simp and aBeZy sub pressure. I think it'll be back on point today, and you can see their KDs as well, 0.89, 0.87. They're capable of way more than that. Simp led the entire league last year in overall KD. We just haven't seen it so far in this game. And then Control was their bread and butter last year. It was the game mode that they won alongside Search and Destroy in like every single series. They have to fix that. On Gavutu, we've seen when you have to put an AR in either aBeZy or Simp's hand, it doesn't work too well. So they're gonna have to figure out a way to win Control, especially if they're gonna be playing a map like Gavutu.
You're absolutely right. And ladies and gentlemen, it's about time to get things started. And with the matchup that's just hotter than morning breath, these two are going to be very lucky to cover the gameplay. Miles and Chance, go ahead and take it away.
Hotter than morning breath. I've never heard that before, but now I'm thinking about it and it's certainly staying with me. Pumped to get into this one, guys. This has been something we've been talking about for a while. Excited to see these two teams go up against each other. It's the battle of the Reds chance. Like, FaZe maybe not looking as hot as they should be at the start of the season. They're having a little slow, but Thieves, man, they're coming in clean after kickoff.
This is what makes this matchup like extra interesting, right? It's for the past 2 years, any Atlanta match that I cast, I'm like, yep, Atlanta's probably going to win, like almost assuredly. Not the case this time at all. Thieves have looked like the better team, and this is also the best Thieves have potentially looked since their debut in the CDL. Also, a very fun set of maps and modes that we have, specifically because we get Bocage in. I think a pretty important talking point, at least for the Atlanta side of things, is they've been constantly banning Berlin, which means Gavutu has always gone through. Not a map they have had a ton of success on, but Bocage has made it in because, well, Thieves actually like to ban Berlin as well. So I think it'd be interesting just to see if Simp and aBeZy, again, that duo on an SMG map can fry, but that's a long way away. We got to start with Tuscan. Or keep in mind, Thieves right now 5-1 record overall on hardpoint. They might be the best HP team in the game.
Yeah, got the reps, and so far they got the kills. That's all 4 members of FaZe down. You're going to find that time. LA Thieves, an opening start that they will certainly be going back over and remembering. That was a treat to watch. There we go. time their way. Envoy with 2. We will touch upon, of course, the game fuel keys to victory for Atlanta FaZe a little bit later on. But those kills just keep coming, Shots. I mean, it's Simp's birthday today, and Kenny has put him down in church. Not the gift he was looking for.
I mean, happy birthday to one half of the mini monsters, right? But, you know, Kenny, he will just happily take all of your joy away on the day. And as far as the rotation goes, there's 2 players for the Thieves potentially causing problems. Octane at least trades himself out, but Envoy has made his way through. FaZe, very quick, but it doesn't look like they have any idea. And well, Envoy strikes. That's 5 for him. Eventually gets taken down. And it looks like for the Thieves, no one else is going to be close enough to try to make an impact play off what Envoy is doing. You group up, you take your time, and you try again as a full 4-man squad.
And here's the hold now from Atlanta FaZe. We'll see how long they can keep this one going for. Cell on the back. Players all over the front side, and aBeZy winning his gunfights on the left-hand side of the map as well. To the point now, and it's Arcitys on a 4 spree. He's managed to turn things around in a nice way. Trying to find a few more kills here as well. There's Kenny on the approach. aBeZy's going to get that one, so streak's still within reach for Arcitys, but he needs a few more. Still a decent hold out of the LA Thieves so far in that first hard point. Second, so far so good. Atlanta FaZe bringing this one back slowly but surely, Chance.
And maybe one more fight for this scrap time. Drazah flying in, but just flying into death. And you see the idea from Thieves, maybe not put too much pressure on the hill, but try to make sure you stagger the push from FaZe as you're setting up on the rotation. But for the moment, FaZe winning all the gunfights. aBeZy's able to pick up 2, and right now, aBeZy is the only man potentially that can make a play on this rotation. Effectively a tied-up game, and, well, aBeZy gets dealt with. Thieves, they've got the full setup. They're looking to make this a money hill.
Yeah, see, they can do it now. Here comes the push from FaZe. Through the window we go. Okay, he's going to find 1. Can't quite get the second as well, but you still have hardpoint time being accumulated now. LA Thieves back in it on 3rd. Drazah winning the fight on the south side of the map. That's all him through the middle. Envoy wins his. So, FaZe stunned. Pushed back for now. Left side of the map, that's where they're going to be coming from, towards that top. And through P1, they're going to push. Envoy's got mid-map completely covered. If anything happens, it's going to be on him to maybe find 1 or 2 out of this. He checks every corner. Hats off to him, but it's not quite enough to get it done. The next line of defense is Octane, and he's in the hard point. He's finding time, and it is back and forth chance between both teams early on. But I will say, LA Thieves, they got in that first point, they got into the 3rd, and they're still holding the line right now.
Yeah, and right now it's the SMGs running the show for the Thieves, but a gunfight like that, we've talked about it quite a few times. That is aBeZy just stripping away 10 seconds at his one moment. A one-on-one gunfight that could have long-term impacts, but we got to get there first. Right now, a 42-second lead for Thieves. Again, they are trying to work together as a team. It's all 4 players making the push around the point, but they're getting chopped down one by one. aBeZy now he goes hunting, finds Octane up top, takes care of him. In the first push, just going to get stuffed. FaZe trying to claw the way back in this game is, honestly, it's just been a hill exchange, right? You win one hill, we'll win the next one.
It's a lovely thing to see in this kind of contest. And aBeZy starting to heat things up. Drazah downstairs, though, finding the kills. aBeZy, number 5. aBeZy, 6 as well. Nice stuff from him. That's going to be the strafing run in the back pocket. Simp now to pick up the pieces immediately. And all of a sudden, the church is looking a little difficult. This is not what you wanted for the LA Thieves. A break through the front is possible, but they need to start finding the time. 20 seconds remaining on this point. A chance we go back to that scrap time from P3. If you lose this game by 10 seconds in Atlanta FaZe, or even within that realm, you can literally look back and go, hey, man, I wish we grabbed that scrap at the time we did. That was the difference maker. Keep an eye out on that throughout the Vanguard season.
And keep in mind on the minimap as well, Cellium right now, number 1 on your minimap. He's got the bottom left, and yesterday that was his wheelhouse. The pressure is going to be on him straight away, and he gets taken care of instantly. The Thieves setting up the push. It's the flank from both sides. Kenny, the first one in, is going to fall. Now it's just the light up, though. The entire squad. It is the flood through the front. And it looks like so far, FaZe deal with it. It's the stun grenade to finish that last guy off. Again, the first push stuffed on the defensive hold as FaZe has started to run away with this game.
And FaZe starting to run away with the game. They've got this hard point. It's 30 seconds remaining. Let's go for a quick listen in with LA Thieves and hear them break P5.
I'm playing this time. I put this outside. Cellar window. Arm mid. I got one time. Yeah. Hey, push out left, fire. Alright. Good time. Good mid lane on me. Let me lane him. Alright, let's break some mid here. I'm mid. I'm helping you. Front of window, easy. One shot front of window. Absolute front of window. Go mid lane. Mid lane. Alright, I'm gonna pinch shirt. I'm gonna pinch shirt. Jump hold her. Alright. Mid lane, dead. I can play outside, bro. I can play outside. Alright, I'm pulling top. Top maps. I need top. MC top church. I don't need top. Alright, all time in MC top church. Dropping it. I push this. Statue on me, bro. Absolutely. you, got you. Mid of me. I'm looking in the mid box corner, bro. Mid box corner. I'm mid box. I need help. Alright. Now, nice. Hit twice. I'm gonna go. I can help. On tree. There you. Nice. I'm dropping. Drop in. I got it. Mid lane.
Coming back into the scoreline now, a second set of hard points, and chance we're all evened up. LA Thieves managed to take the lead back now after a sweet force spree from Kenny. Is this the Thieves starting to get things going?
I mean, think about it like this, right? Like, obviously, the comms pretty much on point. They're making a lot of little plays, but you had Kenny that had half as many team kills as he did actual kills, and the game was effectively tied up. He goes on a spree, and Thieves, well, potentially might be able to take things over. Going over towards P2, though, Kenny, that is his 5th kill in a row. The next couple ones, though, on the point. His teammates not winning in gunfights. And once again, P2, this is where, well, FaZe got, 50 seconds to last go around. They are set up once again for what seems to be, the 4th or 5th lead exchange, potentially, we will have in this game.
Yeah, we like that, though. An exciting Tuscan hardpoint. Kenny still on that 5. That's not going to be the 6th either. He loses out on that one, so streaks still to be had. As the kills start flowing through as Atlanta, they're looking fine, but the final moments there's going to be a clean break now. As LA Thieves, with a little bit of time to be had, you still have the Atlanta FaZe members spawning quite close. Unless something crazy happens now, all of them just birthed out of Arcitys there. The whole team just came out of on top of that squad spawn, so backside of the map is still going to be all Atlanta FaZe. They're going to find the kills, find that time, but 10 seconds out, already thinking about 3rd. Left-hand side of the minimap, LA Thieves, that's where they're going right now. And if anything, for FaZe, yeah, sure, you get that scrap time, but it's now the journey across map they're going to need to get. That could be another 10 seconds there for the Thieves.
And this is the start of the push, though, right? You see the Thieves with the setup. They have everything covered, but the pressure coming through. P5, Drazah is there first. He picks up 2. Kenny delivers. And if you get the 4th, well, that would make everything free and clear. Arcitys is now the sole man on the bottom side of the map, but Thieves, I think they're ready for it. They got players top broken, and number 5, Octane, posted in the back. They're ready for the pressure to come on this flank. Simp wins the first gunfight to at least strip away some time, but the trades for the moment are in. Thieves still alive in the hill, and Kenny again on a 5 spree, trying to turn things up.
Self flies through, just gets 2. There's another one to be had here, and it's Octane in the 1v1. This is a big kill if you can get it. Cooking a nade, finding a few more. Time going the way of Atlanta FaZe now. Shoes on the other foot, 170 and climbing, but they still have to take the lead back. Big shots once again. aBeZy's there on the trade as well, and it's 3 for Cell. 3 big kills indeed. Now looking back over towards Church, the last time round it was a little crazy, but this was a back and forth hardpoint indeed, and it is going to be the LA Thieves in first. Now we will see for how long they can hold it. Arcitys has already managed to make it into the back.
Wait, yeah, watch the spawns, by the way. Number 3, everyone on FaZe is going to fall. They should spawn in the back right on top of their teammate. He at least gets 1, and there's the 2nd with them. Thieves, though, they're reading this pressure. Drazah is prepared for this moment, wins the first one in the hill, can't quite get number 2. The Thieves, I mean, credit where credit is due, just to try to read those spawns, but the reason the spawns are OP is because you get there that fast, and FaZe break on in as we're getting set up. I mean, again, nearly tied game for the 6th or 7th lead exchange potentially that we have had. An incredibly back and forth game.
Back and forth we go. The Trojan horse of Arcitys now managed to spawn his boys close to the hard point, and as time there's kills back and forth. And again, I say back and forth, it's only one-way street right now as Atlanta FaZe. That's going to be all 4 down. They're going to take that time, and that's a huge amount of time this late in the game. Have to look at the rotations again. Back over to the 5th we go. That tiny little room, that tiny kill box. Get your nades ready, friends. There's no trophies today. This is going to be a mess going in the 5th.
Oh, Envoy found the timing as well, just to get through the steps, and Cellium should get traded out, and that is a clean wipe. Simp, though, on a board. He has had a slow game. This is the time to try to step things up. He can't make it happen, and the bait might be there for one teammate, but Thieves, the hold so far is strong.
Still holding it now. Arcitys trying to be the cutoff. Still got the time going the way of the LA Thieves, getting closer and closer. On your screen now, Octane finding nothing but kills. Here's the play now from Kenny downstairs, trying to keep the hard point in the hands of the LA Thieves, and it is just been stripped from him. LA Thieves still getting pounded all over the place, and it is non-stop here in P5. Drazah, can he find any more? Yes, he does from downstairs. Hardpoint flips again, Cells on it once more. It is non-stop. And again, looking how tight that scoreline is. Rotations come to mind. You have to try to get every second you can here, and Kenny wins it. If he can get this 1v1ing as Arcitys, no, he can't. That's 10 seconds that could go the way of the other team. Envoy's off spawn now, he's got it. Scrap time's being grabbed over to P1, FaZe in the driver's seat.
Hey, look at the setup though, right? You got a player on Godheady. It is 3 players stacked up in and around the hill, and Arcitys can watch over the middle of the map. You get one opportunity to break Thieves. you got to go now.
It's got to go now. Through the mid, 3-man hit, 5 seconds to go. aBeZy finds one, only to be traded out. Oh my God, Octane, he's the last man up. He manages to get in there in time. There's no one around. aBeZy kills Simp with a straight front. Arcity's now flying, go. No way. LA Thieves. Oh, baby, what a start to the series. And that is ridiculous.
Yeah, for a team that came into this 5-1 overall on hardpoint again, Thieves making a statement, potentially the best hardpoint team in the game. The record now 6-1, and with a game as tight as that, I mean, we were trying to call it out as like the game was going through. All the little plays, right? aBeZy chowing out to get rid of 10 seconds of scrap time to strip that away from the Thieves. And that 10 seconds, by the way, he did not want to collect. You also have moments where Thieves did it twice, where they're chowing out P5 just in the final 10-15 seconds, fighting tooth and nail for this scrap, trusting their ability to make these breaks. And I'm telling you, man, little plays like that are going to add up constantly in the matches that are high octane. And I think we could actually go back and look at it. I don't know exactly where we're starting from, but again, Thieves were happy to fight for P5 towards the end. They wanted to put themselves in this situation because they trust their breaks, and it was everybody stacking up, taking their time. Everyone got set up as well before they actually made the play. So Thieves right there, teamwork on point. The flood is timed so well, and you hit out both sides of you. And obviously an unfortunate streak that takes care of Simp, but he gets Kenny with it. It's more of just the coordination in the end from the Thieves, taking care of business with a 2-point victory.
It is insane to think as well, like, you know, you've got Envoy holding back P5, right? The rest of the team, everyone runs forward, gets in a position and holds it. If anyone dies then, the chances of them spawning on Envoy are relatively high. I mean, it's kind of a 50-50. You either spawn a little close or you're on the other side of the map to him there. So that's huge. So LA Thieves, kudos to those guys. 2-second victory there in the first on Tuscan. It was an absolute treat. Desert Siege, S&D coming up next. But chance first, our game fuel keys to victory for the LA Thieves. And I think winning by 2 seconds probably wasn't on this.
Well, and again, they had the best overall point differential in hardpoint. Again, that's why I keep touting them as likely the best team in the game. It wasn't quite 49 that time, but hey, a W is a W. And Envoy, whether or not he's the playmaker in search, he was popping off, especially throughout the first half of that hardpoint. He was making plays. If he can carry that into map 2, they should be good to go, because I think outside of Kenny right now, the S&D for Thieves individually, they haven't quite been on point. I know Octane's been making some plays with the sniper, but I definitely am expecting more out of the SMG duo for the Thieves when it comes to the game 2 and game 5. But it's really just Respawn on point, right? Thieves, they have been machines. They look fantastic after the kickoff, and well, it certainly seems like they're fantastic so far in stage 1 as well.
Traded kills and traded deaths, again, no one's getting away alive. You know, if you're tagged up on the other team, there's a very good chance that someone from the Thieves is going to fly in and get that one extra shot on you and take care of business. But that's a great start for the LA Thieves and a wonderful indicator of how close this series will be, friends. We hope you're enjoying the show so far. Desert Siege search up next. Now, we remember the highlight reels from Kickoff Classic. Of course, we saw big snipes out of Octane. Kenny and Drazah both going wild, and Envoy, the route man, flying all over the place, doing everything he can. But looking at the stats as well, Chance, I mean, I'm not sure if it tells the true story of what to expect now coming up into this Desert Siege.
It's, yeah, I mean, again, very early on as far as like the stats go, but also very comparable between the two teams. I mean, sure, I think the first blood percentage phase, if they're that on point, it's always a little bit scary. You know, aBeZy, when he is at his best, he is without question like the highest impact player that potentially we've ever had in Search and Destroy. He is a first blood machine, but it's close on both sides of the board, with the exception of the plant percentage. But I think that just comes down to the maps that you play. We're going to Desert Siege. Obviously, we're thinking about the snipe show. We know what Octane can bring to the table. I can't wait to see the Simp counter.
I mean, we're going to see it. We're going to see something here. And this is a really exciting matchup again, because we saw Desert Siege played yesterday by Atlanta FaZe. We were on up against Paris. That was exciting to watch, like from start to finish. So I don't know. There's a little bit of tape out there, of course, for the LA Thieves to be working on. I mean, who knows, man? Who knows? There's no idea where this one's going to go. It's been non-stop. As Brycey said at the start of this one, was like, you can't predict anything. The teams are all good. The game is very fast. No one has a clue what's going to happen. You can't really predict it. You know, last season there were times with like, this map's going to be a blowout, this series is going to be an absolute blowout. This time round, we're still learning. We're still all accumulating data. And Atlanta FaZe, they're a team that does that exceptionally well. A lot of people worried that, like, you know, they've fallen off, that maybe this is the end of the dynasty. No, it isn't. Relax. Chill out, bruv. Behave. All you need to be doing is knowing that these guys are in the lab and they're working their asses off to make sure that they are the most dangerous team going into this year, because no one wants to fall out of that top 2 spot. Simp's been in the grand finals of champs now, what, 3 years in a row?
Yeah, I think the worst Simp has ever done at champs is get second. So, I mean, that's not a terrible thing to have happen, right? 2 rings already. So, not too shabby at all. Obviously, there was another stat that came out for Simp where he's never lost double-digit series over the course of the entire year. Like, at most, he's going to lose 9. So, funnily enough, the one loss they had at the Kickoff Classic, you're just taking one on board. That just means they win more later on. So, FaZe always a dangerous team. Whether or not you have them at first in the power rankings now, at least in my mind, it's almost an expectation that at some point they will get there, but maybe not if a team like Thieves comes to play, you know? Best team Octane potentially has been on in the past few years. Actually, without question, the best team he's been on in the past few years. So, you know, he's ready to go as well.
We will see. Everything's ready, friends. Slight technical delay, obviously, getting us into this matchup. Desert Siege, Search and Destroy, very, very close. We're almost ready to get into this one. And chance means snipes, we know smokes have been taken care of. We won't be seeing those for a fair bit. But snipes have been exciting to watch indeed. And can you break down for the fans maybe at home who's worried about, like, you know, not hitting shots, or maybe the snipe player on the team not getting the biggest KD, why that's not necessarily a bad thing?
Well, I mean, I don't even know where to go with that. To be
it's like,
honest.
phrasing it this way is like, you know, a sniper doesn't always need to get kills to be influential.
It is. I think Cammy on Tuscan against Seattle from the Kickoff Classic is probably one of the best examples of, like, once you have a guy starting to find a groove and actually hitting shots, the other team is forced to play around it. And if your guy's hitting shots, it's not easy just to try to, like, snipe back, because if you lose that gunfight, that might just cost you the round. But it's very much of you get lane dominance when your man's on point, and it forces everybody just to make the adjustments. Like on a map like Desert Siege, if you have a guy just locking down one of the lanes with a sniper, I mean, now your SMGs are going to be forced to just play towards the middle of the map. It can be that much more difficult to actually go and get a bomb down. So it just completely changes the way the team on the bad end of things has to orchestrate their game plan.
Here we go, though. We're finally into the matchup. Atlanta FaZe, LA Thieves, map number 2 now. Slowly but surely, we're rocking and rolling straight in the mid. Atlanta FaZe, they will be in the red. And of course, LA Thieves and the white arrows, they're on defense first and foremost. And that opening glove from Cellium makes things a little bit easier now. Atlanta FaZe on attack. You've got Drazah still real close to that B-bomb site.
And they're taking their time just to play for picks. Octane, well, he was able to spot out 2 players. They know the pressure is going to be coming over towards this A-bomb site. You see Kenny now wrapping to the back corner of the map, and Drazah probably playing with the top, and Octane finds the pick he needs, and he spots the second player up top.
Oh, Simp.
Simp might have the information, but I think Thieves, I like the adjustments. They're thinking about a flank.
Ian aBeZy upstairs now. They've got eyes on. They can maybe make the play towards that B-bomb. Octane trying to make something happen here. Kenny does find Cell as well, so now it's a 2v3. Simp on the inside. University it is. Shout out Lando. Go to the B-bomb site. We go on the defense. The bomb's down over by A, though, chance. I mean, that is way out in the middle of nowhere. It's 25 on the clock. And Atlanta FaZe, they're patrolling mid. They're keeping an eye on it. Simp's going to get another one. He gets away with his life. And he and aBeZy roaming together. They're going to be so close. aBeZy's got to stay alive, man. 15 seconds, and he's brought down, finally. Woohoo! But they were running as a gruesome twosome there, man. And that little dynamic duo, if they stay alive a little bit longer, that round changes. You have to recover bomb. You have to plant.
And it is an interesting moment, right? Like, as soon as Octane gets that bomb down to the outer side of the map, there's a couple teams not too big of a fan of smokes. Smokes are perfect for covering a line of sight to go pick up the bomb. FaZe not able to do that at all. So despite the fact that they got the first blood, bomb drops in a pretty rough spot, and they were quite able to find the kills to make up for it. So Thieves, strong round. Octane doing what he does best, as he has a AR battle with Cellium on the outskirts of the map. You're just fighting pixels.
Cell's way deep. He manages to get one, and I mean, he seems to be doing fine against those pixels. Gets himself a second, and Octane backs up, try to help the team as they're in trouble. That bomb is down. Octane's trying to get that recovery, but still, it is not an easy thing to do as Simp. Guns up, ADS on the door. Here comes Drazah. Wow, okay. We'll take that kill, 2v2.
That bomb's still down, though, in the worst spot possible. Cellium has to know this. He is still going to be posted up on the bottom right corner of the minimap. And Arcitys can play as deep in his spawn as he wants. I mean, the game will tell FaZe when Thieves have picked up the bomb. There is no reason for FaZe to make any sort of play on the map at all. And that's why Arcitys has just found himself. I didn't know the map went back that far.
Yeah, he can keep going, man. And there he is, way deep. Finds the kill. Drazah down the 1v2. This kill's great, but There's not a lot of time left. He's going to fly at him, and I respect it. But that's another great round. As Atlanta FaZe now, they're going to tie things up. And again, it's you're kind of hamstrung. Like you've got, you're handcuffed essentially, man. You can't do anything once that bomb goes down. If the enemy team knows in a rough idea of where it is, you pick it up. The game tells you. That changes the way teams have to play on offense. Like if the bomb carrier dies early on, you're at a tremendous disadvantage.
And that really is just Cellium again. I think almost every single round on defense, he'll be playing almost the exact same spot. And for good reason, he just murders people when he's over there. So if you can't handle the Cellium issue on offense for Thieves, if you can't counter snipe, if you can't find a way to get that bomb down over towards B, maybe you have to go a different direction towards the middle of the map, though. Drazah delivers with the first blood.
Yeah, first blood's nice. There was almost a second exchange there, but everyone's going to get away with their lives now. Arcitys, ooh. Could have been heads there. Simp. He's been so patient so far. Great awareness. Octane completely caught unaware, and he's going to grab that snipe. And oh my word, Chris Lera with a snipe on his B-day. This is something now. He's got himself to this round. Backing on out. Can hear the shots. Drazah from that top position. He's going to be tangling with Arcitys. And Arcitys with that bomb now should be planted. And here we go. Chance 2v3. Thieves going to have to retake.
Well, Cellium, you got watching the full flank. Simp, he's got the outer angle covered. And honestly, he could just go play the trenches. He has the snipe in the back pocket. He's going to pull it out as well. But before he could get the kill, Arcitys takes it from him. But honestly, as soon as you get that bomb planted, as soon as you get that sort of trench control, you're feeling great about the situation that you're in. And it was Simp that put them there. I'm not entirely sure what Octane was doing with the sniper. On top of that ledge, playing very aggressive, but simple thank him for the free kill that he got, and he turned it into 2. Just aggressive plays from the birthday boy coming out. One half of the mini monsters, man.
We're going to let rip soon, and let me tell you. That Children's Hospital is going to be very happy. Types up for Octane. Early tags going to slow him down, push him back. Not really making any much of an effort there, but A-bomb site looks to be the target for now. A pick would help the Thieves in this position. The little dance around mid-map is going to make things a little bit more exciting. We'll see. As FaZe, full knowledge that Octane with that snipe, they're going to now move their way through mid, and Simp's getting real aggressive. Here comes the stuns, though. Envoy, will he be able to find the pick?
They should know he is in here. That is a brand new angle, though. Can't quite find it, and he gets caught. Envoy there. Nice positioning. So Thieves able to get that first blood, and again, just a pixel fight we have. I think Arcitys probably saw the diamond, like the name tag, and was shooting at that. Well, everyone falling one by one. Cellium for the 1v4. Best of luck.
Dashy's come close, but no one's actually done it yet here on Vanguard. And here's our attempt. Okie dokie! LA Thieves, good round.
And funnily enough, you were asking about like the impact that a sniper can have. How about the impact of Cellium? Like he's been so on point on defense over towards that back corner. Thieves just stack up A and instead play for picks. And honestly, just a couple of unfortunate situations for the players on FaZe, right? Simp shoots, tries to get out of train. Well, Envoy there just to catch him. Arcitys shoots at a diamond, can't quite find the kill. The trade instantly comes in, and players effectively just falling one by one. But just to tie things up at 2-2. Bunch of offensive wins we've had so far.
Yeah, man, it's been a lot of fun. And Cellium, he's using the Force, I believe, at this point in time, just trying to see if he can feel anything out there. Doesn't feel a thing.
So you get the bomb down for free?
Gets the bomb down for free. There we go. So A plant. Here comes the retake. It's going to be a fast one, hopefully, now for the LA Thieves. Stuns are good. Is anyone close by to get it? Drazah may have seen aBeZy's little feet get over the wall there, but that first blood on a Envoy, that's a big one. And here we go, 4v3. FaZe with the numbers.
Ooh. Oh, they got the corners as well. Simp uses that spot to watch the flank. Octane has to do something impressive, and well, instead gets hunted down and cleaned up. I gotta say, that might actually be one of like the most effective strats. What Cellium's doing, he's wiggling around his automaton, just looking for auto-aim through the trains. Miles, I don't know how many S&D tournaments you've watched, but Demyansk, when that map was played, you could get auto-aim through like the entire rock face. So the strat was to go top church on defense, try to get auto-aim through the rock, and if no one's there, you know exactly where players are going. So you can genuinely just get all the information you want right at the start of the round, and FaZe taking full advantage. In another offensive round, FaZe got that 3-2 lead.
Who knows what a smoke grenade could have done in that situation? Maybe change stakes a little bit. That's a nice opener from Octane. But it's in the game. That's going to be 3 down. Arcitys last one up now for Atlanta FaZe. Playing it slow. Playing it from way back. B-bomb plant. Let's see what he does. Nice throw. Oh, we saw the glint for a brief second. 35 now on the clock. Oh! LaRue with the jump shots. We'll take that round 3-3.
6 for 6 on offensive rounds. And hey, if Cellium has been a problem in that back corner, I know a great way to deal with him. Just snipe him. Easier said than done, but Octane certainly makes it look easy. A couple nice shots coming through. And I think in terms of the snipers, obviously it's been a big conversation in Vanguard. Most of the time, like, it's fine. It's okay to have. Occasionally players using it have, like, costed. The only 2 players in my mind that have really stood out is, again, Cammy on the one map on Tuscan and Octane on Siege has been a menace. As you see, Thieves, they don't want that A plant to come through. They stacked it up, but they get caught. Simp finds that first blood.
Yep, first blood. Quite an easy looking one as well. We saw it for a brief second there. Okay, Cell's getting involved as well. It's a plant from Arcitys now by B. Speedy retake. The tight angle to hit those. Cell's just going to keep cutting these players down. Arcitys, I mean, this is the easiest round FaZe could have asked for, man. They got that opening pick, and after that, they fell apart. Thieves fell apart.
I think Atlanta, right? It was what, the round on before when they were on offense, they just like had the bomb planted at A in the first 15 seconds of the round. Thieves stack it up that time. Not only does Simp find the kill, but the bomb is just in a completely different spot. So FaZe mixing things up. More dominant rounds on offense. I think we are 7 for 7 for offensive round wins. Actually, that's not true. FaZe won one on defense earlier. So what am I talking about? Maybe 5 for 7 on defense.
That's still pretty good. Kenny Drazah, start things off with a bang. 2 down. Mini Monsters say bye-bye. Cell and Arcitys now. Playing from the extremes of the map on either corner. Almost gets it. Octane now looking to take care of Cell. He will escape off into the desert sands for the time being. And your boy's shooting pixels. He's not doing a bad job at all, but here come the Thieves. And this round is done. There is no way with the bomb down, he's going to do anything from that position. He is out there on an oasis, and okay, we'll take that kill, but there is... I'm saying it, there is no way. 20 seconds now. Nades waiting for these players. They're not going to feed him. They know he's on a spree. Unless they do feed him, in which case I'll be slightly disappointed. But for 10 seconds now, we should close this one out. LA Thieves, that opening picks there from Kenny and Drazah really set the tone. Allowed that bomb to go down, and that is that.
Yeah, I've given up on trying to remember how many rounds have been won on offense because I don't think it's all of them, but I've second guessed myself, so I'm scared to throw out a number. But I certainly know that when you're starting to get these opening picks on offense, both of these teams have been on point with making sure you get those conversions. Someone trying to break the mold as we go into this next round. I'm actually very curious as to see what Thieves do on defense because Atlanta, they've hit both bomb sites. They have gone both directions very quickly. So Thieves are going with just the full spread, trusting both Octane and Kenny, the ARs on the top and bottom side of the map.
That's a nice pick.
RC, yeah, just beams him, takes him down, opens up the site instantly.
Yeah, it's so hard now. We've seen how difficult it is to retake this bomb site. Like, you have to cross over the 50-yard line and get behind them. And right now, that's just going to be the plan. Octane's going to be that guy. Deep flank right now. Arcitys up close on the bomb. Tags in Envoy. Easy pickings. Arcitys finds his second of the round. Octane now last player up, and he's on the deep flank. He's got a lot of corners to check. Uh-oh, and he's got a snipe. This is a weird one. I mean, one with the rat's enough, but he was right in the middle of Atlanta town, and they had him covered. That is now map point FaZe.
Yeah, in Atlanta, I mean, they're speed running their offensive rounds effectively. Arcitys just finds the pick on Kenny. Again, it was a map spread for Thieves on the defensive side of things. As soon as you get the kill, plant the bomb, and you are good to go. Retakes on most of the maps we have, maybe outside of Bocage, are incredibly difficult to orchestrate. In Atlanta FaZe, picking them apart one by one as the round continues. Must-win round for your LA Thieves. They're going to A.
They're all going away. They're going aggressively. And if they can get these kills quickly, they might be able to overwhelm FaZe here. Here we go, though. Nades up. FaZe now on the flanks, all over the place, and nice, they're getting kills. That's 2 of them. That's going to be a sweet opener. Cells on the 5 now. Not too far off streaks. If you can get another one, streaks on this map are very important. Obviously, very wide open. Cells on the hunt for it. Octane backed on up. Penny manages to get over towards the B-bomb site. And that's a big kill there from Octane on aBeZy. Bomb drops just outside of A. Kenny gets one as well. So now it's a 2v2.
2v4 into a 2 versus 2. That bomb is still just dead on top of A. Simp's playing corner. She's working with Cellium. And again, you just know the bomb is down. Right now, you could just play a corner and wait. 35 seconds, and I think Cellium, he got spectator. One of his teammates saw him, got the call out, finds the kill. The kill streak is well. Octane now needs to get the 1 versus 2. Doesn't have the bomb. Time not on his side.
They're in the court with him. Oh my word, Simp almost got it. The Simp was behind him upstairs. He just dropped down, finds the kill. It's a shame, but it is the round for Atlanta FaZe. Hope for that 11, but that's it. FaZe bounce back. Search and destroy continues to be the bread and butter for that squad. We're all tied up 1-1, and Chance, man, how about those offensive rounds?
It's the smallest things that make a difference, right? Like the smallest decisions you're making, like in the hard points of when you fight for scrap, when you rotate, really min-maxing, same thing. The details make the difference in that S&D. Just the nade coordination. Like Arcitys plays aggressive towards A. As soon as he realized that's where the pressure is coming, he backs down, and I heard like 3 stuns and 3 grenades all go off right on top of the site. You get the bomb down on A, you get the first blood and the second and falls as well. Little things like that put FaZe on top.
Yep, really do. 6-4 there on Desert Siege Search and Destroy, and we go to our control map now. And mate, it's not a bad run. Not a bad run at all. We've got ourselves a long series. This could get very, very interesting indeed. Highlights now from the Search and Destroy. We got a little bit of everything. Some flanks, some sweet nade kills, and of course some snippety snipes. We will be seeing all season long. Chance, what do we make of the highlights?
Just efficient work on offense from FaZe, I think, is the primary story that we need to be working with, right? It is different plays from different people. We had Arcitys finding the first blood, boom, instantly bomb down towards A. Had a round a couple before that where Simp finds the first 2 kills over towards A. You get the bomb down, you're good to go. It really was just dominance on the offensive rounds. FaZe consistently able to find those picks. And again, in that final round, just breaking the mold, reading the push that was coming in from Thieves and playing off it pretty well. Just a very solid S&D game, honestly, from both teams, but FaZe get that 6-4 win.
Yeah, they certainly do. A couple of big old gunfights go their way. That was the final kill in the map there from Simp. And again, there was an opportunity for the Thieves to pull that one back, get that round 11, but hey, man, his birthday. He definitely gets the little bit of love from the COD gods today. Tuscan Control coming up next. Bocage Hardpoint, we should see at the very least, but we'll see if we get ourselves to all the way to that Berlin Search and Destroy. For those of you who are with us through the absolute marathon that was yesterday's games, woo, baby, it was something special, and I wouldn't be too surprised if we get a little bit of the same today. Very, very exciting matchups still to be had later on. Of course, we've got ourselves OpTic versus Røkkr. That's going to be a banger as well. Non-stop action here in the CDL. We're going to take a very, very quick commercial break. When we come back, it's Tuscan. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can. Tied up 1-1 in the series, Atlanta FaZe and the LA Thieves. Now we find ourselves Tuscan control. Chance, we've had a lot of fun so far in the series. Of course, a 2-second game separated these two teams, and the first Tuscan hardpoint, LA Thieves coming out on top there, and an exciting bit of search and destroy. And Kenny, get that yawn out, son. You got 3 big rounds of control to win. You want to see yourselves in that Berlin search and destroy for that game 5. This should be a fun one though, Chance. Excited to see how this all goes down. Of course, Atlanta FaZe, they've definitely been putting in the work. We saw a great series of them against Paris Legion, a bit of a stunner there as they go to the full distance, the game 5, but they do come out on top. So this is a team that you can still never count out. Anyone who was hoping this to be a 3-0 smoke show with the LA Thieves coming out on top, you're crazy. You're absolutely crazy.
Crazy indeed. I mean, I think, at least for the side of FaZe, again, I don't think anyone is under the belief that they are anywhere near their peak for this game. Pretty much every single team has plenty to learn. Again, even from the Tuscan, that's a 2-point game. I'm telling you, it is going to come down to like min-maxing different like hills and when you want to push for scrap and how much time is worth it. Like the analysts for all of these teams, I think this year especially so, have their work cut out for them. And even for a Tuscan, I think I've been seeing Carson's been putting out stats of like teams, at least on Gavutu, are like 0 for 8 for winning rounds when they go towards B on the attack. I think Tuscan is not quite as extreme, but a little bit similar of like, it's rare that you'll have success going to B. I think Ravens, though, obviously proved that, hey, if you could make it work, though, get opening break can win you the round. But Thieves right now, nice and standard. Get to A, and, well, they get there first. So Drazah gets the first 2 kills.
You see the opening execution for both teams. Oh my word, Arcitys is going to get that one. Everyone's got their preset nades and stuns already. It's early on in the season. It's going to be exciting to see how that develops. Drazah, holy dooly. What did he just do there to aBeZy? Flying, staying alive. Can't take care of Cell as well, though. A zone started to slowly get depleted. Drazah really was the body blocker there, keeping the members of Atlanta FaZe at bay. But they have to worry about Simp, though. He's in your spawn. He's causing a problem. Drazah's going to cut him down. That's going to be the numbers now starting to thin. Atlanta FaZe, they are still on the defense, trying to hold this one down. FaZe will be dropped now finally on the A zone. Thieves cap that one. 4 they go now. B is all that remains.
All right, Drazah, by the way, he came prepared, like ready to play on this match today. If you go back a few seconds and watch when he spawned, he basically spawned up on broken steps, and he's like, oh, that means someone flanking. Instantly 180s around and is ready for Cellium. So this is a team that, again, they know the game so well. Drazah finding another kill on Simp, and, well, that means you're pushed. You can get ready to start. Kenny can't quite win it. And that might slow things down for the Thieves just a little bit.
Hey, man, it's cracked, but that little bit of strafe speed there from Arcitys just managing to stay alive. As here comes the wind-up hit, though. And aBeZy, though, he's going to try to slow this down. In from behind, manages to catch the one out. Onto the zone we go. The contest. aBeZy on the prowl. Finds another one. Backs up Simp. They get the kills. They wipe the LA Thieves off of the B zone, and now it's head on a swivel. They're worrying about any players that may be behind them, but they do get the final count there. Now all eyes forward. Here comes the counter-attack from the LA Thieves, and the lives rather, are relatively even.
And you got to go back to the same thing, though, right, Thieves? I mean, any player that falls is just going to slow you down so much. So you have to be on point with your coordination. 2 players coming out of P5, and they at least get the trades. So they have a man advantage just for a few seconds. And Envoy, he is flying as it's happening, but all of his teammates fall. Now he's in between 2, and the push gets stopped. You get maybe 2 more attempts, but FaZe right now, they have just been swarming on defense. Like a bunch of machines.
Woo! Drazah once again winning a ridiculous 1v1. As is tradition, he's been doing it since kickoff, and definitely one of the players to watch now coming into the 2022 season. Cell, last pull up for his team, now close to the point. The AR of Arcitys overlooking the tank. You got Simp on the crossfire there, so let a couple players through, lay the trap, and hopefully find those shots, and he does! Cell gets 2. That's another delightful hold on the defense here from Atlanta FaZe.
In all these little moments, like so many players for Thieves, it is like the opportunity. Like if you just win 1 extra gunfight, you can start making moves, but FaZe have just been too strong on defense. The trade's on point, because this has been a very close game in the kills column. But any gunfight like that Arcitys wins makes it that much easier to hold on defense. So Thieves, they're taking their time. They have triple stacked up towards radio. Wait for a kill to fall in their lap. Drazah, he gets the first.
They finally get in, but Cellium now from top plat side. Oh god, this could get ugly real fast. No, Drazah managed to win it again, but the trades are on point. Kenny now, can you break the wheel? Can you finally end this cycle of push, die, repeat? 15 seconds on the clock. Still trying to stay alive, waiting for the reinforcements to show, and he will be able to hold it for a moment. Here come the boys. 10 seconds now. Watch that clock spin out. Gonna have to make a move real fast. Could it pay off now for the Thieves? No, the kills are there. Got to jump on. No lives remaining. And it was a worthy attempt. You saw the thought process being there, but Atlanta FaZe, wave after wave after wave of kills. They found it. They kept the point safe, and that's their round.
And just great work time and time again. Even the moment towards the end where like the stun doesn't connect on Kenny, but aBeZy's still ready for the gunfight. I mean, they had a couple just well-timed flank. Arcitys had quite a few just big one-on-ones. Like if Octane or Kenny ever opens up the push towards that hill, taking out the AR in the back, well, maybe you're able to string something together on offense. By the way, B-hits, I said they're not often successful, but when you make it work, it's clean. FaZe, all four, pushing through P5.
Here we go, they're flying. There's at least 1 down, 2 down now as FaZe. They're going to find the kill advantage. Into the point they go, but the crossfire from Octane, beautiful shots. All that left is Cell, and he's stunned up, tagged up. Great defense from the LA Thieves off the rip. They did not have the numbers, but the pace and the shots managed to make it that bit more manageable. Here we go, back over towards A as the final kills towards the B side of the map are cleaned up, and it is actually all going to come down to Drazah. But Drazah's looking fine at 12 and 8, locking this one down before the squad can show up.
And the reason why it can be risky to actually go over towards B off the rip, because if you don't win it and you start getting spawn trapped, like even capturing A can start to become a little bit difficult. Now they still got pressure towards the hill, but Kenny takes him down, so it is risky. Like you get gifted A for free off the opening break, but if you throw that away, things might get tricky. Simp though, the fast flank coming through, shoots Octane in the back for free, and that's enough kills that now A almost assuredly will be secured by FaZe. And now the question is, how many kills can you get along the way? aBeZy, he is sprinting forward.
Yeah, so trying to keep those players back. Slow progress though, A. No stack just yet. Stack not as prevalent as it had been in Cold War. More players on the point means to capture that one faster, but they're opting for more map control. But here comes the final stack. Third segment now on its way gone. Force spree for aBeZy. Can't quite get Kenny. Oh my! And that's great kills. And now that final segment of A is going to be drained. The defenders will win out. That's a massive play there from the LA Thieves.
B's wide open though. You get all those kills, but look, you just spawn him over towards roof because he pushed up too far. So if you can capture the B zone, you're feeling great about yourself. You got a couple players pushed out towards the back. Drazah has important gunfights. He's waiting for his teammates to go for the push. Well, there's the first. Now he's got the swarm, but 2 players still alive. That is 1 tick through. And they're going to stack it. That's the second tick gone. If you get B first, I mean, FaZe, they might have a way to win this round.
An incredible turnaround now. They're still holding it, still have the numbers. Here comes the counterattack from the LA Thieves. They do clean up B, but you got to go back over to A now. Get on your bikes, boys. Run across. Kenny's going to be the only player there. If he wins a 1v1, that's great. A zone gone. Atlanta FaZe, they live to fight another day. 1 minute extra to the clock, 11 lives apiece.
And this is delicate. I mean, you got players just now scattered across the map. Flank opportunities for both sides. AR players that need to go big. Kenny responsible for watching the back, but Cellium, he might be cutting through church. He's repositioned to go over towards teammates. I mean, you have a minute to set up one good play of beams like that to open things up. This might be their moment.
Cell should be dropped here with the trades. Oh no, sorry, take that back. It's Atlanta FaZe now. Forward they go. 1 segment of B left. 6 lives to the LA Thieves. Over the top they go. They're starting to wear him down, starting to find the kills. Octane can't win it in the back. No lives left. 51 seconds on the clock. Frozen B should be captured. That's going to be the kills coming through in Atlanta FaZe. They win on offense. Both zones captured. That is a massive, massive turn of events.
So Tuscan offensive rounds so far across the league, you can win offense. It's been 34% of the time. 7 of those have just been done by kills, and now that makes number 7 for actually winning on the objective. But I think it really just comes down to that moment. Someone for the Thieves pushing up aggressive after they get the clearance towards A, but no one is there to cut off the players. So everyone spawns up on roof, and they just had a free path over towards B. And I think the LA Thieves, I mean, you just have to have someone at least in radio before you can play that aggressive.
Drazah.
Speaking of aggressive, Drazah finds 2.
Super aggressive, finds 2 immediately. Can't get the third, man. Oof, I was expecting it. Asim has spoiled us when it comes to these kills by Church, but second segment at A gone. A zone has been cleaned up, and Envoy, very unfortunate timing there to just lose sight of that FaZe member, but he's still in behind, and this is potentially very damaging in the long run for Atlanta FaZe.
And I can't tell if FaZe are actually where. No one's actually watching their back, so I think Envoy actually does have the tried and true opening, but Arcitys shutting everybody down. He ticks up 2, and Envoy still isn't popped up in the kill feed at all.
Yeah, they
FaZe still aren't turning their attention, but he's got to make a play at some point, because now you see Cellium. Now he's more concerned about it, at least a little bit. They know Envoy's in the back finally. He makes that opening break.
He does. There's the kill finally. And again, you count those players, you look at the kill feed, you go, okay, we have no idea where Envoy is. Somebody turn around. And that's exactly what you do. Frankly, you should do that anyway when Envoy's in the game. But for now, if you're aBeZy, you find 2, you push out those players, and you slow the approach down from the LA Thieves. 21 lives remaining for Atlanta FaZe, and it's going to be 23 for the LA Thieves. They're on the offense, still trying to make their way in towards B. They've got a couple of kills going their way now, and a little bit of space to work with. But again, they want to do this together. They want to break as a team.
Again, these opening gunfights just on the hill are incredibly important. The ARs have struggled a little bit for Thieves to get it started. You're getting the kills traded back and forth, but I mean, you're just going to end up in a 3v4 fairly quickly. Envoy, though, he's flying. Whoa. The subs are here. They find a couple, and now they're trying to push out that spawn. They get it done. Each of the SMGs picking up 2. And now not necessarily looking for the spawn kills, just keep him trapped in the back. Envoy, the next one in line. 2 players in front. He's got to find at least 1, and he gets dropped. FaZe, their defense, they have been on point. The flanks are there, and they have cleaned their house out. Constantly on point on defense.
What an incredible answer to what was a brilliant break from the LA Thieves. The kills don't go their way, and Simp's on the flank way in advance. Here comes a few more, maybe. Shots out of Clayster will be dropped by Drazah, though. Still an opportunity to keep back onto the point, though. You've got 11 lives left for Atlanta FaZe on the defense, 14 now for the LA Thieves. And man, this is a tense Tuscan control chance.
That's a team kill, by the way, that's just not going to help. Again, it takes maybe 25, 30 seconds to actually set up the push. And, well, here's the next one coming. 3 players through P5. Kenny looking through side church. aBeZy up top. He's getting shot at by 3 people and hunted down. Kenny's there to find him. That's the opening kill, but the trades are always dealt. Cellium down low. It's just trades on trades on trades, and you're trying to get your SMGs pushed out once again, but it is so difficult to get this set up. 15 seconds left.
So hard. Again, no trophy to save you from all those throwables, and here we go. Drazah towards the point he goes, not able to get the kill. Teammates still in position, though. Envoy's playing it safe in a corner. He lives for a moment before being traded. That's time. That's going to be it. aBeZy with the final kills, and the clock will seal the deal. It is a 3-0 in control on Tuscan. Atlanta FaZe, they take the lead in the series.
And it's just those defenses too clean, man. I mean, with how difficult it can actually be to convert these rounds on offense unless you're just massively outslaying your opponent, you have one good opportunity. Like when Envoy and Drazah got through and started to push out the back, they have to go off when they're in the spawn. Neither one of the players able to find a kill after that, and I'm not just saying that it is easy at all, but if you can't make the big play in a moment like that, you're just not going to be able to win on offense.
Yeah, it's hard, man. I mean, even looking back at the stats here, I mean, it was a decent effort across the board from everyone. LA Thieves, sadly, will pretty much almost all go negative aside from Envoy, but hey, man, not an easy play to be made there on Tuscan. Atlanta FaZe, man, that was watertight defense at times. Even when all 4 of them go down as well, you get forced back into your spawn. You have to deal with those players on that close point by column. They did such an impressive job of not losing any gunfights. Simp goes on that immediate flank in that final round. They played that defense perfectly, man. I mean, that seems to be the gold standard right now. Not to mention the fact that they won an offensive round as well. Tuscan control. Atlanta FaZe just showed us all how to do it.
Well, I think if anything, I think Thieves showed us more of how not to do it on defense, right? Because the only reason that the offensive round was really even won, it just came down to no one actually wrapped back through church or through their back spawn to worry about B. You spawn them out roof, and then they just end up getting there first. So it is very much a map that it's easier on defense, but if you mess up, you will instantly get punished. And I think Thieves, that'll certainly be something to go back and watch in the VOD and maybe try to figure out the exact details of what the case may be. But other than that, the story really just consistent work on defense from FaZe. The flanks on point, the AR gunfights when they needed to win them, they got them. And I think, honestly, it's sort of similar to the search and destroy for FaZe of, like, they're just playing sort of standard, just clean Call of Duty gameplay as far as Vanguard goes and taking care of business.
We saw what Arcitys sitting on that back tank position, also the back truck position, just posted up, watching the radio push. He was there for about, I want to say 40, maybe 50 seconds, just on top of that truck right in front of us there, finding those kills. And not a lot you can do when you're LA Thieves, one of the finest ARs in the league. He's got his ADS up, the gun's down on you. But that's going to be a wonderful turn there from Atlanta FaZe, 3-0 in the control. We will now move on to another hard point. And man alive, it's going to be a bocage chance this wet. This is going to be nuts, man. I mean, we want to see Atlanta FaZe in this map, run rampant against other teams. We want to see, I mean, we really want to see LA, also we want to see Atlanta FaZe go up against Seattle Surge on bocage hardpoint. That is going to be the absolute, chaos, the fiesta. That's what we're excited to see. But for now, LA Thieves, we'll see what they can bring Of course, a 2-second victory in that opening hardpoint on Tuscan was very, very exciting. But Boccage is an entirely different beast, Chance. What do you make of it?
I mean, I think FaZe is a very high candidate for being the scariest team on this map. We've only seen them play it once, but it was the first map that they played in the CDL. They went against Seattle, who, keep in mind, Seattle looking like, what, top 2, maybe the best team in the game, and FaZe destroyed them on Boccage. It was like a 250-150 victory. If you're winning by 100 points, again, that might as well be a 100-point club for a map like Boccage. So they were terrifying, and I think a lot of the commentary or the analysis I've heard from the FaZe side of things is like, don't play Gavutu. Like, it is not necessarily something that is fitting to their strengths, because if you have the best SMG duo in the league, get them on the SMG maps. That is what Boccage is going to be, and I want to see exactly what the Tiny Terrors can actually pull off. I'll make my donation later, but it'll be fun to see if they can put something together, or if Drazah and Envoy can sort of keep their slang up.
We'll see. Again, these two teams go. Actually, I totally forgot about that Seattle Boccage match from kickoff. Again, that was crazy, man. That was an absolute blowout. I literally wiped that from my memory because I was like, wow, Seattle did it. They won the series. It was dope. But now here we go. LA Thieves pull this one back, one map at a time. Get us to that game 5. The ideal, of course, we want to put on a good show for the fans. Again, we send nothing but love our way to Octane. For those of you who came in at the start of the show, you know what we're talking about. And for the rest of the team and the entire 100 Thieves organization, you know he's getting a lot of love and support from those guys. We love to see that. We are truly a big old family here at the Call of Duty League. But we're almost ready to get into this one, and a few moments now for the teams to pass some words of wisdom before we get into that matchup. And before we do, let's take a look at Cellium versus Drazah coming now into this.
And honestly, I think Cellium is a pretty good player to bring up, because obviously, yes, the SMGs are a pretty big note, but if I remember correctly, and it feels almost a little bit faded to say, I think FaZe for the majority, or at least half of the Boccage, ran a double AR setup. So I think a lot of the commentary is like Cellium can actually get crapped. He can absolutely, like, one of the best flex players, if not the best flex player in the game. He can run whatever gun he wants, but even on a map that's this fast paced, I think he spent a lot of time with the automaton and obviously put in work with the gun. So this will be fun to see exactly how FaZe do, because again, the hardpoint record overall, not the best, but the one they had on Boccage, it was a spectacle.
We'll see if they can repeat the spectacle for us today. Here we go, map number 4. Right off the rip, opening kills. The gate hardpoint, not an easy one to hold. There's a lot of avenues to attack, and so far, all of those avenues covered by Atlanta FaZe. Their early time is going to be dead.
4 down, instantly you flip the spawns. Now you get the cutoffs, and again, right, at least for the moment, for this hill, for the opening break, the double automaton setup coming out of Atlanta. You get the setup that they want in 20 seconds on P1. I mean, there has been so many P1s of Boccage where neither team is able to get 20 seconds like combined for the lobby. But FaZe, not a bad start at all. Still 15 seconds they're thinking about fighting for. And right now, aBeZy, he's going to get it. 2 kills for him. His teammates have rotated. This is the dream of a start right now on this map.
I mean, this is starting to get dangerous. Over to the second hardpoint. We go towards tanks, and Atlanta FaZe are already in there. You're going to see Envoy now try to hit the flank, but who's all over it? It's aBeZy. You know this player's tendencies. You don't check the corner. aBeZy's going to get it. The trade's going to be there immediately, but still the damage is done. And the alarm bells have been rung. You know which way the LA Thieves are coming from. Can they overwhelm the hard point? Yes, they do. Beautiful stuff. But back at it we go again. Envoy, last player left up. Here come the quick reinforcements, and it is non-stop action here on Boccage. Hard point still unoccupied. The kills feed, though. Back in red and white we go.
And again, just to continue with the absurdity, there are plenty of teams that at times will be running a 4 MP40 setup, and in FaZe, they have to be the only ones that go 2 and 2 like this, because I think Cellium has kept it out fairly secure for the final 30 seconds of this P2. Kenny might be trying to make a play just to get the guy off it in the final few moments, but he gets caught. FaZe have done their homework. They're prepared for this, and this is a phenomenal lead. We're 2 hills in, and again, this is the dream right now for Atlanta FaZe.
You set yourself up for victory when you let 2 of the finest submachine gun players in the land roam. Cell with the sweet shots on the Drazah there. Envoy with a pickup. Here comes the hold now from Granny's. Third hard point in the rotation, and LA Thieves have got it for now. Octane down low. Drazah upstairs. Spawns through mid. They're going to be trying to finding something. aBeZy through the front door we go, and here comes the break. Atlanta FaZe are finding the kills, and Thieves, they may win a couple of fights on point. The spawns are still close enough, so you've got to try to deal with these players as and when they fly out of spawn. LA Thieves holding it down still. Got to get a player back in the point though, as once again, Grandma's, it is a party down there, friends. Absolute chaos ensues.
They're getting all the cutoff kills, by the way, Atlanta is. You saw Arcitys actually flooding around the back just to try to be that guy. And it seems like even through the chaos of the trades, Atlanta putting in work. Look, this is the team in my mind to study, I'd say, for the Bocage, right? They do it differently than everybody else. And right now, I mean, they're setting themselves up potentially for another dominant win. I know we're only 3 hills deep, but they're looking different.
They're looking very good indeed. Final few seconds going to go the way of the LA Thieves. They have yet to really accumulate any hardpoint time in any of the points we've seen so far. It's all been scraps. Back over the barn. Next up, and it's going to be Atlanta FaZe in there once again. Drazah, what have you got on the approach? Trying to find at least something through the back, and he's playing it slow and sensible. A couple of shots. There's the first. Can't get any more. His teammates are on point. Atlanta FaZe once again win out. And who is it? It's aBeZy, and it is Simp. And they are non-stop in the kill feed. They are winning the fights up close and personal, where you love to see it. Let's see what the birthday boy's going to say for himself with a very quick listen in with Atlanta FaZe.
Drazah's crouching on He's back half one time. You should have yeah, I'm gonna stay out. I'm at time. I'm looking mid. I'm time to He wants secret. Behind me, back door. One shot. Back door. Yeah, try to make sure I'm left. Oh, yo, I have Sam is right. I have to get time off, right? I'm gonna get time. We need help. They're gonna be our main check. Samuel's back right. I think. I'm trying to get time. I'm needed. One more gate. He's already on street. I want to know. He shot me. Another street shot me. Nade on top. Get straight right now. I'm trying to get it. Stay on time. Push up. Go. Pinch. You can kind of go deeper. You can push up.
Frantic comms chance, lead still developing. They've got a lot of control, and I mean, I'm just trying to piece together like the absolute pandemonium that is this map, and what the best way to really hold these kinds of points up.
I mean, honestly, I would just say that's a clean rotation, right? Anytime you're hearing in the callouts your team telling you that you need to pick something up, and you got a guy like Simp be like, nah, it's fine, I already got that. That's when you know that your team Ken is on point. When multiple guys are thinking ahead of the game, but for the moment, Kenny, maybe trying to heat up just a little bit to fight for this little bit of scrap time. The final 10 seconds should go their way, or maybe not. The nade coordination is there just to strip away that extra little bit of time. And they were min-maxing on Tuscan. If FaZe is putting things like that together as well on Bocage, again, at about a 60-70 point lead for the moment. Now we go back to the mixiest hill of all time in P1, where Thieves, they're here first.
They're in first, and they're holding it for a while. That final kill there from Simp's going to stop it for the time being. But again, back to it. Cell from upstairs now. Eyes on. Kill feed looking good for the LA Thieves. And again, they're still trying to play for that top side of the map as well. So accumulate as much time as possible. All good. Cell's going to spoil that for now. But again, they keep that top side of the map covered. They get that rotation. And man, once again, it's another clean 4 down as FaZe. This is all their time.
And just so quick on the rotation, Arcitys already in it. You can just see Envoy like sprinting into it because he's used to the timings being a little bit different. It's got to be tricky to play against a 2 AR setup on Bocage. If they're the only team that does it, like, how can you be prepared for how much differently it plays? And they have such a ridiculous setup. Cellium is pushed out all the way towards this, like, top tank. He's shooting all these players for Thieves and calling them out as they push into barn. But FaZe isn't giving up those back left spawns. They have so much pressure on the map that, I mean, they've almost found a way to organize the chaos and slow the game down and buy these guys in this P2 hill so much time, though. A couple big gunfights for Thieves to get the players out. And Drazah on the flank. The break might be in, but only for a moment.
And the spawns are good for Atlanta FaZe. Have they somehow managed to bottle lightning here on Bocage? Cell with a close push as the clock starts to tick away. And LA Thieves are still stunned, unable to really make a dent on that scoreline. Here comes the push. Couple of kills now from the LA Thieves, and they have been wiped clean once again. It's a long-range fight there, a little bit of help from Octane at distance, but not enough to really get on the point, and it's Arcitys soaking up that time. Thinking about rotations as well, 15 seconds out. There's no way you're getting this scrap time for the LA Thieves, but they're going to try to play for grandmas, and aBeZy's there, and he's making it hard for him.
And look, Miles, I'm just going to slow this down and just think long-term on a map like Bocage. Like, it has almost been a meme from the pro players about how crazy aggressive it is and how flood-heavy. And again, how many different teams are running a 4 SMG setup? Well, here you have Atlanta FaZe. The first time they played it, they took down Seattle in dominant fashion. Again, Seattle has been playing incredible so far. Right now, they got a 100-point lead, dominant once again, and they're doing it in a different way. I don't know if they're trendsetters or if they're the only kind of team that can pull this off, but when everyone's been complaining about a map like Bocage, FaZe apparently, or maybe have figured it out. I think it'll just be fun to see exactly how this plays as the year goes on.
We'll see. The kill feed once again.
Just
all
dominant.
Atlanta FaZe. 200 points now crossed. This is it. Match point for Atlanta. 50 more seconds is theirs, and they walk away with the win today. Final contest now towards the bottom side of Grandma's as they're looking across the map towards Barn, and it is going to be LA Thieves in position to hold it for now. Envoy, a couple of kills going his way, and this is all right. Better work, keep them back, trying to find the kills, keeping the members of Atlanta FaZe as far on that right-hand side as possible, and have, oh, no, not anymore, number 4's out. There you go. That's going to make things a little bit difficult as he spawned from behind. Simp's going to now cause some real problems for the LA Thieves.
Yeah, that is honestly, that's got to be such a tilt-worthy spawn when Thieves go and watch that back, right? They actually had Octane like pushed out towards Røkkr, trying to get the cutoffs, nice map spread, and then Simp just spawns in the back. I'm not saying it is easy to figure this map out at all. But again, FaZe maybe just have something a little bit extra. Clearly something, you know, a bunch of teams are going to have to take a look at. And this might honestly turn into an auto veto against FaZe, at least over the next couple weeks as teams learn and grow. But right now, this is more of just a victory lap time, unless Thieves can string something serious together.
I mean, serious is one way of putting it. We're talking about something truly legendary at this point from the LA Thieves to pull off the win here and sell on a 6. And the moves like that, oh my. They're not going to win it here. They have to go down to the river. LA Thieves already in position. Kenny just gets absolutely destroyed. And hello, glide bomb. Yeah, thanks. I'll have it over by the site. Yeah, on Drazah. Yeah, that'll do it. We'll take care of him. Howdy doody. Takes care of Arcitys as well. But that's an open point for now. LA Thieves still a little closer. The man alive chance. It is just a display from FaZe.
Well, this is a money hill that I was going to say maybe you could lock down for a bit of time, but already the swarm is in from FaZe. Maybe Cellium just a little bit too twisted just in general to be a standout player on this map. Shots like that from Arcitys. I mean, just genuinely, it seems like one bulleting people on this map. And even on a money hill like Røkkr, FaZe find a way to bully themselves, get inside. Easy kills for aBeZy. 4 spree for him is they're looking to end this game here. 250 to 136 is going to be that final score. Atlanta FaZe dominant on Bocage.
And for all those that doubted them, myself included, you can never count Atlanta FaZe out. The more time they're going to get in game, the better they will become. And you can see across the player cams, they're feeling fine right now. 3-1 victory for FaZe. And chance, LA Thieves, I mean, Bocage wasn't great. The Tuscan was a 3-0. The Search and Destroy was, you know, pretty decent. But when it comes to that first game, though, I mean, the fact that they only won it by 2 seconds, where does this put FaZe for you now in the overall power rankings? Are they way back up there now? Are we seeing, you know, the FaZe we expected at the start of the season?
You know what? I think honestly, and I've seen so many hot takes like from the community for a bunch of different teams. I think we're just at sort of like a lack of like stats and like maps. Like we don't know exactly what maps are going to be great for these teams. Like imagine trying to do a veto process just based on like scrims. Like if you've never even played Atlanta in scrims, how do you know what maps to pick and ban and what auto vetoes our team's going to have? I think we need to see the game develop quite a bit more because I don't know. Outside of Seattle and Toronto right now, I just think it is a bloodbath of a bevy of teams trying to work their way into the top 4.
Yeah, we have highlights, of course, from that Bocage, and it was a real show. Cell doing some wild and crazy things, and I mean, opening things out. FaZe looked strong from the get-go. First side point was amazing. Second, they had that brilliant rotation down, and it was really only until third that we saw Thieves pick up any substantial time. But even then, man, it was seconds at a time. Nothing really to write home about. The kills weren't bad, but I mean, there's going to be a tweet or two about pings. There has to be, from the mere fact that LA Thieves are playing from LA and Atlanta FaZe, they're playing from Atlanta. There'll be a server in the middle. Everyone does the best job they can geographically and, of course, with the complications around internet routing. But at the end of the day, man, I mean, just the synergy that the Atlanta FaZe team has, you can't count that one out. It probably, how different would this have been online if they played? You never know. But you still have to give the favored position to FaZe, man. The teamwork is just sublime.
Yeah, and you talk about ping, I think you're faded. I think one of the largest differences we've had is like 15 or something like that. I know sometimes there's moments when like the pack, like I'm not saying it's perfect, but I don't think this plays out any differently on LAN online, at least like that Bocage. I think FaZe, at least on that map, sort of the trend centers. And again, I'm going to hammer it home. I want to see how the meta develops and, like, if any teams actually try to run 2 ARs, because it might actually turn out that FaZe, as the year goes on, might turn into like a 4 SMG team. But at the very least, I know that it plays so much differently when you're just head smashing into 4 SMGs or 8 on the map compared to playing against FaZe, who's running that 2 AR setup. Like, your timing's going to be messed up. It's like everything is going to play so much differently that, I don't know. I think Thieves, if nothing else, are just probably confused of like, it's so different than anything we've experienced. Like, what do we even do?
What do we do indeed? Well, trendsetters indeed. That's what they do, man. They just change the game every time. Desk, Bokash was a blowout. Let's be real.
Oh, completely. So LA Thieves won the first map, and then it just looked like Atlanta ran away with it, and rightfully so. 3 maps in a row, it was incredible. And aLLeY, I mean, what happened? LA Thieves, they looked really good on Tuscan Hardpoint, and they vanished. They Houdini'd us.
Well, on Tuscan, I mean, it was really Kenny and Envoy, Drazah and Envoy that was seriously turning it up. And going into this series, I really thought, Envoy was going to have to be the one to pick it up from the Kickoff Classic coming into this match. And he did right off the bat. They were early on rotations in Tuscan, and I think that's what really outplaced them when it came to Atlanta FaZe in that first hard point. But after that S&D, man, it just seemed to start going downhill from there. And when it came to Bokash, aLLeY just weren't rotating. I was just sitting there like, oh my gosh, why are we still pushing this? You need to get deep for P2. Nobody was ever there in the back. So unfortunately, they did end up holding the L.
You're right. And Cellium definitely was the reason why they held that L. Ending the series with 34 kills, the guy was incredible, right? And Nameless, when it comes to Atlanta FaZe, you love what you saw when it came to their respawn games.
Oh, it was beautiful. And honestly, it was only a matter of time before these guys figured it out. aBeZy also had a fantastic series when they got into that search and destroy. There were a couple of mistakes that they'll go back and figure out as well, where they weren't getting the bomb down quite on time. But when it got to that control, it was lights out, perfect gameplay on Tuscan and into the last map. Their defensive stands at B on Tuscan were perfect. They weren't even getting pushed up into P5 as well. They were doing it from the B point, which is extra impressive. And then the offense that they had, where they got 2 ticks of progression on A and B to start off that side, it was beautiful. The teamwork was there, the communication was there, everybody stepped it up big time. And Cellium, for me, so far on this team, has just been the best since kickoff. He's been killing it in that flex position. Clearly loves the automaton. The guy's been lighting it up.
Hey, Nameless looked at me when we were watching in the back, and he said, yeah, it's Bokash Hardpoint. It's over. Atlanta got it. It was at the beginning of the game of aLLeY. We heard about control when it came to Nameless, right? But what about Hardpoint? What did you feel was good about Atlanta FaZe when it came to that?
When it came to Tuscan, I mean, the fact that they were still able to break in after aLLeY constantly had the early rotation. They were constantly winning the early rotation gunfights and had their setup and hold, and Atlanta FaZe just broke through it. Like, it was easy. And that's why that match was so freaking close. And Simp was actually having a really slow start, so the fact that it ended 250 to 248 is really a test to how good Atlanta FaZe really are. And then obviously we saw no Bokash, man. Simp and aBeZy, they woke up, man. It was the mini monsters running around the map and just outslaying everybody.
Right, Nameless. When we were watching the final seconds of Tuscan Hardpoint, the very first map, it looked like LA Thieves were going to throw it away, right? Then they came back and they won it at the last second. So you said that was also similar to something that we saw in the past when it came to
It was so similar. It was the P5 situation when they played against Toronto, where they threw their lives away and didn't fully rotate and set up. But this time they end up getting it done. FaZe spawns all the way out, and Thieves were able to get that win there. And then going to the search and destroy, Thieves also had a couple opportunities where they could have won that series or won that map. Excuse me. There was a couple clutches where Octane and Drazah were left in a 2 versus 2 versus Arcitys and Cellium. You just got to let them plant the bomb. I thought Thieves let a couple of those rounds get away from them. If they just slow it down and let the game come to them, maybe they win it next time around. And this series could have been totally different. But maps 3 and 4, lights out. They weren't touching FaZe. FaZe looked ridiculous.
Right now, ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time for the Game Fuel Victory Spotlight interview with the one and only aBeZy. Get that man on the screen. aBeZy, what's up, dog? I have a question for you. Atlanta FaZe, you guys had a kind of a slow start during the preseason with the Kickoff Classic. A close game yesterday. You lost the first map today, and then it seems like you guys found your mojo. You found your sauce, right? What really sparked things for you and your team?
Honestly, I think it was the control offensive win. We were all hype after that. We were like, oh my god, we won an offense, because I feel like offense in this game is very hard to win. So whenever you pull out an offense win, you just have so much momentum going into the rest of the map and match.
Well, talking about that offensive win, whose call was it after you got wiped at A and you were like, you know what, there's so much pressure over here, they've left B completely open, and making that full push and getting that tick and ended up winning you up the offensive round? Was it kind of a team effort, or was somebody like, hey, yo, let's just go take B?
That was actually Chris Simp because he spawned like roof side of the map. So he's like, yo, let's just all go B right here and try to like stack point and get as many ticks as we can. So we went over there and like got like, I think 2 or 3 ticks and then managed to rat back the A after that, cap A, and then we only needed 1 tick left. So, and then we finally like capitalized on that at the very end of the map.
Well, aBeZy, congratulations on the win. You guys are looking a lot better. I want to ask you, what was the reason for the slow start in Vanguard? You guys did not seem like the World Championship squad that we saw last year.
I mean, I think it just took time to like find our footing, and it kind of happened like last year too in the preseason. I think we kind of just like fell flat, and like our communication wasn't on point in the preseason. So I'm glad that we started the actual season off like strong, and our communication's like slowly getting better and better. So yeah.
All right, Mr. Tyler, a.k.a. aBeZy, thank you so much for the interview. But one more thing for the fans out there that are cheering you guys on. I mean, the Esports Team of the Year. You guys have been phenomenal so far. Can't wait to see you tear it up again this year. Tell the fans what they can look forward to when it comes to you and your squad this year. And hopefully, might see some more dominance, right?
No, yeah. I mean, appreciate all the support as always. We're going to do our best to come out here and, try to get a major win for the first major. So, but I appreciate, like I said, we all appreciate all the support and love. So thank you so much.
No, thank you, man. You have a good one. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, and we'll see you next time, all right?
Thank you.
No problem. Nameless, another good series. We have one more series to close out the day. We do. The Game Field marquee matchup of the day. If you were to get the crowd hype real quick, the people at home about OpTic Texas versus Minnesota Røkkr, what would you say?
Can OpTic Texas get the first win? That's what we're all at the edge of our seats for. It should be a good one. We got it coming up on the other side of this break, Melly.
Hey, you got that right. Ladies and gentlemen, we have one more series to close out the day. Thank you so much. The CDL kickoff weekend has been phenomenal so far. 3 days of nonstop heavy CDL action. From Game 5s to round 11s, we see Titans face off against each other match after match. But coming up next is one you definitely do not want to miss. We'll see you guys soon to close out the day with the Minnesota Røkkr versus OpTic Texas.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny Gaming. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
The prophecy will be told. You will not escape your fate. When the cold wind blows.
Hello, and welcome back. For those of you at home, I just want to say we love you and you're beautiful. And because of that, I want to give you guys a treat right now. This is our last series of the day, and of course, it's our Game Fuel Marquee Match of the Day. I'm your host, Felly, breaking things down with wonderful aLLeY, and also my man's Nameless. And for this match right here, I am so excited because the boys... Sorry about that. Because the boys from Minnesota will face off against OpTic Texas and aLLeY. They're looking to win real big.
They are, and you know what? It's funny because both these teams really need to work on respawn, so I feel like that's what this series might end up coming down to. We saw OpTic struggle a little bit yesterday in Minnesota, obviously in the Kickoff Classic, took that L against the New York Subliners, but you know what? They're a team built around chemistry. They stuck with their roster from last year, and they're hoping it works out.
Right, and Nameless, when it comes to this team, if the boys from Minnesota want to rock OpTic Texas, what will be the game field keys of victory for this squad?
Now look, we haven't seen too much of the Minnesota Røkkr in this game just yet, right? But from what we did see is they played against New York at the Kickoff Classic, and they lost that map in map 1 hardpoint and bow cage when they outslayed by 22. Clearly the teamwork wasn't there. There's still so much that we need to learn about this Røkkr team in Vanguard. All we've seen so far have been scrims, a couple of those here and there, and then that one loss. But what we did see in that is that MajorManiak played fantastic as that main AR player. So today I'm hoping that they come a little bit stronger in hardpoint if they are slaying like that to capitalize on that and win that. And when it comes to the search and destroy, we know what Røkkr was capable of doing last year in search and destroy with some of the elaborate strats that they had, getting bombs down early. I'm excited to see some of the looks that they bring into today's match.
Yeah, I personally feel like MajorManiak has the potential to be an absolute demon in the lobby, and they're going to need to bring it against OpTic Texas, a team who has kind of been struggling lately. Nameless. They're not looking as good as we expect them to be.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, when you look at OpTic Texas, this is a team that is star-studded, stacked with players. Honestly, I expect them to come out and win this match. Would I be surprised if Røkkr won? No, because what we saw out of OpTic Texas yesterday was not great, especially when it got to that game 4 in Berlin. I keep talking about it. It was extremely sloppy. These guys need to be setting up a lot better and putting their superstars in positions to slay. Shotzzy as well, he's a guy that I expect to be popping off in that SMG role. Did not have the best performance overall in that series. The only player that played great, in my opinion, was Scump. He was the one making plays, so I need Shotzzy as our game fuel featured player to step up today and get back to MVP form.
Right, and aLLeY, if OpTic Texas want to make their fans happy, you know, the green wall, they're hungry for this right now. What are their game field keys of victory?
Well, they got to execute offensively in S&D. See that stat line? I mean, 35% offensive win rates, ranked 11 out of our 12 teams, but they have a 67% defensive win rate, which ranks first out of our 12 teams. So on defense, they're basically almost guaranteed the round, but they got to get a little bit more aggressive when it comes to search and destroy. You got Shotzzy, iLLeY, Dashy, and Scump, bro. This is an aggressive team, so I'm definitely expecting them to come out when it comes to this stat line and rebound from a weak slaying performance against London. Again, London seriously has attested to how good that team actually is, but this is OpTic, right? We're placing them top 4 in our power rankings. They got to rebound from a 0.95 overall team KD.
You know, I feel like when we take a look at the team, I mean, you got Shotzzy and Scump who go just pop off entirely. Dashy with the scope on search and destroy could be nasty, but you know what? I'm ready to see this game go down. So for the last series of the day, the game field marquee matchup, we got the boys from OpTic Texas ready to go up against the Minnesota Røkkr. Casters, take it away.
Yes.
He pulled at me.
My thoughts, I am so excited for this match because we have on one side Minnesota, who are tremendous when it comes to their talent on their team. They obviously were a team that stuck together going from last year to this year, but their opening at kickoff just wasn't it. They came out like Nameless said on the desk, outslaying in hardpoint, and they're losing. That doesn't make any sense. So I'm looking at them to improve there. If you're going to outslay, you need to be able to hop on that hill time and close out the game. And then on the opposite side for OpTic, I feel like OpTic yesterday, it was such a close series between them and London. It just came down to some crucial plays, especially in the hard point. So for both of these teams, I feel like this series is going to come down to both hard points. On one side for OpTic, are they going to rotate? And on the opposite side for Minnesota, are they going to hop the hill?
Sounds good, my friend. Yes, here is our Game Fuel marquee match, maps, and modes. It's pretty easy to remember. You got Tuscan Hardpoint, Tuscan Search Destroy, and Tuscan Control, followed up by some Berlin in Game 4 and Game 5. You have short-term memory like me. It's going to be easy to remember. Just 2 maps, and that is it. Apologies for the mic being muted off the rip, but we're here and we're back. Jay, we cannot understate how important that this matchup is, not just because it's the final one of opening weekend, but also because both of these teams in search for their very first win of the season. It means a lot for Minnesota, given their schedule. They have got some big matches still to come. They've got Seattle, London, Atlanta, and the Guerrillas. Meanwhile, on the OpTic side, we were looking at this team, Jay, to be already 1-0 coming into this. We were going to think that, hey, this team's going to be confident. They're probably going to have a 2-0 week. Not at all the case, right? They come into that match versus Ravens, reverse swept, and now we're not sure what to think, my friend.
Yeah, they're just starting so slow into series. Like, when I think about this OpTic team, when it gets down to those crucial moments, because they had a lot of them yesterday versus London, round 5s, round 11s, even towards the end of that first map on both cases, they didn't even get to the final score. It just comes down to, if OpTic in those crucial moments, someone needs to step up as a leader. And that's just something that I've been thinking about for the last couple of days when I think about this team, is that who's going to be the guy that's calling the shots to close out the games? Because when I think about this roster, every single player on this team has been a role player. They've always had someone in the back of their ear that's going to be giving them the game plan. When you think about Scump, he always had Crimsix or Formo in the back of his ear. And then for Shotzzy and iLLeY, you always had Crimsix. Like, they always had the guy that was going to step up in those crucial moments to make those calls in those big moments. And they are going to need it today because Minnesota, they're coming off of a difficult loss at the kickoff, and they're looking to bounce back strong here.
Yeah, and the one thing when we talk about the Røkkr, great teamwork a lot of the time. We'll see how that is tested today. But, hey, like I said, when we talk about the coaching staff from the OpTic Texas side, we know they've got 2 great minds in both Rambo and Sender trying to focus this team in. Same thing can be said for the Minnesota side, right? They have not played a match yet. This is their very first one here in this season. And the biggest part about that is that they've been able to watch that OpTic tape. I'm sure they've been watching all of the VOD that they can. And like I said, with not just great coaching staff on the OpTic side, but for Minnesota as well, you've got some great minds there in both Saint and Looney.
Yeah, so the 2 players that I want to focus on throughout this series is obviously going to be our game field feature player in Shotzzy, because yesterday he was able to drop the most damage out of every single player on his team, but he also had the lowest KD. That means he was dying a lot, giving up his life a lot. And when you're a player that's so talented like Shotzzy, you play at such a tremendous pace, you have to know how to play your life. So I'm looking at this guy to step up. And then on the opposite side for Minnesota, I want to be talking about Priestahh. In that kickoff match versus New York, he had a 0.8. And this is a guy who's the flex player for this Minnesota roster. He's basically running the best gun on every single map. He's such a talented player. He needs to step up today versus OpTic.
And it's weird, right, to see a player like Priestahh at times in these slumps. He had a similar situation to kick off Cold War where it felt like at times P-Dog was nowhere to be found. There would be times where he would take over in series. I couldn't agree with you more, my friend. Some big players to look out for on both of these sides. But as it said, our Game Fuel feature player is going to be Shotzzy, which really seems to be the conversation primarily around this OpTic Texas roster, my friend, right? Because it's the whole conversation about how you have 2 pairings now coming together. Shotzzy still trying to adjust with this good old new SMG duo in Scump.
Yeah, him and Scump, they're scary on paper, but still, so far, at least throughout this season, they just haven't really got things going yet. They had a tough matchup, like I said, versus London. They just completely got caught off guard when it came to the slaying power of London. So now, they just have to expect anything, but you have to keep the fundamentals into play. And like you said, they have a great coaching staff in Rambo. Used to be one of my teammates. I almost got into a couple hand-to-hand combats with him because he used to argue with me over certain plays. So he's going to get these guys into shape. It's all about if they can execute the game plan.
Yeah, somebody who previously worked at Envy, I've heard a few of those stories, and it doesn't exactly sound the same way that you portray them, Jay, but hey, who knows? It's Ray. You know, we absolutely love him. But still, this match is just a matter of moments away. OpTic Texas versus Minnesota Røkkr. As we said, both teams in search for their first win of the season. It's the first match for Minnesota. On the OpTic side, though, losing yesterday versus the Ravens, outslayed by a good 30+ kills. You're looking to see this team turn things around, but it feels like the entire chatter around this series, Stud, is about OpTic primarily in regards to, is this a must-win series? I'll pose that question to you. Is it a must-win game for OpTic?
I think it definitely is. If you're OpTic, you were really high in the power rankings before the season even started. And then you go to the kickoff, you don't get a great showing versus the LA Thieves. Then you come into your very first match of the season, and it still was a struggle, especially versus a team like London, who were probably dead last year. Yeah. OpTic, they have such a high ceiling with such great players. They just need to put it all together.
Couldn't agree more, my friend. Having a few delays currently in the game. We'll have to try to figure out all of those problems, so we do apologize for the slight delay. I promise it'll be minor. I'll have to DM somebody if I have to make sure that this game gets started on time. We're going to throw it to a quick little commercial break. When we come back, it is time for OpTic versus Røkkr. Stay with us. Gentlemen, it is the final match of opening weekend. We have got the Minnesota Røkkr taking on OpTic Texas, and what is surely going to be a barn burner of a series, as we've talked about numerous times. If you've been in the stream, you've already heard us say it, but it's all right. Both teams looking for their first win. Røkkr, a very difficult schedule coming up. We talked about how it is a must-win for both of these teams, and somebody has got to budge, Jay.
Yeah, someone's definitely got to come out on top between both of these gauntlet of rosters. When you think about both of these two teams, obviously for the Minnesota side, since they have the chemistry, they've been together for quite some time, I feel like they have the edge in search and destroy. So this series is all going to come down to the respawns. OpTic yesterday, we saw them in their hard points. They come down to crucial moments where they need to rotate. aLLeY says it all the time on the desk. They just don't. You need to keep that in your back pocket today, and I'm pretty sure Rambo has drilled it into their minds going into this match.
Yeah, as you said, when it comes down to OpTic Texas, a team that is prone to mistakes, much like every other roster, you have to imagine that Coach Rambo Ray is going to be extra hard on this group before, considering all of the hype that's around this team, right? When we talk about, this new OpTic and Envy era, this is huge, right? This is a big brand move. We talk about the new franchise in OpTic Texas, of course, Dallas Empire, OpTic Chicago last season. They're now combined this year. A lot of chips are on the table. There's a lot of expectation around this Ford to really perform and to be that team that we've really waited for over the past few seasons. I mean, we talked about it last year. Cold Cold War. That OpTic team yet to get to that final. A big match, to put it lightly, all ready to start off the season. And it's fair to say, right, a lot of our top teams that we expected coming into opening weekend, they've struggled, right? We talk about New York, 0-2. FaZe have had to work for every win that they have accrued, and the same thing can be said for other teams as well. But here's another look at our maps and modes in case you're just joining us. Tuscan to start and Berlin to end. Our first 3 will be on Tuscan, and hopefully we don't end it out on 3 because I'd love to see some Berlin, one of my favorite maps, but we'll see what ends up going down. We apologize for the slight delay, but I'm being told that we are just a matter of moments from getting into our opening Tuscan hardpoint. Jay, walk us through this map a little bit. Tell us, what are the hardpoints to focus on, the money hills, all of the fun stuff.
Well, P1, we know it's going to be absolute chaos. Both of these teams are just going to try to get as much time as they possibly can. But if you can get to that P2 spawn and block the backside, we saw the way Atlanta FaZe was just able to hold it down in that last series, basically a full 60 every time. And if you can get that full 60 there and also chain that with some kills and flip those spawns to P3, that's also a great money hill to just blow this lead wide open on such a great map. I feel like this is our best hardpoint map that we have out of all 4 of them.
That's a great call, and I would probably, it's definitely up there for me as well. I think maybe tied between that and Berlin. Not exactly sure, but it's fun. It's a fun map. We love to be in the Italian streets, and here we go. OpTic Texas versus the Minnesota Røkkr. A grueler of a series and a lot on the line, as the Røkkr will start off on the preferred side and get through our very first few points. But it's Scump, it's iLLeY, it's everybody from the OpTic Texas side showing the slang that they can provide us with. Scump, not just for 1, but for 2, as Texas reclaims P1.
And this is a beautiful start for OpTic. You see how aggressive they are towards the opposite side of the map as well. Look at the positioning of Shotzzy as he does find a kill. Even though Priestahh does find 2 into the middle of the map, OpTic are still holding down a good chunk of time over this P1 when you usually do not see things like this. But with 20 seconds left, OpTic, their main focus now has to be on the rotation. You do not want to die off that rotation and allow Minnesota to start spawning in the back.
And that was the big thing, partner, that we learned in that London Royal Raven series. It was on the Berlin hardpoint specifically. A big talking point was on how, this OpTic Texas team, they can struggle from time to time in these rotations. It's going to be a big one here off the rip at Column. We'll see how they look to try and attack the Røkkr. As a setup looking somewhat solid to start. Shotzzy off to a nice 3-2 beginning for him. Some long-range shots from attaches, nothing lands, and iLLeY puts in the pressure to start, but now it's up to Priestahh as he hits all 4s, lands on the cold floor, and Texas continue to roll. The Shotzzy drops toward top broken.
And OpTic, they had everything cut off, but with those 2 pieces coming in from Minnesota, they're finally able to break into this hard point. And just looking at the minimap, I just see Scump just staring at the wall, so we're probably going to have a reset here.
You like to think. You like to think. Yeah. Maybe he's kind of important, kind of crucial to this team. We apologize. We'll see what exactly is going on. But yeah, Scump, I mean, maybe he's just a big fan of the, I don't know, maybe on the elements that Tuscan provides you. It is a beautiful map, Jay. You got to admit, it's a nice map.
Yeah, he got blinded by the sun. He said, no, I didn't bring any sun and tanning lotion with me today. I'm just going to back myself out of this lobby. I don't want to get sunburned. But we're going to have a restart. And that's kind of unfortunate on the side of OpTic because they had such a good start to that P1 hardpoint, even spawning on the bad side. So now off the reset, it gives Minnesota the opportunity to change a little bit going into the break-off.
Yeah, it absolutely does. And it's obviously unfortunate. We'll still continue to update you on the best way that we can. We're being told that it was, in fact, a game crash. So, yeah, it was not Scump just enjoying looking at the wonderful appeal that Tuscan can provide us with. It was an unfortunate crash. But like you said, that does give a great opportunity here for Røkkr to try and rebound, to figure out maybe a few of the mistakes that they made off of the rip. Because, granted, it was a little teaser, but Texas, the way that they were slaying at P1, it made you happy a little bit if you're an OpTic fan.
Definitely, definitely, especially when you're spawning on the bad side. You usually do not see them putting a lot of pressure towards that if they don't win their initial gunfights. So the fact that they opened up with 3 early kills, that's what led to them getting about 25 to 30 seconds and keeping that rotation towards B2. They were set up for that as well, but obviously Scump, his game disconnects, and now we're going into a reset. They just have to keep that same mentality going into this because it's all about the start off, especially if they can continue that on the reset to start off by dominating the game the way they were.
And I'm sure, Jay, as a former player, it's always frustrating, right? Whenever you go to a restart, it always works to the benefit of somebody, though, right? The team who doesn't play well off the rip, you're like, oh, darn, Scump's game crashed. Well, shoot, right? But at the same time, for OpTic Texas, it's got to be a little frustrating already, considering, like you said, the hype that's around this match, the eyes that are going to be on this game. Everybody is going to be staring at OpTic Texas to see what they can try and do after the loss that they had versus the London Royal Ravens. And really, Jay, it felt like social media was on fire after that loss they had.
It was. They definitely were, man, because it's something that caught everyone off guard. London, when they came in their first match, they got 3-0, just smoked. It wasn't even close. And I mean, no, they actually dominated that series. But London, we just weren't expecting that.
Right, exactly.
London with such young talent coming in from challenger players. You have multiple players that are going against some of the biggest names in Call of Duty, and they were able to outslay them a majority of those respawns. So just caught OpTic off guard. They just need to be able to completely forget about that. Just go into this series with your head held up high.
Yeah, I think the same thing could also be said from the Minnesota side, right? I mean, they come into that kickoff classic. There's already a lot of talk about them being one of only 3 rosters that kept the same team moving into Vanguard. They obviously had the Minnesota Miracle when it came down to that Stage 5 Major versus the Ultra. And then they come into that series versus New York, and they get 3-0 smoked. And we're like, okay, so where does the Røkkr sit right now? I'm sure from the player side, they're really antsy to get in this match. Like I said, man, the pressure is at an all-time high for both of these teams. And like we said, Røkkr's schedule, it's not going to get any easier. I just saw a quick little interview from Saint, and he was like, I don't know who just gave us the schedule, but it is not going to be easy. Like we said, after this game, they've got Seattle, then London, then Atlanta, and then to close it out, they have got the Guerrillas. So, like we said, in this series, to set the tone right would be huge for this Røkkr team that, like we said, also, much like OpTic, has got a lot of eyes on them.
And it all is going to be coming down to just getting early into this game. Because if you're Minnesota, you're able to slay with the best. We saw it happen versus New York. It's all about just trading those kills and getting some hill time. Right into the game we go. This time around, Minnesota once again still spawning on the better side. OpTic not going to start off with their 3 pieces. Minnesota are going to have control.
And that is a nice little team shot off the rip for Røkkr. Scump looks to try to make his way inside of you. He gets met with some fire, and that's going to be 3 down. Make it 4 down for Texas off the rip. Røkkr's thinking, hey, you know what? Maybe that restart was a solid opportunity for us. 20 unanswered points. And for Texas, you got to think, hey, do we want to try to push P1? Yes, but at the same time, we're also going to be thinking about spawns for next. A great start for Attach, and he falls at 3-1. And Shotzzy, pedal to the metal, he gets cut down after rushing toward the Røkkr side.
So instead of OpTic getting 25 seconds, at least they're still going to be able to get a good 20 and keep the spawns. Just have to make sure that you're not dying off this rotation, as iLLeY's able to find 2 off the old. But just look at the minimap. Number 6 in Attach. He was able to sneak his way all the way through the back. He can cause problems for OpTic.
And it looked like Shotzzy, somewhat of a sense of urgency. Maybe he has somewhat of an idea that somebody could be back here, but some big kills going down toward the front side while Attach still lingers in the back. iLLeY finding himself on 5 in a row, can make it 6. Could it be a streak? No. Attach will be there to shut it down. One of the more difficult positions on Tuscan is once you get back toward this tank area. Attach doing everything he can, and that will allow for the Røkkr to be in a 3v1 advantage toward the hard point. We'll see if they can utilize that advantage or if it'll all come crumbling down. Scump from the skies, but Standy turns it into a 2-piece.
And now with 25 seconds left, Minnesota should be able to win this rotation. It's going to be a huge gunfight coming in from MajorManiak, as he's going to be the only player on that side of the map currently. All of OpTic trying to rotate through middle map. Minnesota were able to take this lead with the remaining junk time. But OpTic, they're going to go right up that middle alley, and this can catch him off guard. MajorManiak thinks his back is going to be safe, but OpTic are going to be able to break through, not 3 players off the rotation.
That's great coordination, right? To read the fact that 1 player from Røkkr is going to be here, player 1, player 3, Scump and iLLeY combined to take him out collectively. And now they've got control over one of the better hills in Vanguard, one of the best money hills in the entire game here over at Fountain. It can be a problem to try and break on in, but Røkkr so far are doing an excellent job at it. It's 2, make it 3 for Priestahh in the midst of this break. They come in from the roofs and they make their hill their own. Now up by 12, and OpTic, all they can do is try to look and break. But with Priestahh being in this perspective, it's not going to be easy. But OpTic, they find 4 themselves. Back and forth we go.
They're able to break right through the front. It was a great place from Priestahh to flip those spawns, but OpTic able to get right back in with 20 seconds left. They have the potential to take this lead here. As spawns are still coming in roof side for Minnesota. They're not going to challenge. They're just going to think big picture. We got to get over to that P4. Scump is going to be here. Unfortunately, loses that gunfight. So this is going to allow Minnesota to get properly set up for this P4 hardpoint.
We'll see how Texas look to try to break this again. They'll grab the final few seconds. A slight advantage as we come in toward our 4th hill of the first set of rotation, 78-67. Røkkr with a solid setup for the time. iLLeY looking to break on through the front. does not have a trophy to join alongside of him, so he was completely blind and somewhat immobile as he ran through the bottom side of Church. Dashy trying the exact same strategy, and it works out quite nicely there for Bruce. Player number 3 in iLLeY looks to try to challenge toward the backside of Church. There will be a pinch set up for OpTic Texas, somewhat halted as iLLeY gets taken down. It's all going to be a focus toward the front. Shotzzy, a prayer, but gets taken down as well. First wave down, and Røkkr now hold.
Minnesota just came out on top in those trades. Kills are going back and forth, but right there was big shots coming in from attached to take down Shotzzy, which is our game fuel featured player. Now you just have to start thinking about the rotation, though. If you're OpTic, you have to get someone over towards that P5. They're able to break into this hard point, but this eventually flips the spawn. So now this should allow Minnesota to be at P5 off the rip.
We'll see what they can do with it. Shotzzy, our game fuel featured player, established in toward the middle side of the map. The reason why we reference this is he can cause some issues here on the flank, and Minnesota are not going to read this play. Great job here from the Ant-Man just to cause some issues in the back of the base, allow for this early push to not nearly be as grounded as Røkkr would like. Attach trying to make the play, but Shotzzy's able to cut him down. Now make that 3 in a row for him. His teammates drop for the front. It's all going to be on to him, but that very well may not be a problem at all. Now make it 4 in a row, 5 before he gets taken down. Some great plays coming through from Shotzzy. We'll see if it adds anything else up now for the Texas side, as it's an all-out battle in the command center.
A whole out battle. Kills are going back and forth. It's still going to be contested, but OpTic are able to come out on top for the time being. 15 seconds remaining on this hill. It looks like it's going to go in favor of Minnesota, as they do have the lead for the time. But off the rotation, it's going to be MajorManiak versus iLLeY. iLLeY just playing his life, waiting for his teammates to get closer towards this point before he commits towards the challenge.
Oh, in a big fight, MajorManiak does end up losing. And Attach will pick his weapon off the ground and says, you know what, the automaton is a quite solid of a weapon. Priestahh decides to jump on in the hill. He gets picked apart as well. A good plays from Texas. Again, walking away with the early 1v1 and setting themselves up for success. The rotations will continue to be the talking point about this team, Jay, and right now they've got themselves a 15-point advantage. Let's go ahead and step aside and see how the comms sound with OpTic Texas.
You one shot, guys. Other times that dog. That's on you. You dead? They're gonna hit you. They're gonna hit you. Yo, we flipped as well. Yeah, touch middle there. We flipped as well. Yeah, one shot free. Get him, get him. Give me mid, guys. Go. Get him. I'm mid. Yo, I'm going to take a P5. I'll go left, guys. I'll go left. Yeah. Reflank B main. Reflank B main. Yo, hold the back slow. Hold the back slow. I picked it because he saw me slow. Okay. I'm going back to you guys. So they're gonna be flat. They're gonna be all over flat. Take it down. I'm not ready. They're ready on green. Yo, two flat. One guy's gonna be main now. What is radio? Yo, top part of me. I'm trying to jump down. He's back down. One more short, Major. I'm gonna be on top. They're gonna spawn back. Spawn back. Nice. We're just spawning it back. Under ladder. Yeah, he committed me. I died. He ramp I think and back right. Get time. Yo, what's blue chuck Major hitting short. Okay, radio. I have a radio. Radio one.
Well, Stud, this team has been criticized a lot from the outside on their communication. How did you feel the comm sounded there?
I thought they were beautiful, especially from iLLeY. Like, I was wondering who was going to be the leader, who's going to be the guy that's calling off the rotations. And iLLeY, he was actually the general. He was saying, hey, let's make sure we post up in the back, make sure we're blocking the back spawns. And that's what's eventually allowed OpTic to just dominate the P1 to P2 chain, then grow this lead by 60 points. Now off the rotation, pretty sure Shotzzy, our game fuel featured player, was able to pick up some streaks, so you can use those, attack the roof side to completely break it.
That's a perfect call, and we'll see exactly how they look to utilize those strats, utilize those streaks in particular. As Shotzzy now calls in the glide bomb. We'll see what damage this can do, because yes, it takes players down now, and Standy will learn that the hard way. The attack from roofs will begin, and it is an excellent start. Still 2 players back here. Shotzzy will watch somebody spawn. It's actually going to be MajorManiak, who's only there for a brief moment. In and out he goes. There goes Dashy as well. And it will be a Røkkr hold to start the streaks. And that roof side push thwarted for now.
Yeah, that's just super unfortunate for OpTic. I would have liked to see Shotzzy use that streak when his teammates were a little bit closer towards potentially blocking a spawn there. But eventually Minnesota, they spawned back Fountain. They were able to pick up all the kills and hold this remaining time. As OpTic, with 15 seconds left on this junk, they're not really worried about that. They're just trying to get to that 250 mark. 10 seconds here, we put them at 220. Now, if you're Minnesota, you have to start playing some perfect hardpoint from here on out.
Yeah, it's also going to have to be a perfect hold here at Church, and it could be the right hardpoint for the job. Scump watches a nade flight right past his face, maybe even a second stun at that. Doing a great job at that damage control, but getting a little bit hot toward the top side of the church. OpTic looking for the right timing on when they look to deem the push, and it's the King who leads the cavalry inside. It's iLLeY who gets taken down. Dashy falls as well, and it's all going to be on to Shotzzy, who goes big for the first. Can he find a second? He will. Shotzzy is on one so far in this opening hardpoint, 29 and 14. The streak nearly gets extended, but he at least allows for OpTic to get a moment inside of the hill. Røkkr are able to rebound for the moment, but it cannot be denied. Shotzzy 29 and 16, having himself a map.
This has been a great hold for Minnesota. They're only going to be down by 60 points now. They're also going to win a rotation over towards P5. So if I'm OpTic, that comes down to a situation where it's 20 seconds left. You guys are all spawning P1. Someone's got to rotate. We got to be thinking big picture here. But when Scump, Shotzzy, and Dashy find 3 off the rotation, last player here is going to be MajorManiak and Priestahh. Major's going to die to the stun. Priestahh, last player on the steps. OpTic are just waiting for the flood as Scump sits in the corner, finds 2. That's going to be 3 dead. OpTic have control.
It was not a great start for Scump, but he has absolutely picked it up. The entire Texas team rallying, though, around both Shotzzy and iLLeY. The Empire's finest as iLLeY gets picked apart. He drops inside a radio, but it could set up iLLeY for a few of his own. MajorManiak accidentally takes down Priestahh. Only 3 more seconds before this map will belong to OpTic Texas. MajorManiak trying to hold off for as long as he can, defending the best way possible. Stun is the utility. Tossed out here in the command center. The nades continue to fly as Shotzzy adds on another 2 toward his overall kill total, and he could end it out as well. A perfect ending to what was a solid map from Shotzzy. OpTic Texas taking map number 1 on Tuscan.
And Shotzzy is the tone setter right there, 34 and 17, just taking over the entirety of the map. Great work coming in from OpTic. You can just tell the adjustments have already been made from yesterday to today. Every single time yesterday when they rotated, they would get immediately broken in the first 15 to 20 seconds. We saw them hold great holds on P2, and then eventually we're able to chain a good chunk of time of that towards that P3 as well. That was just great overall performance from OpTic. Great consistency when it came to slaying, great rotations, great everything, great communication. On the opposite side for Minnesota, I'm pretty sure everyone was sitting at negative. Before they started this series, they were struggling when everyone was going positive, they still couldn't win. But now when everyone's going negative, that shows that they're gonna lose by a bigger margin here. When you're getting outslayed by that much, OpTic are able to walk away with it now up 1-0.
Yeah, Shotzzy 34 and 18, iLLeY 26 and 15. As you said, partner, nobody from the Røkkr. A positive or even game at that. A solid win for Texas off the rip as they'll take this one 250 to 157 as we'll take a look at a few of the highlights throughout this Tuscan hardpoint. I mean, you called it perfectly, my man. I mean, it felt like for Texas, nothing really was going wrong. Everything seemed to be going their direction. I mean, what? Even when we referenced to that Fountain Hill, where we're talking about, hey, Røkkr, they've got spawns, they're in a good position. The streak comes in from Shotzzy, and it doesn't really do a whole lot. Despite that, they're at least contesting, right? They're at least causing Røkkr to work for every single second. And from the Minnesota side, it just felt like they could not get anything going. And a lot of that could be because of Shotzzy.
Yeah, I think they were just doing the right things. They were properly setting up for the breaks the way that they wanted to. That's how you're supposed to execute these plays. Not just go in there and someone try to be a hero. When Shotzzy calls in that streak, he allows 2 of his teammates to push up the roof. Even though the spawns don't flip, OpTic still have a great picture of how they want to get the job done. The game plan is there, and so far throughout this series, based on that map number 1, they are definitely following it.
Yeah, they definitely are. A solid beginning here for OpTic. And we talk about, a few of the search and destroy woes. It's big to grab that early hard point. We also know this Røkkr team is well fitted when it comes down to search and destroy, not just because of the players that you have on the team, not just because of the record they had last year, but because you have the same 4 players. Again, a huge win for OpTic Texas to start off this series versus a Røkkr team who is prepared, who is ready to come into this game. You cannot prepare for numbers like this, Jay. You can't prepare for Shotzzy to go up the way he just did.
And you can just tell the guy was having fun out there. Like, his finesse was on point. His movement was on point. 34 and 18, 26 non-traded kills, and then also 1:30 in the hill. The guy just stepped up tremendously for this OpTic squad to go up 1-0 into this series. I was expecting them to show a good showing into the hard point, but now they're going into a search and destroy. We saw them yesterday versus London. They lost both search and destroys in a 6-5 fashion. It comes down to some certain situations where OpTic, they take full control of a site, but they wait too long to either plan it or allow a play to develop. They just need to be quick on their reactions, quick on their mid-round adjustments, because Minnesota, like I said, their chemistry, S&D has always been their bread and butter.
Yeah, I know OpTic Texas did take the Berlin S&D, but as you said, they start up 4-2 on both of the S&Ds. They lose the final one on Bocage in round 11. The second one also goes to round 11 as well. Just really shaky performances across the board, really throughout that entire series versus the Royal Ravens. But the one big thing, Jay, as we begin to keep this conversation on Tusk, and again, we're not leaving Italy for a while. We're going to be here for a decent amount of time. The search and destroy side, we talked about stats. aLLeY pointed it out perfectly coming into this. OpTic, so far in offense, not been great for them. If you're not winning offense on Tuscan, there's a problem. They're going to have to be on point and continue to make the adjustments the same way that they did in Hardpoint, now in the search and destroys.
But you can just tell, just based off that first map, like Shotzzy, he's feeling himself. So he's going to be all out aggressive towards the middle of the map. Looking at him to have a way better performance than he did yesterday in Search and Destroy. Him and iLLeY really need to be those X factors. We saw iLLeY, he was able to drop chopsticks yesterday versus London, which led to them winning in that 6-5 on that map number 2. But this guy, he can really take over the games. And on the opposite side for Minnesota, just based off what we have at kickoff, they lost the Desert Siege Search and Destroy 6-3 to New York. And Attach really didn't have his best performance. He was like 2-7 with a 0.2 KD, and that's simply for the fact that he was losing a majority of those sniper battles. So now on a map like Tuscan, where you're not going to see a lot of impactful snipes, probably a little bit towards the B site and towards the middle of the map, but this should allow Attach to really work together with Standy as an army of 2 on the late flanks.
Yeah, that's a great call. We'll see him definitely get in the mix on occasion, right? You will see that sniper maybe brought out toward the field, but it will be more of a back and forth affair. We'll see how both teams feel when it comes down to that card 98K. But once more, Shotzzy, we'll see what he can do. Game Fuel featured player. We'll toss over a few names alongside the squad mates, and that's going to make MajorManiak not feel nearly as comfortable. Brought down to 50 HP as he'll have to seize. Back on up. Scump looking for the first blood, but it's Standy's turn for some revenge. Shotzzy on the other end as the SMGs are out to play. Røkkr currently with man advantage, up 3v2.
So now to 3v2, the bomb is going to be down as Shotzzy was able to find that kill across the map. So they know that Shotzi's roaming around the middle. But he is going to get spotted. Standy unfortunately loses that gunfight, so now it's going to be iLLeY in a 1v2. With 50 seconds left, Minnesota still have to work the bomb. They're just trying to not get bad timing on what position iLLeY's going to attempt to hit, as he is going to get spotted by MajorManiak. 1v2, 40 seconds left, Minnesota picking it up.
The best thing for iLLeY, though, is that he's got some solid weapons. The problem being that Attach just hear him. iLLeY can find the timing. Attach is right behind him. They're right next to each other. iLLeY's able to win the fight. It's also going to be bombed down. MajorManiak completely caught off guard. He realizes now that he's going to have to get into the fight. iLLeY will back up and potentially allow for that bomb to get planted. Major will look to drop this as the objective is in. iLLeY quickly on the prowl. Searching through middle. The fight's about to come in. iLLeY doesn't look both ways, and MajorManiak, they just ran right past each other. They just ran right past each other. What is going on? Major re-challenging onto the site. iLLeY, though, will walk away with it. A 1v2 for iLLeY off the start will give Texas the round.
I cannot believe he just made that play. 1v2 situation. Obviously, the bomb's all the way across the map, but iLLeY, being the great search and destroy player that he is, he knows that eventually they're going to commit this bomb towards B. He puts himself in a nice spot. Attach and him walk right by each other, basically gave each other a high five before iLLeY was able to take him down. And then with 12 seconds left, the bomb gets planted, forces it to a 1v1. It was just bad timing for both players there. But iLLeY, with that MP40 in those close range engagements, is going to walk away with the gunfight. OpTic taking the momentum to him in that early round.
Yeah, they absolutely are. How about the plays from iLLeY already showing off to this OpTic fan base, the talent that he can provide us with in some search and destroy. Major already off the start, getting a nice kill there from top broken. This little shutdown. Shotzzy and Attach has got a nade. I believe that was a double nade coming in from the Røkkr. Great execution there to take down iLLeY. Dashy gets dropped as well, and already it is Scump left in a 1v4.
He's going to break on through. Unfortunately, runs into the pre-aim of Attach, so that was a great defensive hold from Minnesota. It all starts off with MajorManiak. Once he finds that first blood onto Shotzzy, which is the bomb carrier in the middle of the map, they set up a beautiful team nade onto the player and towards top fire. Once that guy drops, you see Dashy. He has to hesitate to go from top church to bottom, and MajorManiak, he gets the perfect timing on him, is able to line up that kill, force it into a 4v1. No, Scump's a great player, but it's not an easy task to get done. Minnesota tie it up.
Yeah, indeed they will. Both attacking grounds not working out for either side, which is somewhat uncommon on a map like Tuscan. We'll see how Texas look to try to defend this. Maybe make it 3 for 3. And once again, MajorManiak in there for the first blood. He's already at 5-1. To kick off this game, a few first blood medals to go along with it. Shotzzy gets dropped as well, and the stuns, the nades, attacks, everything continues to rain throughout the middle side of the map. His attach will look to plant the bomb down, and Scump finally able to find at least one pick there on the Priestahh.
So now in a 3v2, but you have to pay attention to the minimap. Look at the positioning of Standy. He's going to try to work his way around the flank. He is going to get spotted. Scump does lose a huge one-on-one to MajorManiak, so now it's Dashy in the 1v3.
See what Bruce has got for us. 25 seconds to work with. The snap for the first, and the instant nade will bring him down to 30 HP. Danny from one side and attached from the other as they'll look to play peekaboo over at the bomb site. Attached for visuals, Dashy continues to lay down the lead, but it does not look like this will be a similar situation to what we saw in the last round. Some good shots, but Røkkr did not allow for the clutch this time.
And once again, Minnesota, another first blood coming in out of MajorManiak. Once they find that first kill, they were just slowly waiting for OpTic to make a mistake, waiting for someone to try to be a playmaker. Shotzzy tries to jump down towards the middle of the map. They take him down, 4v2. Then eventually you work that bomb plant. You should be able to close out the round. Minnesota with 2 back-to-back.
Yeah, great stuff from Minnesota. And that's the thing with this roster, right, that we talk about. I mean, when MajorManiak was in and out of the team last year, I had the chance to interview him in his first series back with Minnesota. And they looked a little bit shaky in S&D to start, and he was like, trust me, man, don't worry about our S&D. We're going to be just fine. And that's something that you can always trust when these 4 players, when this Røkkr team is with each other. They just know how this mode works, and you can count another first blood for Minnesota here in round 4. MajorManiak, solid toss of the nade, puts a little bit more of elbow grease onto that. Brings iLLeY quite low, but Røkkr continue to work with numbers, and you see, with that bomb down, they do not want to try to give anything else up. A lot of power positions, a lot of control. Dashy having to go for the pick, but Priestahh able to shut him down again.
So now in a 4v2, someone has to try to make a play. Scump is going to get spotted in towards bottom middle. iLLeY does take down one to force it to be a 3v2. But bomb is still going to be down at A. 40 seconds left. Minnesota, they're actually kind of playing this pretty spread. So it's looking like OpTic, they're just going to try to work their way back to the spawn. With 30 seconds left, you have to try to plant this bomb.
Almost felt like for Scump and iLLeY, like they wanted to talk to each other in game, like instead of P5, warm each other up, get each other hype. Is this going to be up to Scump now to 1v2? iLLeY's there for the trade. Makes things somewhat easier, but with 13 seconds, there goes Scump. Røkkr off of these first bloods continue to put themselves in man advantages, and Texas not strong enough to say anything about it.
Yeah, so far, OpTic, they're just sending Shotzzy by himself, and it's just catching them off guard, because once they eliminate Shotzzy, they know that the bomb's down. Minnesota, they were able to just completely blind counter that round, send 3 players to that A site. Once they get that first blood, Priestahh puts himself in a great position to find the second, and they've just been dominating these rounds slowly but surely, just picking them apart. That's 3 in a row for Minnesota, back on the offense now.
One thing that I really liked right there was that Standy was actually making the calls. You could see him. He was really leading in the conversations as MajorManiak, giving us another lovely spot to look out for. Prone to those, but the sophomore making the plays, making the calls. The Shotzzy runs right through P5. He'll join the Røkkr really as a member of the team, it felt like. Right into the jaws of Minnesota. As Priestahh will just hang out in the backside of the spawn. Snipe is out for Dashy, and he's able to at least land a shot. Now brings it to a 2 versus 3, and it's going to have to be the ace here for Bruce if he wants to make this search and destroy that much easier score-wise. And Priestahh, oh my gosh, Priestahh somehow saw him despite planting the bomb. He knew that could be a possibility as Røkkr continued to roll, and Shotzzy really served it on a silver platter.
And that was just another blind counter from Minnesota. Right there, OpTic, they said, hey, nothing is working. We cannot stop their A push. Let's try to push through this B site. Let's try to get through P5. And right there, Minnesota, they were just ready for it. Once again, they opened up with the first blood, win a majority of those trades. And they're just playing textbook search and destroy. If I'm OpTic right now, if you're going into another offensive round, because they've only won their very first defense, they haven't won an offense yet. And on a map like Tuscan, you need to be able to win your offenses. It just all comes down to, hey, let's just work on getting the bomb down. Let's stay right next to each other and play a trade, because so far they haven't even planted yet.
Absolutely right. 2 plants to the side of Røkkr. Nothing yet from Texas. Was attacking percentages here in Search and Destroy. Getting back at them. Shotzzy not yet comfortable to plant this bomb down. They don't really have a ton of mid control. As Dashy will look to provide that at the least for the team. And right whenever he peaks, MajorManiak is there to bring him down quite low. And you can just see Texas trying to work on some picks, but again, Dashy gets dropped. MajorManiak has been Mr. First Blood so far throughout this game. As OpTic continue to get picked apart. Shotzzy brought low in HP. Scump decides to bring out Dead Silence. Felt like a player was going to challenge. Shotzzy falls, and my word, as Priestahh will get the strafing run, it's all on to the King, a 1v4. MajorManiak is toying around. He's jumping from side to side, setting up his teammates. Textbook search and destroy from Minnesota. Now make it 5 in a row, stud.
So right there, if you're OpTic, you have A control. Let's just plant the bomb. Don't allow Minnesota to work that pick onto Dashy top fire. All Dashy's job is trying to do is just give the information, trying to put some eyes over it so no one can rush to the middle of the map. But they're just taking so damn long on putting this bomb down that Minnesota are doing whatever they want to retake it. OpTic, you have to be quicker at making your decisions. You have to get this bomb down so you can allow Dashy to change his positioning up to potentially win the round.
Yeah, it just feels like there's just a level of urgency when it came down to the objective. Nobody wanting to get picked, and like I said, just not a clear plan of attack right now throughout this search and destroy, and things are about to get that much more difficult. Priestahh has got some words for Dashy, serving it up nice and hot, does the glide bomb. Another first blood. Granted, it comes from a streak, but it still counts as OpTic Texas once more at the man disadvantage. Bomb is down, and there goes iLLeY, potentially for the final time. Scump gets his second kill of the game. It'll be Priestahh there to seal the deal. Minnesota, 6 rounds in a row to close things out, and you can give them pretty much every single first blood here in this Tuscan S&D as they bring us now to a 1-1 score.
Yeah, that's going to be a tall ladder to climb for OpTic to get better at this mode. You can just tell it's a lot of individual plays, a lot of slowing down, not making in-game decisions that's going to be super quick. Minnesota, they were just able to run all over them throughout the middle of the map. Like OpTic on a map like Tuscan, you expect that one round win that they do have to be on offense, but it's not. It's on defense. They could not win a round on Tuscan on the offensive side. You just got to get the bomb down. You got to allow your teammates to set up around that. But the fact that they were just waiting so long, it gives Minnesota the opportunity to just retake it the way that they want to. Once they solo out Dashy in towards bottom middle, he has to watch multiple different angles. Bottom church, the top crack wall on the top right broken, even the top middle sandbags of church. There's 3 different angles he has to try to pay attention to. But when you're just wasting so much time on trying to plant that bomb, eventually Minnesota find the pick, and then they just play the trade numbers. That was a flawless search and destroy from Minnesota.
You sound frustrated.
Yeah, it's definitely frustrating because these guys know exactly what they need to do. They just haven't put it together yet.
Yeah, they definitely have not. Røkkr, just a picture-perfect S&D, basically mimicking what we saw OpTic do in the opening hardpoint. Both teams having great maps, but we find ourselves at a 1-1 scoreline. But folks, we're not leaving Tuscan. We've seen it for hardpoint, we've seen it for search and destroy, and the tour only will continue now into this control. When we come back after the break, it's time to find out who will take the advantage in this series. Will it be OpTic Texas or the Minnesota Røkkr? We will find out right after this quick break.
Exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got the power, I'm built to devour. Anyone coming against me, I tower. I don't cave in the pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in a stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh, no, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game, all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. I'm in the game like EA. Been in my prime since pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range. Going over heads like a toupee. Treat every day like payday. Y'all been living so mundane. My work week is Sunday to oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime. Punching the clock, I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a coin that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pros. Watch me hit the power moves. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, 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 energy. I need that energy, energy.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by TeamSpeak, the official broadcast communication partner of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Game Fuel Marquee Bench. We got to give a huge shout out to the Røkkr fans who are doing a watch party in Eagan, Minnesota. We've been told they have a sold out showing here for this very match. Jay, look at the setup that they got.
We love that.
Look at that, like
That's a full-on theater.
This is great.
Yeah, they're on full-on theater. They're watching everything in HD. This is beautiful.
This is delightful. They are looking at that bad boy in full HD quality. They're catching everything in 4K. You love to see it. But big shout out to Minnesota. They're always doing awesome watch parties like that. And they just watched their boys, Jay, absolutely clean house there in that last Tuscan Search Destroy. It does not get much better than that. I'm not sure about First Bloods, but I know that Minnesota was absolutely rolling in that category as well. But now we got to focus our attention here into this next Tuscan Control. Walk me through it, buddy. Let me know, where do both teams stand, and where do you see this one going?
Yeah, so yesterday, OpTic played this map versus London, and they got destroyed. The only round that they won was one defense. They ended up getting outslayed tremendously. The only player positive was going to be Scump. And then on the opposite side for Minnesota, the only time that they played this map was versus New York at the Kickoff Classic, and they ended up getting 3-0 there. Not a ton of slaying presence there as well. So it's all just going to come down to between these two teams, who is going to be hot, which guns are going to be hot. Because Shotzzy, he's our game fuel featured player. So far in that map number 1, he was really the tone setter. Look at him to do the same here.
Yeah, without a doubt, OpTic Texas will start things off on the attacking side as they will be given full access over at that A objective. You notice for Røkkr, not valuing much about that at all, Jay. An interesting strategy for Minnesota. They throw one player at it in Priestahh, maybe a few excess shots coming in from Standy, but it may come back to bite them considering the fact that Shotzzy is now inside of their base. OpTic look primed and ready to grab that A objective. Shotzzy finally gets taken down, but what do you make out of that from Røkkr?
Yeah, I would like to see Minnesota Røkkr contest A, or at least throw a couple lives off the rip. Just don't give it freely up to OpTic, because now they're going to have 2 minutes and basically 30 seconds to work this B point up 4 lives. You see number 7 on your mini-map, though, Mr. MajorManiak. He's going to have a huge engagement here versus Shotzzy, able to take him down. So he's going to be that person blocking the spawns, forcing all of OpTic to continuously spawn at pallet.
Yeah, a great situation here for Major, and OpTic will be aware of that. Quickly on the flank are going to be 2 players. It's all going to be on the Dashy. He makes quick work of both Priestahh and Standy. So they've got 1 player still in behind enemy lines. Well, Dashy hopes that his teammates can win a few of the fights toward the front, and they will do exactly that. OpTic now with the chance for the break, but attached on the other side, takes down 3 of them. Some big plays coming through from Dylan Price, ruining all of the plays that Texas had worked so hard to try and make happen. Back to the drawing board, go OpTic Texas.
And now you see Minnesota starting to be super aggressive towards the middle of the map, just trying to create layers that these OpTic players have to check. Check every corner, don't allow anything to happen, but Standy finds 2, almost finds the 3rd. But Scump and Dashy come out on top in the trade, so now they're going to have P5 control. They just have to try to break their way through plat.
Much easier said than done. We'll see what OpTic can do. The early trades being won by Røkkr, all because of Priestahh's play. Once more, it is spoiled again. Røkkr, as we said, off the rip, just allow for that A capture to go Texas's way. Again, they're preferred for it. They're expected to take it, and they do. Røkkr have been so focused on this setup, and so far, it has looked absolutely stellar. No real dents made from the Texas side yet. A Scump will look to change that. 1 to 2 more good pushes at this. So Shotzzy has made his way through, and Scump will look to try to join alongside of him. So Scump rather does end up getting traded out. Shotzzy gets punched in the face there from Priestahh. B-Dog has got some words, but now it's iLLeY's turn to try and make a flank happen. Dashy is still here. He gets found out, and iLLeY doing everything he can to apply some pressure from the backside. As Standy gets taken down, Texas finally a chance to see the point. Scump and Shotzzy, the Bash brothers, it would appear right now, doing a great job to bruise their way in toward this point. Standy doing everything he can to try and prevent it, though. 22 seconds is where the clock will stop for the time. A solid setup right now for Texas, all spread out here throughout this B objective, but Standy falls. That point continues to tick, but Shotzzy drops. It's all on to Dashy now. A big play, but he'll take him down. Minnesota now on 4 lives.
They have 1 good push. Minnesota just have to stay alive for 10 seconds. They have to watch these crosses. Unfortunately, iLLeY's going to open up with that first blood. Dashy challenges Standy back alley. 5 seconds left. OpTic have to get on the point.
They have to get on the point. A 2 versus 8. Attach and Standy. It comes down to them. The clock will stop for the time. They're both alive, though. Trying to pick them apart as Standy gets taken down. It's all on to attach. A 1v7, but Texas will finally get their chance, and they will strike in the opening attacking round.
And that's tremendous work from OpTic, especially iLLeY. The fact that he was able to stay alive on the backside the entire time, or for such a long time, it eventually allows his teammates to push out through plat, win a couple of these gunfights, and just keep the live count in their favor. Eventually, Minnesota, they run out of spawns. They had 1 good push to hold for 10 seconds. But when you give up that A point as easily as they did, OpTic had so much time to work that 1B point, they get the job done.
Good opener there for OpTic Texas, as they will maybe try a similar strategy. You saw Dashy get picked early. OpTic Texas essentially doing the exact same thing here, Jay. I mean, they'll look to try and get a few of these kills, but you can tell they're not really interested in trying to stop that A capture point from going down. mimicking the exact same thing we saw from Minnesota.
But at least they're keeping the min-map presence. They're not allowing anyone to sneak through their base, because that's what Shotzzy was able to do the last go-around. Runs right through middle and was able to cause havoc in their spawn. So now, only going to be down 1 life with 2 minutes left. OpTic on the defense. You see all of Minnesota, they're trying to attack out through P5, trying to take control of Plat. There's going to be a couple OpTic players trying to shut them down. Standy opens up with the first blood. They can find a second kill. This could be the opening Minnesota we're looking for.
Oh, and Scump not able to get away. He tried to jump down from the ladder, but MajorManiak is there to take him down. How about the shots from Attach? Up close and personal in the face of iLLeY, as that's going to be 5 in a row now for MajorManiak, a 7-team streak. As that point, we'll look to try and roll. OpTic have only got 3 kills so far in this round, and that will be how we close it out. Only 3 kills on the side for OpTic Texas. And my goodness, OpTic reply with a great first round. Røkkr one-up them this time as one of the best attacking rounds that we have seen all year. 1-1.
They just made that one look easy. Once they found those first 2 kills, once MajorManiak climbs up to top church, finds that second kill, they find the third as well, and then they just stack the point. That's one thing that really frustrated me yesterday watching NYSL, is that they got 3-4 dead, and they just would not stack. They would still play the kills. Right there, Minnesota, they said, hey, we can get the job done if we all just sit on the point. And that was such a well-executed offensive round for the Minnesota Røkkr.
I mean, you could just tell, man, the minds are moving right now for both of these teams, and Shotzzy's there to spoil the entirety of the party, taking down 2 off the rip and maybe having a third. The quickest reactions on Tuscan, but eventually gets silenced, and really that's just damage control. That's just your SMG player trying to make Røkkr have a few headaches. And they'll do exactly that. Already inside of church do Scump and Shotzzy go. That dynamic duo with those MP40s already causing some issues for Minnesota. A little bit late there to the point as Standy tries to flank to halt that push. But once again, it is that A point captured. 3 for 3 so far throughout our opening rounds. And with 2 minutes on the clock, we'll see what OpTic Texas can do.
They do have plat control right now, so if you're Minnesota, you kind of have to turtle up. You do not want to drop everyone at the same time, but when Attach and MajorManiak are shooting like that, they're able to find 2. So now they force OpTic to slow down, try to work their way through plat. Standy gonna be sitting in towards top church, just trying to watch the flank. All out attack coming in from the top side. First player gonna be here is gonna be MajorManiak. He takes down 1. Eventually the trade should come about, but Minnesota coming out on top.
And it felt right there, just an out of sync type of push there for Texas. Constant 1v1s, constant pressure coming in at opposite times, but Scump will pick up from where the rest of the team leaves off, as that'll be 3, nearly makes it 4. And that will break things open for OpTic. Like we said, Scump, he's able to stay alive. He's the last player, but he makes all of the difference. Standy on that overextending flank is able to halt the push once more. Dashy will make it toward the backside of the tank. Look to make life difficult there for Minnesota. And that's a great sequence there from Attach. He and Priestahh combined for 3. And with a minute left, we'll see if Texas can do some work here off of spawn. And already pressured, as well as Priestahh. Now it's going to make it 5 in a row for him. Everybody's going on sprees.
And this is what's so scary, because every time OpTic go 3 to 4 dead, Minnesota are just taking map control. Attach, trying to hold down plat. Unfortunately, he's going to lose this gunfight, but they have just caused OpTic to waste so much time of just basically trying to get out of their spawn. So now with 35 seconds left, they do find 2 kills. They could potentially take control of plat here. Number 8 in Priestahh puts himself in a great spot to at least take down 1, slows down the push. Scump and iLLeY are going to be the last 2 players farthest pushed up for OpTic. This is basically their last push, and Minnesota shut it down.
Down heavily in lives, OpTic. We'll see what they look to do based off of that. 5 versus 12 for the moment, and Røkkr look good to hold this. OpTic will deem to go ahead and allow for this one to sit. Potentially, they'll try and tease it for the moment. Actually looking for the opening pick, because they're down to just 4 lives. iLLeY back to the spawn he goes, and yeah, Røkkr will take it. And that'll be our first defensive round. Somewhat untypical here on Tuscan. Like we said, the amount of dominance that we've seen on the attacking side has been unbelievable. But Røkkr are finally able to regain. And as you said, partner, despite a few great moments for Texas, Røkkr are able to shut them down each and every single time. Constant big team fight victories. And we'll see if Minnesota can close them out in 4, or if we've got a round 5 on our hands.
So here we go. This time Minnesota, they're going to switch it up. They're just going to commit towards this B point. So if you're Shotzzy, you just have to try to slow down. But the comms are going to come in. Those players at A are going to give the call out to Shotzzy that, hey, they're attacking B right off the rip. We have to try to shut down this push. And this either can make or break your round if you're Minnesota, as 3 players are going to drop. Now you have to hit the rotations over towards A, which costs you a little bit of time.
Priestahh, maybe the only positive of that entire push is the fact that he's at least able to get behind the opponents. We'll see what he can do with this, because the rest of his teammates are just getting plain up, slayed out.
Yeah.
Only 1 kill so far here for Røkkr, as they'll be able to add at least another one onto it. Standing from not just close range, but long range as well. Takes iLLeY's head clean off, and with that, the Røkkr now able to finally siphon their way inside of B, and they've got some great setups prepared. Scump and Shotzzy combined for 2. Attach having to try and stay alive, but it's Standy on the flank. Standy can make all the difference. A current 2 versus 3, but what can they do? What can they do with it? Attach wins it. Standy for the other. A big 1v1 onto the point, now making it a 2v1 as the SMGs from Røkkr staying together. They hold the line, and OpTic begin to struggle, still in the back of their base. A total flip-flop so far here in this round. And Attach and Standy can do no wrong. 8 combined from these 2. Standy finally goes down, but Attach will not. Can he get some streaks? Yes, he will.
Oh my.
Yes, he will. Attach staying alive. That A point will continue to roll for Røkkr, but they have got more than enough progress made, not just in terms of lives, but at that B point. How about Attach? How about Standy? Excellent plays there from Minnesota.
Yeah, at the end of that gunfire right there, you saw Attach basically shooting air. He was like, give me him, put them all on my screen, I'm gonna kill them all. But unfortunately, he does get taken down. Minnesota do capture that A point though, so now they have a 2-live advantage. They have 1 second completed at B with 1 minute and 15 to work with. You see Minnesota, no one's trying to do too much. They're just waiting for their teams to get pushed up on the map. Shotzzy, our game view feature player, able to find a 2-piece in towards Church, so this is gonna slow down this push from Attach. As they're trying to attack towards that top plat area. You see number 2 in Shotzzy just playing spoiler in the middle of the map.
He could be a problem as well. He easily could flank this, and yep, he gets the call. Now's the time to flank. Shotzzy does get found out. The great awareness there for MajorManiak, as they might look to invest a streak, and yes, the strafing run is in, and believe it or not, it actually does take down an enemy without taking out your own teammate. Yes, it does work. And Minnesota, we'll see what they can do off of it. Shotzzy getting his chance once more on the flank as the collapse is in. OpTic Texas hold them off, and Shotzzy gets the call to push out the spawns.
Shotzzy's gonna be super aggro. If you are Minnesota, you have the live advantage. You know that you can no longer basically win this round. You just want to make sure you secure that defense going into this round number 5. But that was a great hold from OpTic. The fact that they were able to bounce back into that defensive hold on towards B kind of looked like it was getting scary. Attach and Standy were just doing whatever they wanted on that point. They were able to earn some kill streaks, but OpTic were able to stop the bleeding, take control of top plat, keep control of the map, which eventually closes out the round. Now we're going to a defense, and I'm pretty sure, if my math is correct, Minnesota have defense.
Alrighty, I'll hold you to it, Jay. I'll hold you to it. But like you said, man, just impressive stuff, really, from OpTic Texas, as you mentioned it, right? For them to be able to hold on despite the streaks that Attach was going on, despite the streaks that we saw Standy going on. They also bring in that strafing run as well, which did get a kill successfully. But with that in mind, OpTic are able to hold, and now we've got ourselves a round 5, a huge map for both of these teams. And it is going to be OpTic Texas on the attack. Scump.
Oh, I like this play.
Oh, they're going to run right into B. They're run right into B.
This is beautiful out of OpTic. They go right up the middle of the map, right through bottom church, which completely catches the players on Minnesota off guard. So now you have 2 players on the point. The first segment is going to be here. They just have to try to keep track of where Standy is going to be on the map. He's going to take some shots, give up his positioning, but so far that was a good startup for OpTic. It's probably not going to work out as Standy does find 2 towards plat, but that was just a beautiful read from them off the break.
And if you really think about it, though, based off of tick progression, I mean, what? Scump and Shotzzy do the exact same thing from an objective standpoint that Standy and Attach did off of the sprees that they were able to commit with, especially when it comes down to that B objective. So the one tick in B, while minute, is quite big in the overall scale of things. As MajorManiak, he and Priestahh combined for 2. Standy still on that spree that he earned based off of that last round. And continuing with it, Røkkr did not want to give this point up for free. They realized how much that tick over at B could mean. They want to continue to contest for this, but take a look at Standy on the flank, takes down one, and Dashy also having a few more players run right into his line of sight, as that could have been another. Glide bomb earns as well as the strafe. Some excellent plays there from the sophomore himself. Dashy on the other side is hitting shots from range. 3 ticks in total, but they've got to get this third one over at A, and it looks as if they will. A minute added to the clock, and we'll see what Texas can do. Down a few lives, but can it be another attack here in the later stages from Texas?
Shotzzy trying to do everything he can from top church. As you see the push coming from OpTic. Trying to hit through church, trying to flank around the backside. MajorManiak a huge one-on-one onto iLLeY, as Priestahh wins a huge one as well towards that plat side. Last player on this side of the map is going to be Shotzzy. He takes that one, but immediately traded, and that's going to be an answer for Minnesota. So now this is going to allow them to get some map control. Priesthah's in a great problem to cause some havoc.
Oh, it's up. Nearly had it. Felt the Priestahh was there. Holds the ADS, but Priestahh will walk away with the fight. Another opportunity for Texas to draw this one up. They've got 2 players coming in from the backside of church from that field position, while 2 currently sit inside of green. OpTic makes the call, attached with the first blood, but iLLeY runs right through the setup. And Standy a little bit slow on the reaction. He's going to get dropped as well. Shotzzy able to find the second. Can it be the third? Another big 1v1 going down. Shotzzy jumps out, and iLLeY's there to pick up right from where he left off. The
Stack
Empire
point.
duo making the plays, and now they'll stack the point. They'll look to stack the point. Can Røkkr get here? Røkkr got to do something. They've at least got to diminish this push, but they will not be able to do it. Shotzzy and iLLeY going huge in the round 5. They make the call. They play off of each other, and because of that teamwork, it gives OpTic Texas another round, the attacking round, and the round that will seal the deal here in this game number 3.
OpTic, they just performed out of their minds that last round. Right off the rip, their initial push was beautiful. The fact that you sent a couple players to go through bottom church to get towards that beat point, get that early first segment, that was huge as we go later throughout the round, because eventually they're able to capture this 8 point. But once Scump finds that 2-piece, they know we have 3 dead. And on the opposite side for Minnesota, when Standy was flanking that 8 point, he actually went on a 7 spree. He had full streaks to work with in his back pocket. But when Scump was able to push up that back alley, he was able to take down the player in Standy, which shuts down the streaks from coming in. At that point, it's 3 dead. Attach last player to come through bottom church. You just have to kill him, stack the point, you win the game. Beautiful adjustments coming in from OpTic. It kind of looked like it was going to get scary because Minnesota, they were slaying, they were picking up the kill streaks, they were doing exactly what they needed to do to shut down every single attempt that OpTic were trying to go towards B. But that one push from such great submachine gun players are able to close it out for OpTic. Now go up 2-1.
Yeah, man. I think at some point we'll have to take a look again at that final play from Shotzzy and iLLeY. I mean, their ability to maneuver, and that just is from the experience that these guys have together, right? They joined alongside each other in MW, rookies together. They've been through it all, and now they find themselves on the biggest brand in COD. They make the plays in that round 5, and now they promote the team that they've joined, right? They've got those green colors, and they are doing it in the brightest of stages. Some excellent plays for them down the stretch. But Stud, walk me through what was an unbelievable, a crazy and offensive heavy Tuscan control.
Yeah, I can't even believe it was so offensive heavy because we saw 3 offensive wins, 2 coming in from OpTic. The fact that they were on the defensive side, you see right here in these clips, they're just going back and forth. But that initial tick on that B point is what allows them to eventually get that stack to close out the map. Right here, 12 to 15. You see Shotzzy, he was able to find this kill onto Priestahh. And now he just stays alive, waiting for his teammates to make a play. This eventually allows Scump to push through the back alley. He finds that kill and then finds a second onto Standy as well. Once you take down Standy, no streaks can be available. No one is going to call the streaks. You just have to stack this point. That's exactly what OpTic do. By the time Standy spawns up, he calls in a glide bomb, but it's too late. OpTic were able to clutch up in the final moments.
Oh, yeah, I didn't even notice. I mean, what, just a few seconds later, Standy doesn't drop, that glide bomb comes in, and who knows? Everything could have been different. And like we said, some excellent plays, not just from Shotzzy. It was really a good team effort toward the stretch, as we cannot, state it lightly. Scump with a big 2-piece as well. an all-out team effort and a great closing round there for OpTic Texas. I mean, what has been a very one-sided series in terms of whoever is winning maps. They've been dominant, but in that control, the exact opposite. We see that final round, and it goes the distance. Incredible stuff there on the Tuscan control. But Jay, now we got to focus ourselves in toward this next Berlin hardpoint. I mean, what, so far in regards to the respawns, it has been great from the OpTic side. How do you expect, quick little note before we go to commercial break, how do you feel about Røkkr here on Berlin?
I'm really confident for Røkkr as long as they're rotating, because London, we saw what they were able to do versus OpTic yesterday. OpTic didn't rotate, they beat it by 100. Minnesota, do the same thing, you force game 5.
You heard the man. Alrighty, folks, make sure if you haven't done so already, utilize that hashtag CDL 2022. Let your friends know it's the final match of opening weekend, and it could be the final map as well. We'll be with you in just a moment. When we come back after the break, it's time for Berlin Hardpoint. Oh boy, there is just something about that song that gets me excited. Yes, Blake, you got your wish, but now it's time to talk about the Ant-Man. It's time to talk about Shotzzy, our Game Fuel featured player stud. This guy has been an absolute menace. As we take a look at the highlights that he has provided us with, it just makes you happy, right? If you're an OpTic fan, because hey, you don't have to face off against this guy anymore. Now he is in green. Now he's on your roster, and boy, has he had himself a series.
Yeah, he's the tone setter for the green wall, man. When he's playing so fast, picking up kills left and right, like his initial hard point was beautiful. And then you go into that control, just him putting on so much pressure towards the middle of the map. You saw that Minnesota was starting to get frustrated, especially when they were coming off spawn, because Shotzzy, he was always trying to time out that flank. And when you're having a guy that's playing as confident as him, go into this next map, you're going to need him to continue that strength, because we saw them yesterday versus London. It was not great from every single player. Every single player was negative. And then they also were not doing the right things. They weren't doing the fundamentals. Going into today, going into this map, you have to make sure that you're rotating. We saw yesterday they were rotating towards that P2, immediately broken. They get towards the P3, and it's immediately broken. You have to make sure you're holding your setups exactly the way that you were doing map 1.
And when it comes down to it, right, one guy who can be the player to make those rotations, or at the very least, shut down the rotations from the opposite side, can be a player like Shotzzy. Let's go and see how Twitter's reacting. We got Connor saying sometimes Shotzzy gets going and you just think, how is anyone supposed to stop that guy? I couldn't agree more with you, Connor. It's a very valid statement there, Jay. You just don't know how to stop that guy sometimes.
You definitely don't, man. But the only way to stop it, you might have to put your controller down, or if you're not matching the aggression one of your gunfights, I'm looking at Standy to really try to shut him down because they both basically play at the same exact pace. Yeah. They have some insane movement between both of those great submachine gun players, and I feel like whoever wins the battle here, especially when you're rotating over towards that P2, every engagement is close range. I feel like that's going to be the team that walks away with the map.
Well, here we go. Like we said, what could be the final map here of opening weekend and our final match. Here we go into Berlin. Hardpoint, OpTic Texas with the preferred spawns off the start as they'll be able to get to P1 early. An unfortunate teammate takes down Standy, which is not the way that you want to start this one off if you're Røkkr. Last player who's even past the 50-yard line is going to be attached. A few nice kills to the middle side of the map are granted there for attached and Standy, but it has been 15 unanswered so far here from OpTic.
Yeah, OpTic putting a lot of pressure into his trains as well. Is trying to not allow Minnesota to try to get into this as MajorManiak's able to find 3. Fortunately, he is going to get traded by Scump, but good job by OpTic. Now it's all about thinking about the rotation. Now you have 3 players. They have the man advantage. Already seen the adjustments from yesterday.
Yeah, and you just start thinking from the Røkkr side, right? You decide to invest in that play, and now with the rotations, they are going to have somewhat of a close setup right here inside a library. The first player who can make all the difference is going to be Scump. He comes through, takes down Priestahh. iLLeY, meanwhile, is at least able to make it a 2-for-1 trade. He jumps in toward the back door, gets taken down. And so with that, right now for OpTic, you do find yourself with the man advantage in regards to the way that this team fight is about to round up. 38 valuable seconds still inside a library, and Priestahh, he's ready to hunt. Texas looking for the timing, and with that first pick, it looks good for OpTic to break on in. The current 4 versus 2, last player alive is going to be Standy, and he gets dropped as well. OpTic break in at library.
And that's great work from OpTic. They're able to get in with about 25 seconds left, and now they have the rotations. We're going to have a huge battle between iLLeY and Attach, and iLLeY's going to be able to win it. That's such a big gunfight for this P3 because it can be the money hill. You can hold this for a full 60 as long as you shut down the initial push from street and towards fire. But still, a lot of Texas players pushed up towards the middle of the map. Shotzzy, our game fuel feature player, on a 4 spree, potentially working towards some kill streaks.
Yeah, at the very least, he's also getting information, right? He is getting information from his teammates who dropped. He's at 5 in a row. He might put Attach on skates. Not able to stay alive, but at the very least, he applies so much work toward that Røkkr end as Minnesota right through the front. They take advantage of what was somewhat of a shaky OpTic setup, but they still are going to have those close spawns. That's the reason why here on Berlin, we talk about this being the money hill, not just because of where the hill is positioned, but also because of how sticky those spawns can be. Still working to find it. Dashy, the one player who stays up, he's able to work alongside of his teammates, and despite a great push from Minnesota, they're going to have to back on up and allow for Texas to grab the final 15.
Yeah, that's just good work from Dashy to just secure those spawns for his team to allow them to get this remaining 30 seconds on this hard point to give them a 40-point lead. Now off the rotation, Minnesota are going to be set up, but you see iLLeY and his teammate in Scump starting to work their way through back warehouse. Shotzzy, all you have to do is just try to stay alive here. Just wait for your teammates to set up on this pinch. As Priestahh is going to get spotted. A couple shots coming in. OpTic coming from multiple different angles. Are Minnesota going to be ready for it?
And Shotzzy at least plays as the bait. He jumps out, allows for his teammates to have a little bit more of an easier time at kills. Scump takes down clean. 2, does get dropped in the end. And Minnesota will still stay close toward the hill. Nice shots from range out of Attach. Known as a flex player and shown us why that's exactly the case. Can do it with both weapons, but OpTic still holding in from the front side. Shotzzy applies once more. Some great pressure toward the front. That's going to be now 3 in a row again for Shotzzy. Now sits at 12 and 8. OpTic Texas now inching ever closer toward that 100-second mark as they've doubled the score of Minnesota. And now we head toward our final hard point here, the first set of rotations, and it could be a very mixy one at that.
So far, OpTic, they have been playing this game flawlessly. Their rotations, even if they're not getting there early, they're still initiating the break. Everyone's getting the kill at the right time, and they're flipping the spawns, not even allowing Minnesota to get time even when they have the spawns. So now we find ourselves on P5 broken hardpoint. Trades are going back and forth. MajorManiak trying to stay alive towards top 3. Scump does spot him, though, trying to commit towards this gunfight. Major's going to win it. So for the time being, Minnesota have control of this P5 hardpoint, but with 35 seconds left, OpTic are all over the spawns for the next one.
Yeah, all over the spawns are OpTic Texas.
Until now.
MajorManiak now finds 6. That's going to be 6 in a row for him. Like you said, the pendulum continues to swing in regards to those, not just a strafe, but a glide bomb earned here from MajorManiak. Excellent plays for him, and also, look at that, hops in the ejective, the exact type of player that you want to have on your team. And how great was MajorManiak in that series versus New York? A lot of questions on his play style. People talking how he's a little bit too slow of a player. But in hardpoint so far throughout Vanguard, he has been a problem. And that's the reason why Røkkr not just have spawns, but now are back in this game, Jay.
And just pay attention to the positioning of Shotzzy as he was able to find that kill towards backfire. He knows that one player is also coming off spawn. He's still spawn killing that one individual in MajorManiak, which eventually should allow his teammates to set up on this pinch, trying to work his way through the window. Movement is on fleek. Our Game Fuel feature player is here to play on another 4th streak.
My goodness, look like Spider-Man right there. Just start right in toward the window.
Nice.
And now he's got another chance at a kill. I was going to say not just Ant-Man, but also Spider-Man. Some great plays, but it's the King on the other side. Off with their head, says King Scump. And now he jumps in from the other window, takes attach down as well. My goodness, the SMGs from OpTic are feeling themselves right now in the office, and they're also prepared for that next rotation. Røkkr all spawning in toward backfire. OpTic are there to read him, and Scump could be sitting on another spree. Finally gets taken down, and Standy, the one saving grace at an early break, he gets dropped.
And Dashy's able to find 2 kills in the point. So that's huge. It's going to slow down this pressure from Minnesota as MajorManiak trying to go into the point. But OpTic still have control right now of P2. Spawns for them are still coming in back warehouse. You see all of Minnesota starting to flood through, but Shotzzy's going to be here. Able to take down the first. Spawns are still going to be there for Minnesota. 30 seconds left. If you're Minnesota, you cannot allow OpTic to run away with all this time here. But you have to keep in mind, you need that full 60 going into P3.
Yeah, you can't afford to push this one too hard, right? Given the fact that you've got that one for next. Some great shots. They're coming in from Dashy. This feels like this gun in particular is made for him in a map where he can absolutely show off his skill. But look at that score. Down by 70 points. Røkkr are going to have to hold this one flawlessly. It's going to have to be a solid 60. As Standy is at least making his teammates' jobs who are in the hill that much more easy. OpTic finally take him down. And now we'll see how they look to try and attack this. Let's see what the break looks like. Sending everybody through fire, Jay.
And I'm pretty sure Dashy was able to at least win one gunfight towards the street. Now he's just staying alive, stalling time for Standy. He's at least able to allow MajorManiak to spawn on him, but OpTic break in. Now 35 seconds. If you're Minnesota, you have to try to get in quickly. You cannot let this game get out of hand. Shotzzy trying to walk through the front door. Shotzzy and Scump, the combined duo, getting the job done, winning the majority of these gunfights with 20 seconds left. If you're Minnesota, you have to start thinking about that rotation because OpTic, they're so far ahead of this game right now. Minnesota are just continuously playing from the back foot.
And that was just great plays. It was great plays from the players in rotation. iLLeY gets out of dodge, and by that play, by him going through middle and by OpTic looking the directions that they were, it ends up spawning Minnesota in the top left of your map. And once more, as we called it, Texas with preferred spawns now here at Trains. As the glide bomb comes in, it at least gains information, but that's all it is. It's a glorified UAV based off the way that it comes on in. MajorManiak, after calling in the streak, he gets taken down. The first wave of Røkkr players are still doing what they can. They've broken on into hardpoint, and now they've got spawns themselves. Shotzzy may have found his lane. He may have found his lane. He takes down one in Standy. A second opportunity, but MajorManiak is there to cut him down. A 50-point game, and once more Røkkr staring at a vacant hill of which they just cannot seem to get much time on. Only 4 seconds away from OpTic getting to that 200-point mark. Røkkr still fighting for every single second left.
196 to 152. 8 seconds remaining on this hard point. But it's all about setting up for this P5 broken. You cannot allow MajorManiak to take control of top 3 once again. That's what allowed him to pick up those streaks to get them right back into this game. Now only down 40 points. Spawn still coming in from Minnesota from that warehouse side. But if you're OpTic, you just want to make sure you're playing the kills. You do not want to allow these guys to potentially get it clean for dead. You're not really worried about the time here, especially on a P5 hardpoint.
Yeah, you're definitely not. But Minnesota, you'll take these seconds as long as you can get them a nice few. Go down in the feed there for Røkkr, and they will look to soak up this time. OpTic with a sense of urgency. Jump right in here from the train station, but MajorManiak, they're jumping right into the jaws of him as that'll be one. Nearly makes it a second, but the trade will be there from Standy, and the points will continue here for Minnesota. Job well done at P5, but it just feels like the story that has been the same throughout this entirety of the Berlin has been OpTic with the spawns. Standy trying to be a thorn in the side here at the flank. Scump with the biggest of plays. Standy somehow dodges the nade. Stays alive with 20 HP despite the grenade going off right next to him. OpTic crossed the double sentry mark, and now it's Standy's turn to try to hop on into this one. He gets dropped. Scump and Shotzzy yet again combined for 3. And Priestahh left to try and make a play as he'll jump in toward Plat. A big job to do. Finds one, but overall it's the trades continuing to favor Texas.
And OpTic, 35 seconds still on this hard point. They can close it out here as Dashy finds 3 in the feed. You see Minnesota, they know we have to contest this. We cannot give up all this time or the game's basically over. OpTic are holding this down to the T though as Standy finds 1, Standy finds 2. Last player here is going to be iLLeY. He's going to get taken down. So now with 20 seconds left, if you're OpTic, chalk it. You have to start thinking about that rotation. There's going to be 2 players already here. You have Standy trying to cause some problems, able to catch off 1. Looks for the second as well onto Scump, takes him down, and now they win the rotation. This is starting to get crazy.
What a play from Standy. It's a race toward library, and somehow, despite not having the numbers for Røkkr, they win the rotation after contesting for what they had to at gold. Shotzzy still left up to try and go big. It's a 2-for-2 trade off the start. Standy's still alive. It's all going to be on to him once more. Røkkr once more call on their golden boy, the Minnesota Miracle Man, as he'll look to stay alive. That's going to be 6, nearly makes it 7. OpTic less than 20, make it 15 seconds away from walking away with their first win, but Røkkr not going down without a fight. It's a 2-versus-2 team fight, still left inside of the hill. OpTic can win it here. Røkkr will have to think about the rotation. Dashy putting in some shots from the back, but 15 seconds left. They can still win it. They can still win it, but Dashy, he can always stare at the hill. They can win it off the tick. Røkkr have delayed for long enough, and take a look at who has the spawns. 8 more seconds. OpTic will grab the scrap. 6 more points away, but Minnesota, as we said, they have got spawns for next, Jay.
Minnesota are here. They are here. They just have to hold this initial push. You see a couple players from OpTic hitting through the street, hitting through fire. They shut down both players on the fire side. Last player here is going to be Scump. 244 to 234. Almost a tie game. Minnesota just have to hold.
Can iLLeY make the play? No, he gets taken down. Scump toward the street. He's waiting for the timing, but that's 3 in a row. It's 3 in a row for Minnesota. Dashy doing everything he can. He gets dropped as well. Are Minnesota going to do this? Are they going to force the map 5? And yes, they will. What an unbelievable stretch in that hard point. Røkkr were down. We talk about the rotation, the amount of coordination that just took from Minnesota to force the game 5 is unbelievable. Opening weekend. Vanguard itself continues to shock us. It continues to leave us in awe. And Jay, I barely got a voice after that.
I'm telling you, man, this series, every single series that we've gotten into has been insane. The fact that Minnesota, they were basically down 60 points going into that P4 hardpoint. They didn't get a good chunk of time there, but they really dominated P5. And if you're OpTic, you could not allow them to get that much time to get back into this game because they do have the rotations over towards P1. Eventually, Minnesota were able to break in towards the very end of that with about 25 to 30 seconds left. And then Standy, he goes so big off the rotation to find not 1, but 2 kills. Once he finds that 2, it eventually allows his teammates to get into the play. Trades are going back and forth, but Minnesota were thinking big picture. We're just going to try to contest this down to the T to not allow OpTic to close it out on this hard point. They kept the spawns for P3, and it worked out as their favor as they shut down that one push at the very end of the game to force it to that game 5. I can't believe it, man. This is insane.
This is absolutely wild. I mean, it's going to take a huge clip. I mean, it's basically 3 hard points in a row, right? Where we're talking about Standy, we're talking about the Røkkr. OpTic, they felt like they had it. I mean, it felt like through the entirety of that set of rotations, you could just tell from the OpTic side, they felt like they had that game in their hands, and right when they expect victory, Røkkr is there to steal the game. You can never count out this Minnesota team, and I've got to imagine that the folks at that watch party in Eagan, Minnesota are going wild right now in that theater. They have got to be tearing the house down after what was an unbelievable comeback in that Berlin hardpoint. Oh boy, Berlin continues to be a problem for OpTic Texas. But hey, for us just in general fans out there, you've got to love it. You've got to love the crazy performances that we have seen on this map. Jay, I don't know what to say, my friend. I don't know what to say. You better be getting on social media, Jay. You watching this better get on social media and let everybody know what is going down. Hashtag CDL 2022. Let everybody know the final match here of opening weekend, and the final map of opening weekend is getting ready to go down. A crazy game-fueled marquee match, but the story is not done. The final chapter will remain as we head toward Berlin Search and Destroy here for Game 5. Stay with us.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Game Fuel marquee match. If you're just joining us, well, I'm glad you're here, but you just missed one of the crazier plays that we have seen so far here throughout Vanguard. Jay, some unbelievable plays there at a Standy. I was glued to my screen the entire time. He makes the clutch. He and Røkkr somehow, some way, now send us to a game number 5. It felt like, numerous times that OpTic Texas had this game in their hands. Yeah. But as social media will show us, you cannot let Standy pop off like that.
Yeah, it was all in the first half. Like the first half of the game, when the first rotation of hardpoints, OpTic were dominating. They were early on the rotations. They were winning a majority of those gunfights. But then when the second rotation came around and MajorManiak was able to go on that 7-3 on P5, that's when the guns started getting hot for Minnesota. They started slowly but surely turning up in the game. When they get to P4, they're down 40 points. They find themselves back at a P5, and they were able to get themselves right back into the game. OpTic had their rotations towards that P1, but Standy makes the play to close out that map. He finds a 3-piece into that site, and then eventually off the rotation, he finds another 2. That was just beautiful plays out of the young man, and such great awareness out of him to know in those crucial moments, this is what I need to do to win the game, and he got the job done there.
Incredible stuff there from iLLeY. I know social media has got to be rolling after that. This tweet coming in from Rage. He says, Game 5. Oh, brother. Hashtag OpTic Texas. And that's the thing, Jay. I mean, fans have been very critical, right, of their boys, of the green wall, talking about how, hey, this team at times can crumble into big moments. We talked about it last year, right, when it came down to Cold War, just struggled at times getting into those finals. Never got the chance to be in that final, to be at least in the top 2. And with the way that series went yesterday, right, they go up 2-0 versus the London Royal Ravens. They get reverse swept, and they lose in a Game 5 round 11. I mean, speak to me, man. This guy's got to be some pressure on this OpTic team's shoulders, given everything, right? Given the offseason, given the franchises, and given these players another situation where they're expected to win, but yet a Game 5 is forced.
This is going to be tremendous pressure on OpTic because they were in control of that last map. And just based off of that map number 2, Minnesota, their chemistry and their teamwork is on point. Hopefully, OpTic, they can be quicker on the decision-making going into this Game 5.
Well, here we go. Into the final match, the final map here of opening weekend. This Game Fuel marquee match has lived up to the hype and then some. But here we are into the opening round. OpTic Texas on the attack and attach. Could be in a prime position to ruin things, but no, it's Shotzzy jumping right through the door and seizing in his own opportunity, as now it's OpTic all the way in toward A. And with Shotzzy playing the way that he is, Priestahh, if he just fired a bullet, he would have got the information that he needed. First pick is in, now make it the second. Røkkr at an instant 2v4 disadvantage, and say goodbye to Standy.
Now left in the 1v4, it's pretty much impossible, and that was a great round from OpTic. A great toad setter, because right there, they started off slow into that round. They looked like they were going to take that bomb over toward that B site, but then they rat back as a team, find that first blood, and then immediately commit towards that A plant. That was the first time we've seen OpTic get the bomb down in 2 search and destroys. Great adjustment so far early into this game.
Yeah, right, exactly. It felt like on that Tuscan, they never really got the chance to do it. That was, something that you were understandably critical about, right? In that opening search and destroy, they were just not willing to get the objective down there on the Tuscan. When Shotzzy's going off the way that he is, it definitely makes getting that bomb down that much easier. An unfortunate snipe miss off the start from attach, but it's not going to be just Dylan Price who's got that bad boy out. It's also Dashy on the other end.
So now in the 4v4, look at the minimap as Scump is starting to be a little bit aggressive towards the middle of the map. They have no eyes on this A bomb. As Dashy still holding his speed cross, he does spot Priestahh. Not going to be able to line up the shot as attach does spot Shotzzy. Now it's going to back Shotzzy down from that side, and with 50 seconds left, Minnesota, they have to try to make a commitment here because OpTic, they're just drawing a lot of time off this round.
They're indeed not giving anything up. Dashy may have had an opportunity for that pick at Priestahh, but Dashy holding the angle that he is, it's definitely going to give Texas all the information that they need, saying, hey, it's quiet, a little bit too quiet. Standy tosses out the nade and finds the first blood there on to iLLeY. Not a whole lot of clearance yet, and without smokes, It could make things that much more difficult, but they seem to be finding the picks just fine. No smokes necessary. All on to Dashy now in the 1v4. Time ticking away. Misses the snipe, hits the railing, and back-to-back offenses we go. Great plays from Røkkr. Not a single player falls either.
That was good for Minnesota to just slowly work that A bomb because they still consistently kept these players in towards middle broken. MajorManiak was causing so many problems from that top 3 story that whenever OpTic were deciding to wrap back, they had 3 players or 2 players who were sitting on those middle steps. He was able to take down both, make it into a 4v1. Pretty much an impossible task to try to get done for the last player on the OpTic side. But Minnesota, they tied the game up at 1 apiece. Great adjustments, great play call coming in from them.
And great just aggression as well, right? In toward that A bomb site. Florida Mutineers showed us quick and early at the Kickoff Classic that bomb site could absolutely be utilized. Some nice shots off the rip from Standy, basically in the exact same position where he makes the play in the last game. He's got the glasses for it. He's quite familiar with the library. He's done his fair share of reading, and he very well may read Scump as well. The door opens, the creek is in, and Scump around the corner we go, is able to take down the young gun, making the numbers for Texas that much more easy to deal with. But Priestahh, nice shots from range. Scump now left in a 1 versus 3. He's got some weapons of choice, but Priestahh makes him pay. Top 3. Røkkr now up around.
And that was the same exact thing that they did in the first search and destroy on Tuscan. Like, they were able to bounce back with a win. Make sure you just slow down the game, allow everyone to just basically cut off the entire map just to see how they want to play this map. But there, right there, Minnesota, they just match it with aggression. The aggression worked for them the first round. They do it on that B bomb. They get the first blood. They find the second as well. And then at that point, in the man advantage, you just have to play the trade. Priestahh hit some great shots to find the final 2.
Great angles being found from Røkkr, as now they'll have another opportunity here with the attack and attach. That had to be the shot off the rip. He was watching the cross. Some great reactions there out of a player who, well, you talk about quite often in regards to age. He just turned 25, and he's saying that his aim assist isn't nearly as good. A nice bait there from Standy, as he'll make everybody think that the push was going down over at B, when in reality, it's the A bomb site that's being attacked. Once OpTic realized that, they're thinking, hey, now we've only got 2 players left to deal with.
So now to 4v2. Dashy and Scump. Scump trying to approach through back alley, but with 25 seconds left. This is not going to be an easy task to get done. And that round all comes down to the first blood onto attach. Once you take down that player on Shotzzy on the cross, I'm pretty sure it's the first time we've actually seen the cross snipe be hit as well. So great shot coming in from attach to open up that bomb site wide open. No hesitation coming in from Minnesota. Once they find that kill, they immediately work the bomb plan. They allow Standy to be the playmaker on the late flank. They're just making their S&D look beautiful. Just based off that map number 2, they're consistently making the adjustments mid-round and making it look easy.
Minnesota, number 3 team in Search and Destroy last year. Everybody outside of attach at a 1 KD.
Go
now
play
with
B.
the sniper in his hands. Got to be in a much more comfortable spot. Speaking of the sniper, Dashy getting all the information, as you call it, Jay. He gets the info and he tells the team, you know what? Now's the time to planet B. The only player who does not cross is MajorManiak. He gets dealt with to start. Meanwhile, Dashy, he gets found out as well. OpTic with numbers and with the bomb planted. 38 seconds to work with if you're Minnesota. Priestahh in a precarious fight. Scump will win it top 3. The man that we've been talking about a lot now in attach. Gonna have to put the sniper away and do it the classic way. With the SMG, with the MP40. With the positioning of OpTic, it just does not look likely. He's just got so many barriers still to face off against, so many angles. He's going to have to try and challenge, and it will be Scump who cements the final kill.
And that's a great round from OpTic. No hesitation on the play call. Once Dashy spots 3 players cross towards that A bomb, you immediately go for that B plant. It kind of got a little scary, though, because Shotzzy, he works his way around the backside of that boathouse. And he goes towards lower docks. He almost gave away his life. I would have liked to just see him go in there for the plant. But once they find that kill, it basically secures the round. You have the players turn around, watch their back spawn, or at least watch the middle of the map. Easy round for OpTic. Quick adjustments.
See everybody getting vocal in the comms, which is great to see from the OpTic end. Dashy not having the greatest of games yet, but only down a round because of it. Minnesota Now valuing the objective is MajorManiak. We saw him do this a ton over on that Tuscan. The problem in the opening engagement says he'll drop iLLeY for the first blood. The nades are out. They're primed and ready. And Standy finds himself in a wonderful position as well. Major trying to get some info for him inside of middle. Meanwhile, Dashy looks to wrap around and make the play. Everybody right now hunting for visuals on the map. And as Røkkr plant down the bomb, Shotzzy with an unbelievable kill there on the Priestahh will bring us now to a 3v3. Standy was hanging out at the door the entire time, gets the worst of timing, and Dashy tries to hop on the defuse, but Attach will keep him honest. He backs up, and that's where Scump can seize the opportunity. A well-deserved round out of OpTic Texas, and they will hand Shotzzy to the objective, as now we will join ourselves at a 3-3 scoreline.
And that was just beautiful plays out of OpTic. They get first blooded right off the rip. Like MajorManiak, he's been doing that all series with his nades. But they make the proper adjustments. Shotzzy was able to hit some great shots on the Priest to even up the numbers. But then when he works through that bottom middle door, through that secret room, he's able to find that second kill. Our game field feature player is stepping up tremendously alongside Scump, who eventually found the last two to close out the round. In a 3v4 retake on A, usually don't see that happen, but you have talented submachine guns who make plays happen. OpTic tie up the game.
Yeah, man, you just look at the numbers, right? I mean, what, 12 and 6 combined right now from your SMGs, iLLeY and Dashy. A slower game, but they're happy to jump in the backpack throughout our first 6. And Shotzzy does gain some information, just great reaction. Toss out the shoulder. And because of that information, he will be able to get out, but slides on into the tank, and he will escape to the library. He's got his card. Don't worry about it. Standy, meanwhile, he and Attach with these doors blown off. It's going to make it that much more difficult. They're going to have to hunt for the picks. I think I've set this up quite nicely inside a warehouse. iLLeY is able to find the first. Shotzzy there on the second. A solid setup for Texas as the time continues to tick away. That much more unlikely for Røkkr to secure it. And how about it? OpTic, an excellent attacking round. They get the bomb down, and they dominate from there, Jay.
Yeah, that's the key word. Get the bomb down. So far, the 2 rounds they've won on the offensive side, they have planted both times. No hesitation on the play calls. And when a player like Shotzzy is going to be your bomb carrier, you know he's going to be able to get in and out with his life. The fact that he was able to survive that first nade and then slide away to get back into P2 was beautiful, because by the time Minnesota were able to get to that bomb, there's only 20 seconds left. Basically an impossible task to get done for a 44 retake.
Dash gets the information. Gonna let the rest of the team know. But who crossed over at the A site? The nice shot through the wall. Standy is able to find the first one there on the Shotzzy. Keep in mind, player 3 on the minimap, iLLeY does pop dead silent, so he'll be in the midst of trying to make a flank while the rest of his teammates try to do the damage toward the front. Nobody yet from Røkkr to drop, but iLLeY will change that. The delayed flank will eventually work out. 2 versus 3.
It's clutchable now, as the bomb is starting to get planted. One player's actually going to be pushed out towards Plat, and iLLeY, he's able to take down one. Dashy finds him as well, so now it's going to be a 1v1. MajorManiak, he knows exactly where he is.
iLLeY behind the column. iLLeY behind the column decides to challenge what could have been a 2v4. Røkkr are able to hold on. Some amazing plays from iLLeY on the flank, but MajorManiak coming up clutch.
That duo of Dashy and iLLeY, they were able to clutch up a 2v4 earlier in their last series, but right there, they almost get the job done. MajorManiak, such great shots to find that first kill onto Dashy, but then he fully commits towards the gunfight onto iLLeY. That was probably the deciding round in this game for me so far, as we are going to be tied up at 4-piece. Minnesota, they're going to have 3 players this time stacking over towards that A site.
Oh my goodness, 4 to 4 we go. An OpTic break on into B. Attach taking down Dashy to start, but iLLeY says, you know what? Let's just go and get this objective down. Let's focus on that. The problem being, quite a few players have cycled in through the streets. OpTic, a lot of forces were established inside a library. Shotzzy makes Attach pay. iLLeY also shuts down MajorManiak, but Standy still alive into the 2 versus 2. Shotzzy jumping right on in through the bomb, decides to wait. But it's all up to Standy now, left to try and defend the bomb, and he gets dropped as well. OpTic Texas seeming to find life in the biggest of moments, winning a huge round as Shotzzy now reaching 11 kills in this game. And OpTic now find themselves not just on map point, but on series point as well.
OpTic making plays. Even though they ended up getting first blooded there, they said, hey, we've won 2 offensive rounds by just planting the bomb. Let's get it down and let's see what happens. Shotzzy was able to hold down P2, find a 2-piece as iLLeY found the 3rd. That was just great coordination coming in from OpTic. 1 round away from closing out this game and winning the series. As Dashy's going to give a couple calls to these players approaching B. How fast are they going to be off the rotation?
iLLeY's hungry. iLLeY's hungry. Rounding the corner. He's confident as well. Does get dropped from MajorManiak, but he at least stops the plant from going down.
No, it's down.
Oh, it is going to go down. You're right. It does go down at that. Attach. Trying to challenge from the back. Is able to cut down 1. Minnesota with numbers. But Dashy, he hops on the defuse. Dashy's on the defuse. MajorManiak is there to cut him down. It's all onto the king. A 1v2. Can he hold off what could be another round 11 for OpTic Texas? Scump is searching. He's hunting, but it doesn't appear that he will find what he's looking for. Røkkr somehow, some way, will escape with this round victory. And in back-to-back days, OpTic Texas going again to a Game 5, Round 11. It does not get more intense. It does not get crazier than this, Jay. Opening weekend, our Game Fuel marquee match. 1 round to decide it.
All the way to the very end. If Standy doesn't get that bomb planted, though, it's probably a totally different round. The fact that he was able to get it in before he dropped, that's what eventually allows Minnesota to just play the clock, play the time. But now we're going into a round 11. Minnesota on the attack. They're leaving bomb and spawn.
They did.
They're leaving bomb and spawn. They're giving the call as to how many players are approaching that A site. And this can cause problems because you already see that player in Standy is already close to that B bomb.
You lose a lot of visuals as well, but the Attach have to reference back and grab it. A huge mistake off the start for Minnesota. We'll see if it bites them in the end. Maybe some nerves coming out. And this round 11 is their first match, after all, here in Vanguard. But here we go. The plant halfway in. Standy watching over his teammate, but iLLeY, he can't seize the opportunity. He comes around the corner and sees 2, but Standy has got a fist prepared for him. A huge match to win, a huge moment to win, but all 3 members drop in just a matter of seconds. It's all on to the captain. It's all on to Scump. A huge 1v3, but Røkkr will take it in the end. Røkkr will hold on and prevent the Texas victory. You've got to be kidding me, Minnesota. They have done it again.
They just make the plays happen. Right there in that final round, OpTic looked like they were playing really scared. They had a player that was sitting a corner in towards A, but when your player that's watching the cross towards B bomb gives you a call out, they have already crossed the site, you have to move multiple bodies there. The fact that they were able to get that bomb down, and then iLLeY, he made almost the greatest play that round to try to flank it through the middle of the map and get that 2-piece, but he gets punched by Standy and makes it a 3v4 situation. OpTic, their S&D woes continue. Man, this is, that's 2 heartbreaking losses for this OpTic Texas squad. 6-5 yesterday, 6-5 today. They're search and destroy. They started off, at least on their offenses, they were great at making those mid-game adjustments, great at being aggressive when they needed to, great at planting the bomb. That was what led to a lot of their offensive wins. But Minnesota, they were just so confident to get the game back into their favor. They were just working that B plant immediately. 5-4, if Standy doesn't get that bomb down, it's probably a totally different round. But they said, hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We're going to continue to do that round 11, even with Dashy calling out the cross. They had 2 players there. Someone's got to be more aggressive towards the site next time.
Oh boy, let's go and take a look at that one again. I mean, just an unbelievable search and destroy game. I mean, just from start to finish. I mean, it was back and forth. I mean, we joined in, and really, to me, I kind of got focused around that 4-4, that 4-4 round in particular. Just a crazy one from start to finish. But Jay, we'll get to see it again, and I hope we get to see that moment where iLLeY comes around the corner, and that's just a moment that's going to haunt you, right, Jay? I mean, as a player, moments like that are going to haunt you, knowing that if you're at least able to take down one, you probably get a double kill there. And from that moment, the round is completely different. Just great reactions from Standy to prevent what could have been a huge clutch from iLLeY.
And this round 8 too. This was a 2v4. Like the fact that iLLeY was able to find 2, Dashy finds the 3rd, forces into a 1v1. I said that was going to be the round that basically tells me how the map's going to go.
Yeah.
Such a crucial round for MajorManiak to win that huge one-on-one. And then eventually OpTic, they find themselves winning the next round. But right here, Standy was able to get iLLeY with that punch. iLLeY was almost able to pop the 2-piece, stop the bomb plant, or at least put the man advantage in their favor. But once Standy shuts him down, they were able to just play the trades. Dashy was trying to go for that trade onto the player on site, but eventually he got teamed up on. They eventually dropped to a 3v1. And at that point with Scump, I know you're a great player, but Minnesota, their S&D is real.
It is. It is the real deal. Back-to-back days, back-to-back losses in Game 5, Round 11. It has got to hurt OpTic Texas, an 0-2 week in which we expected this to really be the rebound opportunity for them. Let's go and bring in the desk. I mean, guys, what an unbelievable way, right? Yeah. To close out opening weekend. We're thinking, hey, this one has the legs to maybe get to Game 5. The Wild Berlin hardpoint into the Round 11 Search Destroy. Guys, what'd you make of it?
What I make of it, I made of it that Minnesota Røkkr, okay, they're looking fantastic, okay? The talk last year, well, a lot of it was about how clutch attach is, right? Well, the entire team carries this gene. And if you're an OpTic fan, you're running headfirst into a green wall, a red wall. It doesn't even matter at this point in time because, yo, damn, that's frustrating, man. But Lando, Steady, you guys have been fantastic. Thank you so much throughout the entirety of the day. Do you guys have any last words to say before, we send you off? That was a crazy game. My heart's still pounding.
Yeah, I got something, man. This is the opening weekend. This is the opening weekend. We've had multiple Game 5s. We have some of the top teams who we thought in the beginning of the year would be dominant who are starting to fall down now.
Yeah.
And like all these teams like London, like Seattle, who haven't really had a lot of success ever since entering the CDL, they're just taking the game by storm. This is an insane start to the season.
Unbelievable. Vanguard is lit. That's my quote. There you go, Bill. Vanguard is lit. That's it.
Thank you guys so much. Right here on the desk, I'm Belly. aLLeY and Nameless. I mean, starting with you, aLLeY. I am mind-blown. OpTic, just let it go.
You know what? And there was shining lights of hope, especially in that Berlin when they were finally starting to get those early rotations, man. But Minnesota, the teamwork, it's there, and their decision-making is incredible. Once their slaying power starts to get cranked up a little bit as we get further into the season, man, they could be a much more dangerous team than I think all of us were expecting.
That was an incredible series, guys, like literally from start to finish. When you look at Minnesota, the story has to be the turnaround and search and destroy. They look phenomenal in that game mode. MajorManiak in particular, we highlighted him in the pre-show like he had to take over and search and destroy, and that's what we saw in the Tuscan. He was top broken, picking up kills, first bloods over and over. They had 5 first bloods in a row as a team, and then moving into that Game 5, every single thing that could be thrown at them strategically from OpTic, it was thrown at them, right? The one thing I want OpTic to look at going forward is stop letting them get that A bomb down so easy. Even though they did win that round, it was an insane clutch that Shotzzy should not have got that 2-piece, and honestly, Scump either. So they're going to have to reevaluate how they approach that retake going forward.
And you know what? Minnesota Røkkr, they deserve that win. That team is phenomenal, right? But if I'm on OpTic Texas, I mean, you take a look at the list of names that are on the team, and it doesn't even matter if you can't even get wins at the end of the day, right? OpTic Texas, we want you guys to pick it up. Scump is playing out of his mind now. I'm loving what I'm seeing from these individual players, but we need you guys to win as a team, and I believe in you guys. Can't wait to see you all on the screen next time. But ladies and gentlemen, we actually have an interview with the one and only MajorManiak. Get my mans on the screen right now because that comeback was incredible. Major, man, you got to be feeling great. To end out the day, you guys put on one hell of a show.
Yeah, feeling good. Definitely a sloppy series, I think, like hardpoint control-wise. But, yeah, to come out, win those search and destroys was definitely big. And to start off the season hot, especially with a win, is important. So.
Awesome. And you got to tell me, what is it like sticking with the same roster, heading into this game where everybody's been playing hot potato, throwing players around, bringing up players from challengers? What's it like for you all as a team to stay together this year?
I think it's important, like us, Toronto, and FaZe all stayed coming into the year, and just to have that comfortability with your teammates, even out of the game, I think just gives you that slight advantage. And we all know each other, how we play, how we, how we can learn and just improve as a team, especially from Major 4 to Champs last year. So yeah, just being able to work with each other for another year is awesome.
And Major, what was the adjustment you guys made from Kickoff Classic until now? Because your Search and Destroy looks phenomenal.
Yeah, we were just playing a lot of like S&D scrims versus other teams, just trying to focus in on what we're trying to do. Like mid-round adjustments, things like that. But I think the main thing we really need to focus on is our hard point. I think Control, we played pretty well as a team, but I think the hard point's the most important thing moving forward.
Right, and Major, you didn't see it because you're too busy beating OpTic Texas, right? But there was a theater full of people out there in Minnesota, diehard fans, and they went crazy when you guys won that round 11. Any words you want to say to the fans out there and the supporters, and anything you want to give us a reason to look forward to when it comes to the Minnesota Røkkr here in the 2022 season?
Yeah, the Minnesota Røkkr fans are amazing. I've even just being local to Minnesota now, have met a few people just out and about, and the love is crazy. We all appreciate it. And just to see that, I was actually just gassing up that reaction too, because we had seen it. So yeah, it's awesome. I think it's super cool.
All right, Major, thank you so much, man. You've been phenomenal. I love you and your team. I wish you guys a lot of success this year, and we'll see you next time, baby.
Thank you, man.
No problem. But back here on the analyst desk, I mean, whoo, that was wild. Nameless, man, just this entire day in that last series, closing the entire weekend out. This is what we wanted.
You know, and we talked about so much in that series, mainly the Search and Destroys. We didn't even really talk about the hard point as well. Like Minnesota clutching up and getting into contest that hard point. And like, that was perfect Call of Duty. Standy up top, P2 just frying, and then they get over to the next hill, and they get every single kill they need as well. OpTic, sort of a blunder on their end. Obviously, they could have just rotated and set up, but, I mean, they're getting better. I know he says they need to work on their hard point. There are a couple things. I just think their slaying power, I don't even know if it can get there. They're going to have to play perfect in hard point in order to consistently contest against the top teams like Seattle Surge, like Atlanta FaZe. So maybe there's just an inherent flaw when it comes to Minnesota hard point, but in their Search and Destroy, if they can continue that, they can contend with them.
Right, and today we had just great matches all around. Kick things off with the Florida Mutineers beating the mess out of Paris Legion 3-1 after Paris put out such a great showing yesterday, aBeZy.
I agree, but you know what? This doesn't surprise me at all. I think what we saw from Florida wasn't what they wanted to put forth, and that's what we heard from in the interview as well, is that's not the team they wanted to be, and that today, what they showed today was what they want to do going forward. And not to knock Paris, they have surprised a lot of us, especially with how low we ranked them, and I'm expecting a lot more out of this season.
Right, and Nameless, the second matchup of the day was just as exciting. The LA Thieves, they struck hard and fast, but it just didn't last when it came to the Atlanta FaZe.
It was only a matter of time before Atlanta FaZe woke up. I mean, we saw today was just an excellent display of talent. Search and Destroy was great once again. When you look at the last two maps 3 and 4, they were lights out. I mean, we saw aBeZy really come to life today. He's playing extremely aggressive, picking up 2 and 3 pieces to bail them out of some tough situations. We've seen Cellium continue his excellence throughout this game. For me, he's been the best player on their team thus far. And then that bow cage was perfect. They ran 2 ARs the entire time, and they fried. We heard Chance talking about it, that we haven't seen too many teams do that. Well, that's the biggest difference we've seen on bow cage, and they dominated them from start to finish.
All right, and aLLeY, the game field marquee match of the day. Everybody was hoping that OpTic Texas were able to get a win, but they're looking like us right now. We're sitting at 0 wins together in the CDL. But still, though, we saw great showings from them individually, but it wasn't enough as the boys from Minnesota just straight up rocked them.
You know what? I seriously respect Minnesota Røkkr going and scrimming other teams specifically for Search and Destroy and polishing that game mode, because you know what? Search and Destroy wins chips. I fully believe in that, and they believe in it too as well. And their hard point does not look bad, okay? They have the early rotations. They just have to start winning the early rotational gunfights and hold it, okay? OpTic is a very aggressive team, was getting in their face early, but they did come out top with the win on a 3-2 over Texas.
You know what? Let's go ahead and take a look at the standings, because so far the story, you can't even guess it. The script is just thrown out the window at this point. We're seeing upsets. We're seeing teams that we know that are supposed to be at the top starting to fall just a little bit. And speaking of the top, shout out to the EU boys on the London Royal Ravens, 2-0 right now. But the biggest shock throughout the entirety of this weekend, Nameless, Seattle Surge are the real deal, my dude.
Absolutely. And if you'd have told, I mean, like the last 2 years for London Royal Ravens and Seattle Surge to be 1-2 is absolutely mind-blowing. Even though it's only been 2 matches, still, both those organizations, pat on the back to the general managers of both those teams because they've turned it around and finally find themselves in a comfortable spot with a good roster that has a great outlook on the season.
Right, and aLLeY, we got to give a shout out to the Boston Breach, undefeated in their opening weekend.
Absolutely, and we're going to see the points across the boards now. I mean, London up there, Surge, Breach. Only one team, Atlanta FaZe, is what we all expected heading top 4 into our next weekend. And LAG as well. I mean, they're 1-0. Florida Mutineers up there as well. And then you see Toronto Ultra sitting on the other side of standings, man. This is going to be such a close year of Call of Duty because of the competition.
Right, and ladies and gentlemen, next week we're going to be back for some more hot Call of Duty Vanguard action. You already know the deal. We're going to kick things off with Boston Breach, the undefeated new team in the CDL, facing off against Paris Legion. Those boys are going to want to come back with a chip on their shoulder. After that, Minnesota Røkkr are looking to extend their streak, facing off against, and it ain't going to be easy. It's going to be the Seattle Surge. But the last matchup of the day, February 11th, by the way, will be Toronto Ultra versus the Los Angeles Guerrillas. And speaking of which, LAG, they're looking better than ever. And this weekend just shows you how great Call of Duty Vanguard has been. Here on the desk, we've been having one hell of a time. The matches have been incredible. My name is Veli, and we're going to shut this thing down. aLLeY and Nameless, you all have been fantastic. From players like Asim on Redemption Tours, beating his own team, to map 5s and endless round 11s, the CDL in 2022 is just about everything. I love you guys so much, and I can't wait to see what the entirety of the year brings, because you know how it is over here. We absolutely bring it. I hope you guys have a great weekend. Hope you all have a great night, and we'll see you next time for some more CDL action.